The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
October the 24th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1260 AD, Mamluk Sultan of Egypt is assassinated by Baybars, a fellow Mamluk leader who seizes power for himself. In 1648, Treaty of Westphalia ends the 30 Years' War in the Holy Roman Empire. Switzerland's independence recognized. In 1929, Black Thursday, start of stock market crash of 1929. Dow Jones Industrial Average drops 12.8 points. In 1962, Soviet ships approached but stopped short of the U.S. blockade of Cuba. In 2008, in a bloody Friday, many of the world's stock exchanges experienced the worst decline in their history, with drops of around 10% in most instances. In 1962, The Manchurian Candidate, directed by John Frankenheimer, starring Frank Sinatra and Lawrence Harvey, is released. In 1979, Guinness Book of Records presents Paul McCartney with a rhodium disc as all-time best-selling songwriter. In 1857, recognized by FIFA as oldest existing club still playing football in the world, Sheffield FC is founded in Yorkshire, England, now based in Dronfield, Derbyshire. And born on this day, Domitian, Antonia van Leeuwenhoek, Raphael Trujillo, Melvin Purvis, Moss Hart, Malcolm Turnbull, Marion C. Cooper. If you've seen King Kong, you know who that is. F. Murray Abraham, Kevin Kline, Andrea Balin, Drake, PewDiePie, Bill Wyman, Jim Peters, Wayne Rooney. Dying on this day were Tansho Brahm, Vicun Crisling, Jackie Robinson, Rosa Parks, Marianne O'Hare, Fats Domino. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Long Beach Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 44, regarding a hit and run. A Ford sedan, page 146. 2Y Young 3146. 2 Young 3146. Suspect driving this car struck him in as a young boy at the corner of Pacific and 8th Street. Then drove on, failing to render aid. Bring him in, that's all.
Tonight, I have an important word for boys and girls. Would you like to save a life? Listen to my announcement at the end of this program. I want you to join the Junior Police Department. I want to give you a real metal police badge and assign you to the work of saving lives. Be sure to listen. Every motorist has experienced narrow escapes. You've seen accidents happen to others where reserve power could have averted a crash and saved a life. That's why it's so important for you to have police car performance in your own car. With Rio Grande cracked gasoline in your tank, you can save seconds in emergency. You have power to spare, acceleration that snaps you out of danger. Police cars use Rio Grande cracked gasoline to save precious seconds. You should use cracked because it costs you no more, yet gives you extra power and speed for emergency. It is now our pleasure to introduce Captain C.B. Horrell of the Traffic Patrol Division of the Los Angeles Police Department, who has a message for you.
Good evening, friends. The greatest traffic accident crusade in the history of the United States is now in progress. In 44 states of the Union and in the District of Columbia, police officers are pledged to concentrate their efforts toward wiping out every possible carelessness and recklessness on the part of the driving public. Police chiefs of California and Arizona are pledged to make the Southwest the white spot of traffic accidents. This is by no means a simple or easy task. Every one of you within the sound of my voice must help. The statistics of traffic fatalities in the past year make dour and foolish reading. Consider just one of them. In 1933, the horribly bloody total of 17,200 men, women, and children met their death through the carelessness of drivers who failed to observe the elementary rules which every candidate for a driver's license is required to know. But statistics of thousands of deaths may still fail to impress. So tonight we ask you to listen to the story of just one, the true tale of one member of that foolish company of innocent victims of the automobilist's selfish carelessness. Thank you, Captain Hall.
It is 2 days after Christmas last year. On a tree-lined street in Long Beach, shouting crowds of children drinking in the short days of their midwinter vacation are comparing their Christmas presents. New bicycles, new roller skates, footballs. In a vine-covered bungalow halfway down the block, Mrs. Green is distracted from her darning when the mid-afternoon quiet of the house is broken by the slam of the front door.
Tommy? Is that you?
Yes, Mom.
Well, what are you doing coming home at this time of the afternoon? Aren't you going to the movies?
Not this afternoon, Mom. I got to deliver my Saturday Evening Post today.
Oh, that's right, Tommy. I'd forgotten this is your busy day.
Yeah, and boy, am I going to be busy. I got to get a lot more customers.
Well, you've got too many now.
Too many? Well, I haven't got new enough yet.
All those magazines are so heavy, Tommy. I hate to see you carry such a load. You're such a little boy.
I am not, Ma. Gee, I'm 12, going on 13, and I'm as big as any kid my age on the block. Why, gosh, I'm nearly a man.
Well, you'll always be a little boy to me.
Oh, gee, Ma, don't talk that way.
Yes, it's so, Tommy. You'll just have to get used to it.
Hey, what you got that in here for, Mom?
What?
That teapot I got you for Christmas.
Because I like to look at it.
Do you? Do you really like it, Mom?
Oh, yes, son.
But why, Mom? It's just a teapot.
No, it's more than that, Tommy. You could have gotten lots of things for yourself with those brown vouchers that they give you as a bonus on your magazine. But instead of thinking of yourself, you thought of me first. And you saved up and got the teapot for me.
Oh, that wasn't anything. Wait till you see what I do when I get those new customers.
What will you do then?
Well, the post people are offering 5 brown vouchers for every new customer us kids get this month. And if I can get enough, why, then I'll be able to get you a swell set of dishes for your birthday.
Oh, Tommy, how sweet. Do you mind if I kiss you for that?
Well, okay if you want to. Oh, gosh, Mom, it's nearly 3 o'clock. I got to be getting downtown and picking up my magazine.
All right, son. Be careful now.
Sure.
Look both ways when you cross the street.
Don't worry, Mom. Just because school's out for a week, I haven't forgotten what they teach us about safety first.
It always pays, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, wish me luck, Mom. And maybe I'll get 3 new customers this afternoon.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Now, don't be late for dinner.
I won't. So long.
So long, Tommy.
Tommy delivers his magazines that sunny afternoon and is quite successful in getting new customers. His pockets jingling with coins and his thoughts on the brown vouchers he will get toward his mother's set of dishes, he starts for home. At the corner of 8th Street and Pacific Avenue, he carefully looks both ways, and sure that the street is clear, he starts across. A Ford sedan suddenly weaves around the corner toward the lad. He looks up, horror wrenching his face. He attempts to spring from the automobile's path. It swerves toward him. There is a sickening thud, and Tommy's inert form falls on the concrete as the careening Ford weaves on down Pacific Avenue. And we get to the impact. Have seen Tommy lying on the street and seen the unsteady driver streaking down the avenue. They turn their car and speed after him. 10 blocks away, they overtake him. Here's a clear spot, Stan. Run him into the curb. Okay. And if he doesn't stop, wreck his damn car, the dirty... Hey, you, get over there. What is the matter? Get over there, run into you. Give it to him, Stan.
Hey, what's the big idea? You know the wreck?
Yeah, it would have been a good thing if we had. What's the big idea you hitting that kid back there?
What's this? I don't know what you're talking about.
The devil you don't. We saw you hit that kid on Pacific Avenue.
Pacific Avenue? You must be nuts. I ain't been on Pacific Avenue all day.
Now, tell that to the cops.
Say, what is it? A flame up?
Listen, guys, no flame up, and the least you say, the better. Now, you got a can on you, you can smell a block. Drunk driving and hit and run. Now, you'll do a nice stretch for that.
Now, look here. If you know what to do for you, you'll get their cargoes out of my way and let me get going.
Yeah? Well, you ain't going no place but the police station.
You have to show me your badge.
Here's my badge, mister. This big prick in your face.
You can't arrest me.
Listen, mister, hit and run is a felony, and a citizen can arrest any guy he sees committing a felony. Go on, Ben. Beat over to the police station and bring some cops over here. I'll watch over our pal here, and if he tries to get away from me, I'll smear that big nose of his all over his ugly face. police are taking the hit-and-run driver into custody, a passing motorist has carried Thomas from the street to a nearby lawn and called the ambulance. Mrs. Green is notified, and a half hour later stands, red-eyed, tense, waiting outside a room in the Seaside Hospital. A detective attempts to quiet her.
Oh, they're taking such a long time. Why can't I go in? Please let me go into my boy.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but the doctor said...
Poor Tommy. Was he hurt badly, Lieutenant?
Well, I couldn't tell, ma'am. He was unconscious.
Was he bleeding?
Oh, no, ma'am. He was just scratched a bit from what I could
Oh,
tell.
why doesn't someone come out of that room? I can't stand it. I can't.
Quiet, ma'am, quiet. Wait a minute. Here comes someone now.
Oh, Doctor. Is he all right? Doctor!
I'm sorry, Mrs. Green.
Oh.
Here, Lieutenant. Help me get into this chair. Nurse, bring me some spirits of ammonia.
So now it's murder.
Fractured skull. Poor kid.
Here's ammonia, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I'll have to take his clothes into headquarters, Doctor. May prove valuable evidence.
Close.
Yes, sir.
Now, she's coming around. Breathe deeply, Mrs. Green.
Oh, I must have fainted. It's silly.
That's all right, Mrs. Green. Now, just sit here quietly.
May I see him, Doctor?
Yes, in a few moments.
Did he suffer, Doctor?
No. He never regained consciousness.
Oh, that's nice. I'm glad he didn't suffer. Here are his things, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Why, those are Tommy's clothes. What are you going to do with them, Lieutenant?
Well, I'll have to take them to headquarters, ma'am.
No. That's his new sweater. I gave it to him for Christmas. You can't take it. Give it to me.
Now, please, ma'am. You mustn't excite yourself.
He loves it so, Doctor. And he looks so nice in it.
Now, please, Mrs. Green.
There's a hole in it, Doctor. Where it was struck.
And that's why I must take it in, ma'am.
Why?
Well, that may give us a clue to the person who killed him.
What good will that do? If you do find the driver of that car, if you find him and hang him from the highest tree, it won't bring Tommy back.
Late the same evening, Detectives Guthrow and Lenz, who have been assigned to investigate the case, inspect the murder car at the garage, where it has been impounded.
There's no doubt about this being the car. Look at the way that headlight's bent. Yep, bent up and to the left. And look at that dent on the radiator. That was made by that poor kid's head. He must have been doing 40. Hit him hard enough to make the radiator leak, too. You know, Len, I'd like to see him swing for this. Yeah, so would I. But we're far from getting a case yet. You know that, don't you? Yeah, with no witness to the actual accident, it's going to be hard to convict him. As a matter of fact, we haven't enough so far to get the DA to issue a warrant. If we could only find... Wait a minute. Oh, hey, look here. What is it? See where these radiator pins are bent? Yeah. Well, look closely. Here, wait till I throw my flashlight on it. There. See? Several green fibers from the kid's green sweater. Well, that would be my guess. Now we've got something to go on. Hey, where's that mechanic? Hey, you. Yes, sir? I'm sending a man over to photograph this car. Yes, sir. After he's through, I want you to take that radiator off and send it to me at headquarters. Okay. And don't wipe it off. Don't handle it any more than you have to. Understand? Yes, sir. All right, Lenz, let's go. Now we've got something to talk to this driver about. What's your full name?
Thomas Harris Mark.
How old are you?
I was born in 1902.
Do you own the car you were driving tonight?
Well, it's my wife's and my name together.
What kind of a car is it?
Ford sedan, 1929.
You know the license number? No, I don't.
But you do admit the ownership of the car that you were driving tonight, that Ford sedan you were in when you were arrested.
I told you my wife and I own it together.
Well, this is the car you were driving when you hit that boy at Pacific and 8th.
I was non-Pacific tonight.
What street did you drive on?
I drove on Cedar Avenue.
You deny driving on Pacific Avenue?
Yes.
Well, how fast were you driving on Cedar Avenue?
About 15 or 20 miles, I guess.
What were the condition of the lights? By lights, I mean the street lights.
Dark.
What do you know about this boy being hit at Pacific and 8th?
Nothing, only what those men told me.
Those men you mean, the two who held you while you were arrested?
Yes, I don't get what this is all about. Who's trying to frame you, Lieutenant?
Hey, listen, we're doing the questioning. You confine yourself to answers. You deny hitting a pedestrian at Pacific and 8th?
Yes, I don't know anything about it.
Then how do you account for your right headlight being bent to the left as it is now on your car?
Oh, that's easy. I bumped my car into a garage door when I was up to a cabin in the mountains 2 weeks ago.
Just bent the head, bumping into a door, huh?
Yeah, that's all.
But your radiator's leaking, too, and the dust is rubbed off where you hit that kid tonight. His head dented that radiator shell.
You can't accuse me like this. I'm telling you the truth. I don't know anything about it.
You didn't know anything about the leaking radiator, eh?
No. My wife had the car yesterday. Maybe it sprung a leak then. Radiators can spring leaks any time.
Had you been drinking this afternoon?
No.
Well, now, here's a report of the doctor who gave you the sobriety test when you were brought in.
Huh?
Well, he reports that you were intoxicated. Now, stop beating around the bush, Mark. How much did you have to drink?
Well, I did have an ounce glass of whiskey.
An ounce glass of whiskey, eh? You don't handle your liquor very well then, Mark. Why did you hit that boy and then drive on?
I don't know anything about it.
That boy wore a green sweater. There are green woolen fibers caught in your radiator. How do you account for that?
Green woolen fibers in my radiator. That's strange.
Yeah, isn't it?
But I can explain that.
You can, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it might be interesting to hear your explanation. Suppose you tell us.
The fellow who lives next door to me is a yarn salesman. He combs out a lot of wool in his backyard. I guess the wind blew some of it over and it caught in my radiator.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's the way it must have happened.
Come on, Marks. Don't waste our time with a fairy story like that.
That's the truth, and I can prove it. I'll have him come down here and tell you all about it. You can't send this drunk driving charge on me.
Listen, this isn't a drunk driving case, Marks. This is murder. That boy died an hour ago.
He did. Yeah, it's too bad. I certainly hope you fellows got the guy that hit him.
The case of the police against Marks is far from complete. When the coroner's inquest is held 2 days later, Marks refuses to testify. The coroner's jury returns a verdict of accidental death as the result of being hit by a Ford sedan, but is unable to name Marks as the driver of the death car. Determined to bring Marks to face a crime of which they are convinced he is guilty, Jethro and Lenz call upon Ray Pinker, chemist of the Los Angeles Police Department, for assistance in identification of the woolen fibers found on the radiator. Burdened down with the radiator and Tommy's clothes, they interview Pinker in the Los Angeles Central Police Headquarters.
Here's the radiator, Pinker. You can see the fibers impinged in those bent radiator fins.
Oh,
Yeah, and here's the boy's sweater. This tear was made by impact with the car.
There's no doubt about this bird being guilty, but he's trying to alibi those fibers by claiming that they blew over from a neighbor's yard and caught in the radiator.
These fibers didn't catch in the radiator. They've been held there by these bent fins.
Quite right. There's no question in our mind about the defendant's guilt, but we haven't got a case unless you can assure us that these fibers match the wool in the sweater. No one witnessed the actual accident, you see.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me take one of those fibers out of the radiator with these forceps. Now, we'll place it on this glass slide. Now, will you hand me the sweater, please?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, you say this tear is where the boy was hit?
Yes.
All right. I'll take a fiber out of the yarn at the tear and put it to the right of the other one. Now, we'll put a slide over that and see what the microscope has to say.
Well, how about it?
They're similar. Same color. Same yarn, I should say.
Will you testify to that on the stand?
Yes. Of course, there's no way of determining that the two fibers are identical. But their similarity, added to the fact that the fibers are securely caught in the fins that have been apparently flattened by some impact, should furnish a conclusive case for you, and I... wait a minute.
What?
Let me see that sweater. Oh. Notice that smudge near the tear?
Yeah.
Just a minute. I want to try a reagent on that. I'll take a bit of that dark stuff and place it in the test tube here. Now, we'll just pour this acid on it. There we are. Now,
Let me scrape some of that paint off the radiator fin. We'll do the same thing with that. There. Now notice.
Why, both the test tubes have turned cloudy.
That's right. That smudge on the sweater is made from bituminous paint. That's what causes the cloudy appearance of the test tube. Bituminous paint is used for painting the radiators.
Then the smudge on the sweater comes from the paint on that radiator.
That's right.
Then we've got this bird two-way.
Well, it isn't as positive as an identification as the fibers. The boy might have gotten his sweater smudged from bituminous paint in any number of places.
But there's no doubt it came from the radiator. He didn't have time to get the sweater dirty. It was a Christmas present.
Still, he might have. It'd be hard to convince a jury on the paint evidence. However, I'll be prepared to give it if the district attorney feels he needs it.
That's fine, Figger. You've given us just what we need to send this guy up. Come on, Len. Let's go back to Long Beach and get the DA to swear out a complaint against Marks for murder.
Presented with the evidence police science has provided, Deputy District Attorney William Brayton is quick to issue a complaint against Marks, charging him with murder, drunk driving, and hit and run. On January 4th, he is held to answer on all three charges, and his bail is set at $10,000. On February 26th, Marks goes on trial in Department A of the Superior Court. After several days of testimony, the defense introduces its star witness.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. What is your name?
Robert Harper.
Where do you live?
At 827 La Jolla Avenue, Long Beach.
Are you acquainted with the defendant?
I am.
Do you know where he lives?
At 829 La Jolla, next door to me.
What is your business, Mr. Harper?
I'm a yarn salesman.
How long have you been in this business?
15 years.
You are familiar with the various colors used in dyeing yarns and the various texture of various kinds of yarn?
Naturally.
I'll ask you to come over to this table and investigate the wool fibers under these microscopes. The one on the right has been admitted as evidence from the radiator of the defendant's car. The one on the left is from the sweater of the deceased. Will you look at them, please?
Good.
You have investigated the two exhibits, Mr. Harper?
Yes?
In your opinion, are they identical?
No, they are not.
Tell the jury why they are not.
Well, they aren't the same color. They might be the same texture, but they've been dyed by different dyes.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Now, the court, please. I would like to introduce into evidence this skein of green yarn.
Your Honor, I object. The counsel for the defense has not established any reason for this new evidence.
Objection sustained. Mr. Harper, in your profession of yarn salesman, is it ever necessary for you to handle the yarn in any manner?
Yes?
Will you tell the jury how you handle it?
Well, very often it's necessary for me to comb out the yarn and to rewind the skein.
And where do you do this?
Well, my wife makes me do it out in the backyard because it gets the house all dirtied up with lint and fibers. You know how women are. You can't do a thing with them when they...
Order.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. If the court, please, I will seek to establish the identity of the yarn found on my client's radiator. For that purpose, I would like to enter this skein of green yarn into evidence. I hope I have established my reasons sufficiently for the benefit of my worthy colleague of the prosecution.
You may enter the evidence.
I thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Harper, do you recognize this skein of yarn?
Yes, it's one of my stock.
Have you ever had occasion to comb this yarn?
Yes?
When?
The 26th of December.
Was that the day of the accident concerned in this case?
No, it was the day before.
And was there a wind blowing that day?
Yes, I believe there was.
Mr. Harper, I'm going to take a fiber of this yarn and place it under this microscope. That is, I will substitute it for the fiber taken from the sweater of young Thomas Green. Now, Mr. Harper, will you kindly step this way and inspect these two microscopes? In your opinion, Mr. Harper, is there any similarity between these two fibers? That is, the one found in the radiator of the defendant's car and the one from your yarn?
Yes, they are identical.
And how do you account for the fiber from your yarn being in the defendant's radiator?
Well, while I was combing the yarn that day, Mark's car was parked in the driveway. I imagine the wind blew some of the lint over onto his place.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. That is all. Do you wish to cross-examine, Mr. Prosecutor?
You bet we do. Mr. Harper, have you examined Exhibit A, the radiator from the defendant's car?
Yes?
You've observed the manner in which the fibers are attached to the radiator?
Yes?
You have. How would you describe the manner in which they're attached?
They're stuck there.
Oh, stuck. Did you observe that they're stuck between several bent radiator fins?
Yes?
In your opinion, could the wind of the other day have blown the wool from your yard to the defendant and stuck the fibers in the radiator in the manner in which you've observed them?
Well, I don't know. It was a pretty strong wind.
It must have been. Mr. Harper, here are the three exhibits. Fibers from the radiator, from the sweater of the deceased, and from the skein of your own yarn. Now, I'm going to place two of these exhibits under the microscope. There. Will you please inspect these two exhibits?
Your Honor, I object. The prosecuting attorney is tricking the witness.
Your Honor, my learned colleague of the defense has himself established the witness as an expert on yarns. I am merely asking for an expert opinion on the exhibits, in the same manner as defense counsel has done, excepting that I am not leading the witness.
Objection overruled. Proceed.
Now, Mr. Harper, will you step down here, please, and examine these exhibits? Mr. Harper, in your opinion, are the fibers you've just examined under the microscope similar or not?
They are identical.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. That is all. I will now pass around the exhibits. You'll observe, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that they're exhibits C and D. The fibers from the radiator and from the sweater of the deceased. And when permitted to inspect them without being coached, Mr. Harper has found them to be identical.
On March 5th, the case of the state versus Thomas Marks is given to the jury, and 2 hours later they return a verdict of guilty on all three counts. On March 7th, Marks faces the judge to hear sentence passed on him.
Thomas Marks, stand and face the court. Before I pass judgment on you, have you anything to say?
Nothing to say.
Thomas Marks, the jury has found you guilty of sections 112 and 141 of the California Vehicle Act. While in the act of committing one felony, that of drunk driving, you committed another, hit and run. As a result, the jury has also found you guilty of second-degree murder. I am disappointed with this verdict. I only wish that they had returned a verdict of first-degree murder with no recommendations. It would give me great pleasure to sentence you to hang, for you are no less a murderer than the man who runs amok with a revolver. An automobile in the hands of a man under the influence of alcohol is an instrument of death. The streets and highways of California are lethal paths for our children as well as for us until your type of criminal has been done away with. The verdict of the jury constrains me from giving the sentence I feel you deserve and compels me to pass a much too light judgment on you. That cannot be helped now. Therefore, Thomas Marks, I hereby sentence you to serve from 5 years to life in San Quentin Penitentiary.
Now, boys and girls, here's the announcement I promised you. How would you like to be junior police officers? Your police department needs you to save lives. If you wear the official police badge of the junior police department, you can prevent traffic accidents. You can protect your schoolmates, even save a life. It costs you nothing to join the junior police department. You can get a genuine metal police badge free. Just go to the nearest independent service station selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline, ask for a junior police department enrollment card. sign and mail it, and you will get your free police badge and official orders by mail. Parents, urge your boys and girls to get a junior police department enrollment card from your Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer. There is no charge. The police badge is free, and it makes your youngsters think safety first.
Long Beach Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 44 regarding a hit and run. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all.
Calling All Cars is based on confidential police files and is written and produced by William N. Robeson. Frederick Stark directs the orchestra. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
On the next episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Don't trust anyone. Remember that, Jean-Luc.
Sabotage strikes the highest ranks of the Starfleet Command.
Breaking to security. Emergency.
And threatens the future of the entire Federation.
What is that?
But do evil parasites hold the key to this deadly conspiracy?
You'll be one of us soon.
Find out on Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Accidents in two parks 2,000 miles apart without leaving a trace. That means a working knowledge of structural engineering, demolition, and probably electronics.
You will only hear this once. Do exactly what I say.
The drop is tomorrow.
But we have one advantage.
What's that?
Clothing. Thanks a lot.
Harry.
Yeah.
You know what happens when you don't follow directions.
Tell them to stop it. They started. Let's go. They're over the lift. It's too late to stop them now.
And now, on Monday night at the movies, Roller Coaster.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Okay, Dermot. Now as you and Gary move along, we will tarry and endeavor to further enchant the dear listeners. And I think, Rosie, that's a cue for you.
I'm all ready.
Well, then go.
Holding hands at midnight, 'neath the starry sky. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Strolling with the one boy, sigh and sigh after sigh. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Just imagine someone waiting at the cottage door, where two hearts become one. Who could ask for anything more? Loving one who loves you, and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Just imagine someone waiting at the cottage door, where two hearts become one. Who could ask for anything more? Loving one who loves you and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and if you get it, won't you tell me how?
You know, Bing, Rosemary, lately I've just become so fed up with reality that I've been doing some research in the dream department.
Good for you, Ken.
Oh, I suppose all of us. Listeners, everybody. You know, we like a respite, more or less, from the dreary facts of life, Ken.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have for us, by the way, dream-wise? Would you care to take us out for a little trip out on Cloud 9 or somewhere?
I'll be glad to. First of all, I have word now that a great percentage of our sleeping time is spent in dreaming. Matter of fact, they say that 20% of our sleep time is occupied by dreams.
And we're not just lying there, huh? We're doing something, is that it?
Oh, sure. We're dreaming away there. We're doing the Walter Mitty bit.
Mit snoring.
Aber everyone don't snore.
Then mit snoozing, then. The Walter Mitty bit mit snoozing.
That's it. Seems like we're really dreaming it up. But what I wanted to bring out was that if a person is awakened in the middle of a dream, they can pick it up the next time. Did you know that?
I say, you mean you can pick up a broken dream next time you're dreaming, huh?
That's what they say.
You can continue a dream?
That's the latest dope. If you're interrupted mid-dream, you can pick up the lost sequences next time you go to sleep.
Of course, that would be with a good dream. Now, with a bad dream, you wouldn't want to continue, would you?
Oh, no, of course not. Just good dreams are worth continuing.
If you get a good dream, hang on to it.
Once you have found it, never let it go.
Dream on and on and on.
I suppose you could do that with a real good dream. You know, if you concentrated and really worked on your dreaming. I mean, if you had a good dream, you'd just continue it every night. Add a new sequence every night, see?
Run it on like a soap opera.
But like a happy soap opera.
Yeah.
You know, with a dream like that going for you, you could hardly wait to go to bed, I imagine.
Oh, good dreams like a good book, Ken. You just can't put it down.
Really, I wonder how long you could continue a dream. How long could you prolong it?
Oh, you can't wear a good dream out.
Well, you could if you try to make it real. Don't ever change the status of a dream or boom, you've blown it.
Oh, there it goes to bits, yeah.
Trick is to continue your dream, but always keep it in the realm of dreamland.
Say, I wonder, don't we have a bit of dreamy music that would fit in here? Anyone have any ideas?
Oh, we're long on dream music. Your lips so inviting, your eyes deep as wine. How well I remember when they were all mine. Your arms sweet and tender, your hair soft and bright. Where are you, my darling? Where are you tonight? Good night, sweet dreams, Mary Lou. Good night, sweet dreams, Mary Lou. Good night, wherever you are. Good night, sweet dreams, Mary Lou. I left you, the fault was my own. I left you, I lost you to walk all alone. Now I'm the one, dear, who cries cries in the night. Where are you, my darling? Where are you tonight? Good night, sweet dreams, Mary Lou. Good night, sweet dreams, Mary Lou. Good night, wherever you are. Good night, sweet dreams, Mary Lou. Hold it just a mo here, friends, for a few pertinent points from Wrigley's.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley's Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
How about taking over now, Miss Clooney?
You think I should?
Oh, but definitely.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the lights. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Caused a spark that's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the lights.
Say, Mr. Crosby, would you care to do some singing in the rain?
I'd love it. I adore outside work. happy again.
I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun is in my heart, and I'm ready for love.
Let the stormy clouds chase everyone from the place. Come on with the rain of a smile on my face. I'll walk down the lane with a happy refrain and singing, just singing in the rain.
Why am I smiling and why do I sing?
Why is December just as sunny as spring?
Why do I get up each morning to start happy and head up with joy in my heart?
Why is each new task a trifle to do? Because I am living a life full of you.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling. I'm happy again. I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart, and I'm ready for love. Let the stormy clouds chase everyone from the place. Come on with the rain.
Got a great big smile on my face.
I'll walk down the lane,
walk it, sis,
with a happy refrain,
and singing, just singing in the rain.
Just singing in the rain.
Well, it seems like we're approaching the end of another session. But don't forget, friends, you get to bed early tonight and continue that good dream if you've got one. Just go to bed, concentrate, and the dream will pick right up, and you'll have a lovely night. No doubt about it.
You know the way I like to continue a good dream?
Oh.
Well, I like to get up early in the morning, have a good breakfast, then take a brisk walk right back to bed and pick up the dream where I left off.
That's cheating, isn't it? Unless it's Sunday or holiday dreaming. To be proper about this, Ken, I think you should stay up during the day and continue the dream at night.
All I can say is this is a great way if you can get away with it.
Oh, it's as dreamy as can be, but it's not practical for most people. They just can't get back to their dreams so quickly.
I thought we said the dreams weren't supposed to be practical.
Well, they're not. Dreams aren't supposed to be practical, but the method of dreaming, now, that's got to be practical. It's just not practical for everyone to go back to bed, you know, after they've gotten up in the morning. We got to get out and work. Got to face life.
That's the trouble with dreaming, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Dreams and reality are decided opposites, and it makes a continuous struggle for us.
We have a few moments left, Bing. How about a little dividend for the folks?
My pleasure. In the sky, oh tell me why you've lost your splendor. Dark moon, what is the cause your light withdraws? Is it because I've lost my love? Mortals have dreams of love's perfect schemes, but they don't realize that love will sometimes bring a dark moon. Away up high, up in the sky, oh tell me why you've lost your splendor. Dark moon, what is the cause your light withdraws? Is it because I've lost my love? perfect schemes, but they don't realize that love will sometimes bring a dark moon. Way up high, up in the sky, oh, tell me why you've lost your splendor. Dark moon, what is the cause your light withdraws? Is it because I've lost my love? Dark moon. Well, anyhow, friends, this dreamy program will be continued Monday. You'll have to skip a couple of days here in your dreaming. Next Monday, you can tune in and dream along with us right where we left you off here. Same station, same place. It's been nice to have you dreaming along with us. We'll see you Monday, then.
Have a nice weekend, everybody.
Do you know that 15,000 Americans go permanently blind every year needlessly? That regular eye examinations can uncover glaucoma before it has a chance to blind? A proper safety education can prevent hundreds of thousands of eye accidents to children and adults each year. September is Sight-Saving Month. For more information, write to the National Association for the Prevention of Blindness, 16 East 40th Street, New York 16, New York.
Some people say luxury is more important than gas mileage, while others say gas mileage is more important than luxury.
American Motors says with Concord DL, you can have luxury and good gas mileage because Concord gets the best gas mileage of any 1979 American compact.
No gas, just directions.
And Concord is loaded with luxury extras like a landau roof, individual reclining seats, and more at no extra cost. AMC Concord, luxury and the best gas mileage of any 1979 American compact.
Hey, where you going?
Going to eat.
I see. Pizza, huh?
Nope.
Burgers?
Nah, getting good Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Why Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Tell him, Dad.
Because the Colonel uses only fresh and grade A chicken.
Yeah, we're eating out, but we're eating right.
But what do the kids say?
All right!
Come on.
It's so nice to feel so good about a meal, so good about Kentucky Fried Chicken.
America, the world is waiting.
Special places, friendly faces, a world full of life.
Your world is waiting, and Visa is there.
You're traveling, you're moving, you're getting more from life.
In 120 countries, Visa is there for traveling, shopping, and cash. Visa is the most widely recognized name in the world. Visa, we're keeping up with you.
Quick, think of a new word in roll-ons. Quick, think of new quick-dry Dial antiperspirant. Dial is clearly different. First, the leading roll-on. It looks thick, feels stickier. But Dial rolls on clear, feels fresh, less sticky. And Dial dries quick, gives you long-lasting protection against wetness and odor. In fact, no leading roll-on keeps you drier. New quick-dry Dial rolls on clear, dries quick.
Ballpark Franks, they plump when you cook 'em. There's no mistake in those Franks you're making. Our Ballpark Franks, they plump when you cook 'em. Ballpark Franks.
Ballpark Franks are so plump, full of juicy beef, veal, and lean meaty pork, they plump when you cook 'em.
No matter where you take 'em or how you make 'em, they're Ballpark Franks, 'cause they plump when you cook 'em. Ballpark Franks.
All over
over America, all kinds of people are discovering the joy of cooking. The General Electric food processor. From simple suppers to fancy feasts, the GE food processor is the joy of cooking because it makes hard work with joy and gives you time to make great-looking, great-tasting meals. Night after night. The GE food processor. Buy one now and get a $5 rebate.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
From the Mutual Studios in Washington, I'm Fulton Lewis, and that's the top of the news as it looks from here.
I'm Magee Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. I have an unusual story about a father and son. You know, it is said that love and hate are two sides of the same coin. If this is so, Phil, the son, never believed it. His hatred blinded him to the extent that he lost all humanity and compassion for his father. This is Phil Coleman.
It's not in the past. It's now. Every day of my life since I can remember. It was my mother's life. The life of my sister. It wasn't only his miserable life that was destroyed. It was all of us. My mother dead at 43. My sister, I don't even know where she is or what became of her.
Now, look, Mr. Coleman, I can appreciate what you've been through, but if you won't take him, he'll die here in prison.
Let him die.
Our mystery drama, Accounts Receivable, was especially written for the Radio Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars William Prince. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Bill Coleman parked his battered pickup truck in a prison compound marked for visitors. He walked 50 yards to the dirty gray guardhouse and presented his credentials to the stony-faced officer who permitted Coleman to step out again into the rain and proceed toward the great, dirty granite complex, the maximum security prison for the state. Once inside, Coleman was ushered into the office of the chief prison doctor.
Mr. Coleman, will you have a chair? I just want to get out the file on your father. I'm sorry I had to come out on such a nasty day. Let me see here. Coleman. Now, Richard. Oh, here we are. I don't really need to look at the file on Rich Coleman. I almost know it by heart. Caught in a police trap after being at large for 12 days after the payroll robbery at the Sphinx Tool and Die Company plant. Both his accomplices, Buddy Mayer and Mickey Montross, killed running from the police, and their share of the robbery recovered. Only your father held out, denying that he had any part of the money.
Please, Doctor. I know the story.
Yeah, I suppose you do. Do you think he hid his share somewhere before the police got him?
I don't know any more than you do.
$106,000. Your father was quite a celebrity all over the papers, TV, radio. Nobody talked of anything else at the time. He was something of a folk hero.
Gunman? Bank robber? A folk hero?
Now, look, Mr. Coleman, the reason I asked you to come is that I couldn't write what I wanted to say. I discussed the matter with the warden, and he approved of my plan. He will cooperate, and with his help, it won't be too difficult to obtain a parole.
Parole? He's coming out?
He's had a serious heart attack. It's his third. Now, the parole can be arranged for humane reasons, etc. There's only one catch. The warden will go along with this if you will assume responsibility.
No.
He's a sick old man.
No.
What if you won't take him? He'll die here.
Let him. Let him die.
How long is it since you've seen him?
I went to his trial. I took my mother.
Over 9 years ago. You haven't seen him or written to him since?
Well, he wrote to me when he was informed that my mother died. I didn't answer. He sent birthday cards to Harry, my son.
I want you to do something for me. I want you to see him.
No. No, I couldn't.
I want you to do it for me. I won't ask anything else of you. Won't take long, Mr. Coleman. Rick? Rick? Think you can wake up a bit and talk?
Oh, it's you, Doc. What do you want?
I brought someone to see you, Rick.
Hello? Rick?
Who is it? It's your son, Rick. He's come to see you.
Phil? You?
Yeah? Yeah, Rick. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. I've been a little under the weather. How's the kid?
Oh, Harry's fine. He's going to school. Fine.
Nina, how's she? I only saw her that one time at the trial.
Oh, she's okay. She's getting on.
Hey, Phil, I wonder if, when you get back, would you send me a picture of Harry?
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Sure, I'll send you pictures.
Well, only, Phil, if you don't mind, I'd like to have my grandson send it.
Phil, is that you?
Yeah, Nina.
Come on out in the kitchen. I'm fixing dinner.
Yeah, smells good.
One of your favorites. I thought I'd make you feel better with a good meal in you after a day of driving in the rain. Is it still raining?
Oh, it stopped about an hour ago. Just about when I got to Glens Falls.
That's good. We had enough rain.
Yeah. Harry home?
In his room doing his homework.
But was that radio going?
He says he concentrates better.
Ames call?
Yeah, twice. About 30 minutes ago. He seemed angry.
That's too damn bad.
I wish you and him got along. It'd make it so much easier.
But he never does his share of the work at this station. If he has to go out and pump a tank of gas, you'd think the world was coming to an end. He hardly gets his hands dirty.
Well, now, you knew he didn't know anything about the gas station business, Phil.
Okay, I needed his money, but I can't carry him on my back. I gotta buy him out. Well, ain't you gonna ask me?
I know you'll get around to it in your own time.
I saw him. Talked to him.
How is he?
Hardly recognize him. Gotten so old. I don't think he knew me at first. He's been sick. Heart. Doc said it was his third, a bad one.
Is that why they wanted you to come see him?
Partly. They had something else up their sleeve. They're going to let him out.
Out? Well, I thought he was in for life.
That's right. 4-time loser, they call it. According to the state laws, that's life. But because of his health, the doc called it humane reasons or something, they'll parole him.
And they have to get your approval, huh? That why they made you come?
Something like that. They want me to be responsible for him.
What?
Want me to take him in, take care of him.
Well, maybe he wouldn't want that, Phil.
He's got nothing to say about it. It's either that or die in prison.
Oh, Phil.
I told him. No, I wouldn't have him.
Now, Phil, you know you're going to take him in.
No, I'll never have him in my house. Let that jailbird die where he belongs. Let him die in prison.
Had this hot tip in the 7th.
Skitch.
Just a minute, Lou.
Can't you see I'm busy, Coleman?
Oh, anyway, so what happens? I plunge. I put 20 on his nose.
Skitch, cut it short, will you? I want to talk to you.
Lou, I'm sorry. I'll have to continue this later. Boy, have you got a nerve.
Your damn telephone call's so important you can't wait on a customer.
That punk, I knew he was there. Give me $2 worth. I'm trying to discourage customers like that.
Looks like you're trying to discourage all of them. We're losing people every day to Ray Damon at People's Corner.
Good. Why don't you buy me out and go join up with your buddy Ray? You make me very happy.
I can't talk to you anymore without getting into a fight.
I want out, Coleman. I want it quick. Buy my half of the business and run things your own crooked way.
Crooked? What are you saying?
I'm wise to you, Coleman. I've known about you for the last 3 years.
What?
I should have known it 4 years ago. I could have avoided all this.
Avoided what, Ames?
Okay, buddy, if you want it cold and clear like a weather report, your father's a jailbird.
Go on.
Why should I go on? You get what I mean.
No, I don't. I'd like to have you spell it out. All nice and slow.
You know the old saying, like father, like...
You're the lowest scub I've ever known. To lay on me about what my father's done. I've never cheated you out of one lousy cent. I put up with you, split even with you for 4 years. You haven't done 5 cents worth of work.
This does it. I want you to get up $15,000 by the end of the month and buy me out.
I'm seeing Clark Wetley at the bank tomorrow morning. As for you, you don't have to come around here to use the phone in the men's room. You just stay home. I'll send you your cut. Now get out of my service station. Hello, Mr. Wetley. I want you to excuse me for calling you at home after business hours. Well, you see, I can't make it down to the bank during the day. I've been trying for over a week. I'm kind of short-handed. Who, Ames? Well, that's why I'm calling you. I want to buy him out. You see, it's a good business for one owner, but when you divide it in two... What I'm trying to say is I'm going to need a big loan from the bank. 15. Yeah, that's what he wants for his share. Well, he won't take less than that. Yeah, I know it's tough trying to do this over the phone. Maybe tomorrow morning. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
Well, how'd he sound?
Oh, I don't know. Well, that's a lot I'm asking for.
Till suppose you can't get the money. What can Ames do?
He called me on the phone at the station today. He says he's talking to his lawyer. And if I can't make it, he says he can force a sale of the property and a division of the proceeds. You know what that would amount to after we paid off the $5,000 loan to the bank and legal fees? Maybe $5,000-6,000 each. $5,000. Out of work. How long would it last? Nina, I'm desperate. I never felt so boxed in my life. I got only 10 more days till the end of the month.
Oh, darling, don't worry. We'll manage. I'll get that. Yes. Yes, this is the Coleman residence. Who's... Well, yes, he's home, but I don't know...
Who is it, Nina?
Pardon me a minute. Phil, it's that doctor. The doctor from the prison?
What do I need this for? At this time. I know what he wants, and he knows how I feel. Tell him to... No, give me that phone. Look, Doctor, why can't you leave me alone? You know, I don't want him now or ever. That's final. Goodbye. I can remember wanting a father so much it had hurt. I'd cry at night in my bed, and I'm quiet so my mother wouldn't hear. I'd pray. Please, God, let me have him around for a week, huh? A whole day. An hour. That's when I really believed in a God. I swore that if I ever had a kid, I'd love him, take care of him.
Clean and honest like his father.
I've never taken a cent that didn't belong to me, Nina.
I know that, dear, and I love you for it. You're a good man.
That wasn't the first time the doctor has called, was it?
No, he's called at least 5 times in the last few days.
Call him. Tell him the old man can come.
Oh, Phil.
I don't know how we're going to manage.
And so Phil Coleman yields to the pressure around him to accept his father into his home. The barrier of hate he has built up, however, will not dissolve. We'll return shortly with Act Two. The first of the month has come, and Phil Coleman has not been able to raise the money to buy out his partner. Another event is taking place which brings him no joy. His father is coming today to become a permanent member of the household.
It's them, Mom. They're here. It's Dad's pickup truck for Grandpa.
Now, Harry, take it easy. You know how excited you get about things. Now, remember, he's an old man, and he's been very sick.
I know. Mom, I'm really glad to see him.
Well, go open the door. Dad's carrying the suitcase.
Welcome, Grandpa. Here, let me take this suitcase. Dad, I'll show him to his room.
Well, come in. Don't just stand in the door.
Sure. Thanks.
Let me take the suitcase.
Huh? Oh, yeah, here.
Follow me, Grandpa. I'll show you where you bunk.
Harry, take it easy. Give him a chance to catch his breath. You want to sit down, Rick?
Okay to sit, Phil?
Sure.
If you want anything, coffee or tea or anything.
I ain't allowed to drink coffee.
Oh. Well, if you're tired...
No, I ain't.
You can go to bed. Don't sit up to be polite.
I ain't tired.
Oh, Nina, I'm going down to the station. I got a little work to do.
Well, Eddie called up at 7 when he closed up, Bill. What's the point of going there at this hour?
Well, today's the first of the month. I thought I'd pay my bills. Some people do, you know.
Phil, your father just got here.
I got bills to pay, Nina.
How about a game of checkers, Grandpa?
Homework, Harry?
I did it this afternoon so I'd have a chance to spend some time with Grandpa. How about it, Grandpa?
I'm going to show you how to play that game. I was a champ at it.
Coleman Service Station. Oh, Mr. Wetley. Yeah, I called the bank earlier, but they said you was busy. Yeah. Well, it's getting kind of urgent. You see, I told Ames I'd be able to settle matters with him around the first of the month. It's the 11th already. He calls me every day. Mr. Wetley, I'm desperate. I gotta get that loan. What? Well, when can you let me know? Well, couldn't you make it sooner? Okay, Mr. Wetley. I know you're doing your best for me. Pardon me, Mr. Wetley. Someone wants gas. Please call me as soon as you know. Thanks. Goodbye. Coming. Oh, I'm sorry to keep you...
This the way you do business, Coleman? You're going to run this joint into the ground in 3 months.
Well, I'm sorry, but Eddie's out to lunch. Or something, Skitch.
Mr. Ames to you, Coleman. Fill her up.
Sure.
Reason I dropped by, Coleman, my lawyer's drawing up papers to dissolve our partnership and...
Well, I was just talking to the bank when you drove in.
Good. When are you getting the cash?
Soon.
What does that mean? Either you're going to get it or you ain't. Don't try stalling me with soon. You said you'd have it before the end of last month. You know what the date is today?
I'm doing my best,
It ain't good enough.
Give me a little time. But you'll get your 15 grand.
I'll give you another week.
Thanks, Ames.
You know why I think you're going to be able to come up with the money? Your old man is living with you now.
What the hell are you driving at?
Everybody knows he's got over 100,000 stashed away from that job he did about 10 years ago.
You fat pig! I'll pull you out of that car.
Oh, my God, you're choking me.
Okay. Now get out of here.
Coach says I'm an athlete for basketball, Dad. All I need is practice.
Yeah, good. Nina, you know I got to get back and relieve Eddie for dinner if the meal ain't ready.
It's all ready, Phil. It's all ready.
Rick, food's on the table.
Thought I'd join you for grub. I don't want to cause no trouble.
Sit down, Grandpa.
There was a man here to see you today, Rick.
See me?
Mm-hmm.
Can't imagine who'd be coming around to see me.
Maybe some old cellmate.
Phil.
Guess maybe Phil's right. One of my old buddies.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Mr. Coleman?
Yep.
Sorry to bother you during business hours, but seemed like the best time to talk to you alone. Oh, my card.
Herbert, McCauley, Crandler, Epping. International Insurance.
I'm an insurance detective. Let me explain. When a big job is pulled, maybe 100, 200 grand, even bigger, the insurance companies have to fork over the money to the people who have insurance to cover such things. The money that isn't recovered, that is. You get me?
Yeah.
But what you don't know is the insurance companies never give up. They'll follow a man right into his grave to get back the stolen cash. Take your father's case, for example.
I don't want to go into it. I know all about it.
It might be worth your while to talk to me. 10% of $106,000 is a lot of green. 106,000 was your father's cut of the heist. And that's the amount still missing from the Sphinx Tool and Die Company hold-up 10 years ago.
But on trial, he said he never got his share, that his buddies cheated him.
Bunk. The jury didn't believe him then, and I don't believe him now. He's got it, but he'll never be able to spend a buck of it. We've been after him for 10 years already, and that ain't nothing. We kept after a guy for 20 years and finally got the money back. Happened before I got in the company. They caught the guy digging up a big glass bottle stuffed with moldy old bills. And here's the laugh. The bills were the big old size, printed before they changed over to the small ones. He couldn't have spent the money. It was out of date.
Yeah, I'm a busy man, Mr.
Yeah, Macaulay. I was over to your house yesterday to talk to Rick, but I figured it'd be better talking to you.
Oh, so that was you. Look, I'm short-handed here. You're keeping me
I guess you didn't hear what I said a moment ago. You could get 10% of 106 grand just for helping me get the money back from your father.
Okay, now, what's the big mystery? Where's Harry? Didn't go to church last Sunday either.
No big mystery, Phil. He's out with the boys practicing basketball.
So you have to practice today?
It's the only time the basketball field or court or whatever they call it is available.
So the little stinker thought he was going to get away with it, did he?
Oh, well, now, don't be too hard on him. He's a good boy, and he works very hard at his schoolwork.
Oh, I know. I used to go AWOL Sundays whenever I could as a kid, play basketball. Used to make my mother sore. Once she came right out to the lot where I was playing and grabbed my ear and walked me 3 blocks like that to school. No, I ain't mad at him, but I got to make a little fuss to show him my feelings. Okay, Nina.
Now, don't make a big thing out of it, huh?
Think he's home yet?
Well, he wouldn't be this early.
Got your key?
Well, the door isn't locked. Your father's home. Well, Harry, you're home.
Hello, Mom. Hi, Dad. This is Mr. Kanaki, my gym teacher.
Hello,
How do
Mr.
you
Coleman.
do?
I'm sorry to bother you, especially on a Sunday, but...
Anything wrong?
Well, Mr. Coleman, let me tell you that I know Harry's a good boy and an excellent student, and nothing is going to be done to spoil his record.
Well, what are you driving at,
Now,
Mr.
don't lose your temper,
Phil?
Mr. Coleman. It's just that Harry and 2 other boys have been playing basketball in the school gymnasium on Sundays.
Well, what's so bad about that?
Well, they had to break into the school to use the gym. And now, although they're all 14 and wouldn't be prosecuted for criminal action at that age, breaking and entering is a serious matter.
Breaking and entering.
And when we found the locks jimmied last week, we set a trap this Sunday.
And what do you intend to do?
Oh, well, frankly, we are not going to do anything. But we expect that the boys' parents will exert some sort of influence to keep this from recurring.
You've talked to the other parents.
Oh, yes, on the phone.
3 boys caught busting into the school. You call and tell the parents of the other 2 kids about it on the phone. But Harry's folks get a personal interview. Why?
Well, you see, this is sort of difficult to explain, Mr. Coleman, but...
Maybe I can help you.
Wait, Phil. Harry, you go to your room.
No, he better stay right here. Sit down, Harry. Now, Mr. Kanaki, I'll tell you why you came here to talk to me, personal-like. You know the name Coleman for a long time, don't you? Read about it in the papers?
Well, really, it was your son who revealed that Rick Coleman was his grandfather. He turned in a theme last week to his English teacher, Mrs. Margolis, which rather shocked her.
He used bad words?
Oh, no, that wasn't it. He seemed proud of the accomplishments of his grandfather, extolled his talent, so to speak.
Now, aren't you making a lot more out of this than is really there?
Well, I told Mr. Gilchrist I didn't want to come here, but he insisted. It seems that he wanted to know about your father, Mr. Coleman. We understand that he's living with you.
You think he's been a bad influence?
Oh, I'm trying not to make any judgments, Mr. Coleman, but I expect you will. And now I think I've said enough. Please excuse me for spoiling your day. Goodbye. Keep your nose clean there, Harry.
Bye, Mr. Kanaki.
Go to your room, Mary.
Yes, Dad. I got a lot of homework anyway.
Well, what are you going to do, Phil?
I don't know. But I'm going to start out with him. With Rick.
In Phil's mind, his father's influence was spreading like some evil disease. Now even young Harry was infected. But what he neglected to notice was the change in his own character. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Despite Phil's resolve to speak to his father immediately, so many other matters converged on him that it was several days before he had time to get Rick alone for the soul-searching talk that he envisioned. Strangely enough, the conversation, when he finally got around to it, took an entirely different course.
Come. Rick, you busy?
Doing what? I've been expecting you for the last couple of days. Harry said you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, but I've been busy. I've got lots of troubles.
I'm only one, huh? Well, you want I should pack up and...
What are you talking about?
Only place I gotta go is back to Stir. Now that the kid gets rapped with a charge of breaking and entering. I figure this is it. Time for me to pack up.
Why did you give him all the stuff on you? The story he wrote for his teacher about your life.
He told me he was going to write it. He asked me for help. I told him don't do it. It'll get you in trouble. So he goes down to the library. And they let him see the old newspapers and microfilms.
Oh, so that's how he got it.
Ask him.
No, I believe you.
First time in your life, I felt.
What?
That you believe me.
Yeah, maybe. Rick, you know Macaulay, insurance detective?
Him. That old troublemaker. First couple of years I was in Stir, he was practically my only visitor.
Yeah, well, he came to see me with something on his mind.
Don't tell me, I know. That old story, huh? That dough was supposed to be my cut. They want it.
They're willing to pay me to help them get it.
He offered you 10%, right?
That's right.
What'd you tell him?
Listen, I got to explain something to you.
You told him you'd go along. You'd get the money, didn't you?
Look, Rick. You'll never be able to spend it. I'm desperate for cash. I need $15,000 to pay off my partner, to get him out of the business.
I know. Harry gave me all the details.
And if he forces a sale to dissolve the partnership, I'm done for. We both won't get what the place is worth. And I'll be out of work.
What can I do?
Look, the bank is holding back on lending me $15,000. But I could get $5,000. Give me the money, Rick.
Oh, boy. That's a laugh.
You've never done anything for me in my whole life. Now's your chance to pay me back for the kind of childhood and life I've had because of you.
Hold on. I'd like to help you if I could, but I can't.
Why not? Because you want to hog the whole $106,000 for yourself?
You think that?
Yeah, Macaulay does too.
I haven't got the money.
You know where it is?
No. I said at the trial I didn't get my cut. They cheated me.
Yeah, they said you were lying then.
I told the truth.
You're lying now.
Okay. Suppose I'm lying. I'm not giving up that money because there ain't no money.
want to bother you, Harry, if you're doing your homework.
Nearly finished. You want to talk to me?
Yeah. Yeah, Mom's in the kitchen doing the dishes. I thought this would be the best time to talk to you alone.
If it's about that trouble, you know the Sunday basketball business? Don't worry. I had a long talk with Mr. Gilchrist, and he's going to forget the whole matter. Also, in spite of the fact that Mrs. Margolis didn't like the subject matter of the theme, she gave me an A- for effort and research.
Yeah? Yeah, that's good.
I won't make stupid mistakes like that again, Dad. You can bet on it.
Yeah. Look, what about Rick?
What do you mean?
Well, where does he go when he goes out?
He hardly ever goes out. He sits around in his room most of the time. I asked him about it. You know something? He's been locked up for so long in a jail cell that he isn't used to having any freedom. He told me he doesn't feel safe outside. How do you like that?
But when he does go out, where does he go?
Once a month. He has to report to his parole officer. The office is over on Dean Street. I walked over there with him once. He wanted my company.
Well, any other time? I mean, does he go out maybe when you're in school or nobody's home? Slip out, kind of secret-like?
Why would he do that, Dad?
Well, I'm just asking. I'm responsible for him.
I know, but you don't have to worry about Grandpa. He told me he doesn't want any more trouble in his life. He's a sick old man.
Yeah. You're right.
One thing, it's bothered him when he sort of let it slip out one time when we were talking. It bothered me, too.
What was that? About the money?
What money? Oh, you mean the money they think it's hidden? He doesn't have the money. He never had it.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
You don't believe him?
Well, let's forget I ever brought it up, huh? If Rick convinced you, that's all that counts.
That's what I was trying to tell you. That bothers him. You and Mom, you both call him Rick.
Yeah?
He's your father. Couldn't you...
What do you want me to call him? Daddy?
No, not that way. But just once, be nice to him. Make him feel like he belongs.
Rick never done anything in his life for me. I can't. The bank says I gotta get more collateral.
Everyone knows he's got over 100,000 stashed away.
I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't touch.
10% of 106,000. I'll keep my mouth shut. 10%. That's fair.
I wouldn't touch that dirty money.
Take the money. All of it, Bill. It belongs to you. I stole it for you.
106,000. Rick earned the money.
Phil, wake
10
up.
years. Nearly 10 years.
Phil, darling, you're having a bad dream.
It's my money.
Phil.
It belongs to me.
Darling, please, wake up.
No, it's my money, all of it.
Phil, open your eyes. You were having a bad dream. I could hardly wake you.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm all right.
Do you want a glass of water or something?
No, I'm okay now.
You were dreaming about that money, weren't you? You kept saying something about 106,000. And then you said, it's mine. It belongs to me.
Oh, that's just a dream. Forget it. I'm getting up.
Phil, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. You've only been asleep 2 hours.
I'm getting up. Mind if I switch on the light?
No.
I'm going out, Nina.
Out? At this hour? When will you be back?
Later. I don't know. I don't want you to say anything to Harry about this. Or to anyone. Understand?
No. But I won't say anything if you don't want me to.
Well, I'd like to explain, but there's no time. Rick, wake up.
Yeah?
What's the matter?
I'll turn the light on.
What's going on?
Get your clothes on, Rick.
What time is it? It's the middle of the night.
Get your clothes on.
Yeah, sure, fellas. Sure, if you say so.
Come on, hurry up. Get dressed.
Sure. But I don't get it.
But I do.
What?
What you owe me.
Oh. Oh, you mean for room and board? Oh, sure.
Look, Rick, I don't want to play games with you. I want the money that you hid away for 10 years. You owe it to me, and I need it.
You really think I got it? You really think I got it? I will... Get up! Get up!
Don't you laugh at me. Don't you ever laugh at me.
I wasn't. It just struck me that you believe I got that loot stashed away someplace, just like everybody else.
That's right. And I want it. Now, you and me are going to go where that money is.
Phil,
tonight.
I swear I ain't got it. I never had it.
Get out. Come on, get out.
I told you the truth, Phil.
You never told the truth in your whole rotten life. But you're going to come clean with me now, Rick. We're going out tonight, and we're going to get that money. All of it.
Phil, you're acting crazy.
It's mine. That money. You owe it to me. It's kind of like what they call accounts receivable.
It can't work, Phil. It can't work.
Why not?
Because there ain't no money. There never was. I never got any cut.
Rick, you all right?
Yeah, just fine.
Well?
Okay, let's go. You win.
How much farther? We've been out nearly an hour.
Keep going. It's near Plainfield. I'll tell you when.
We're 5 miles past Plainfield.
It's near here. I recognize it. I see it. Stop here.
Okay. Now where?
Here. See this here path? Up to the top of the hill.
Wait till I get the shovels out. You feel all right?
Sure. Let's go.
It's not easy climbing up ahead.
Keep going. Keep going. Here. This is it. Here, start digging.
You sure this is the right place? Rick, you hear me? You all right? I was asking you if you could have been mistaken about the spot. The spot where you hid the money.
Oh, no mistake. No.
Down over 3 feet now.
Deeper.
Okay. I'm getting pushed.
Give me a shovel. I'll help.
No. I'm okay.
Give me a shovel. Give me.
Sure. I don't know why you want to. You're too weak to do much. Here.
Want to know why I want to dig?
Why?
So, sorry for what I done to you.
Why you want to dig?
I didn't give you nothing in your whole life. I'm really sorry for what. I was rotten to you. You know why I want to dig?
No, why?
Because I'm digging my own grave.
Hey, Rick! Rick, what is it?
Put me down. Put me down. There ain't no money, Phil. Not a damn cent.
No dough.
I was telling the truth once in my life, and nobody believed me.
Okay. I believe you. No, take it easy. You're going to be okay.
No, never.
No, why'd you want to go through with this whole digging business if you knew it wasn't there?
I wanted to show you what wanting money can do even to an honest Joe like you. Now maybe you can understand the kind of mug your father was.
Oh, Rick. Rick, listen. Everything's going to be all right between us from now on.
Sure. Sure. Only one thing.
Yeah?
Call me something besides Rick.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've been wanting to. I've been wanting to. That easy for me to say it. Pa? Pa? Get well. Don't die, Pa.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, son.
Pa!
Phil Coleman searched for a father all his life and lost him at the moment of finding him. I'll be back shortly. The other side of the coin was revealed to Phil too late. But in his heart was a new understanding of his father, of his son, and the meaning of love. Our cast included William Prince, Joseph Julian, Ralph Carter, Joan Lovejoy, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
I said, who are you? Tell me.
Spencer.
What are you doing here?
Now, look, darling, if this is
Oh, no. What am I doing here?
If this is a joke, it's not in the best of taste.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know where I am. Or who you are.
Where are you going?
Home.
This is your home, Spencer.
Please, don't be alarmed, please. I hope I haven't frightened you. I'll leave this minute.
You mean that after 23 years of marriage, you look at your wife one morning and you don't know who she is?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station, your station for news as it happens. Your dial is set for the latest international, national, and local news with John Scott reporting from the 710 newsroom. WOR New York, the time 8 o'clock.
Being careful about my body doesn't just mean major things like regular breast exams. I'm even careful about pain relievers. Plain aspirin sometimes upset my stomach, so I use Bufferin. It adds protection.
I'm careful about what goes into my body. Bufferin gives me an added relief action I want. Tylenol doesn't.
Only one leading tablet has both. An added relief action in many cases that Tylenol never provides, and protection ingredients. Bufferin.
Now I'm careful to get both with Bufferin.
Crystal Vanish has Chloride Plus Disinfectant Crystal.
Chloride Plus?
For the special problem of toilet bowl cleaning.
Special problem? Won't these work?
Scouring powders or bleaches can't do the whole job. But watch Vanish release its crystals in water to clean, disinfect, and deodorize.
Vanish is best.
Crystal Vanish.
With Chloride Plus Disinfecting Crystal.
For a cleaner bowl and a fresher bathroom.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Put a smile in your smoking.
By Chesterfield. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. The owner of a small delicatessen reports that he's been robbed. He says the thief casually walked out of his store and disappeared. Your job? Find him.
Put a smile in your smoking.
Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember this. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like Chesterfield.
Put a smile in your smoking.
Instantly, you'll smile your approval of Chesterfield's smoothness.
So smooth, so satisfying.
You want them mild. We make them mild. Mild and mellow, with the smooth and refreshing taste of the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. So next time you buy cigarettes,
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, October 9th. It was overcast in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from communications. It was 3:48 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery. I got it. Robbery, Friday. Yeah, just a second. Give me that pad, man.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, please. All right, I have it. What happened? How long ago? All right. Right away. Thank you. Guy came into a delicatessen over on Sunset. Took out a pretty big order.
Yeah?
Sack full of money. 4:15 p.m. Frank and I drove out to a small combination delicatessen and grocery on the corner of Sunset and 3rd. The owner of the store, Mr. Paul Claypool, told us that the robbery had taken place approximately 20 minutes earlier. He said that the patrol car officer who had answered his call had left to make an immediate search for the suspect.
Gave a real good description, I did.
Yes, sir, you said that.
Kept my wits about me. All the time that young hoodlum was in the store, I was studying him. Didn't let him catch on, of course, but I was making mental notes.
I wonder if you'd tell us just what happened, Mr. Claypool.
How's that?
Well, we'd like to hear about the robbery right from the beginning.
Oh, checking up on me, huh?
Sir?
Making sure I give you the same story I gave that other cop.
Oh, no, sir, that's not the idea.
I told him everything there was to tell.
Well, we'd like to hear it, too, that's all.
You ain't going to hear nothing different from what he did.
Well, would you tell us anyway?
Well, if that's how you want it. This here crook fella came walking into my store, big as life. That's how it begun.
Mm-hmm.
That was about 20 minutes ago, was it?
Oh, might be 21 or 2, but now it depends on how long you've been talking to me.
Yes, sir.
What did he say when he came out?
Bandit fella?
That's right.
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. That's what he said. Not a single solitary word.
I see.
Didn't even open his mouth. Just handed me an envelope.
Yeah?
Sealed it was. Sealed up shut.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Struck me as being kind of peculiar.
What do you mean?
Well, lots of my customers bring in lists of things they're supposed to buy. They don't seal them in no envelope, though.
I see.
My instinct sure was right. It wasn't no grocery list. It was far from it.
Is that so?
Note inside. Hand-printed it was.
I see.
Want to know what it said?
Well, that would be nice, yes, sir.
Take all of the money out of the cash register, put it in a paper bag, and hand it over.
Uh-huh.
That wasn't all. You want to hear the rest?
If you would, please.
Don't do any talking. Don't try to stop me. If you do, I'll kill you. That was the end of it.
Do you still have this note, Mr. Claypool?
Right over there. It's laying on the register.
Wonder if we could see it, please.
Well, that's up to you, I guess. Other cops said I wasn't to handle it on account of fingerprints.
Well, we'll try to be careful with it.
Help yourself. Ain't my place to take no chances on destroying valuable evidence.
Yes, sir.
Well, had it right, didn't it? Word for word?
Yes, sir, you sure did.
After you read this note, what'd you do, Mr. Claypool?
I done just what it said.
You gave him the money from the register?
That's right. Put in a paper bag at number 8.
What's that, sir?
8. That was the size of the bag.
Oh. How much money did you give him?
All there was, a neighborhood of $50.
Most of it in bills?
Most, I'd say. A couple of 10s, 3 or 4 5s, some 1s. Rest was change.
All right. What happened next?
Fella took the bag, kind of grinned, and walked out. Looked real pleased with himself.
Did you see where he went?
Left the store.
Yes, sir. I mean, after that.
Turned down the street.
Did you get into a car?
I didn't see none.
You didn't try to follow him?
Nope. I didn't aim to stick out my neck none. Figured that was up to you fellas.
That's right.
Now, Mr. Claypool, do you know if the robber had a gun?
Must have.
Did you see it?
Nope. But that there note said he'd kill me if I gave him any trouble.
Yes, sir.
Must have had a gun if he aimed to kill me. Well, stands to reason.
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody else in here when he came in?
Just me. I don't do much business this time of the afternoon, and not on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Had you ever seen this man before?
Nope, not that I recollect.
I wonder if you could describe him for us.
Oh, sure. I told you I gave him a real good once-over.
Yes, sir.
First off, he was a young fella, right around 20, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Husky, about 5'10", maybe weighs 170. Not fat, you understand. He's just husky.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about his coloring?
Well, I'm coming to that.
Yes, sir.
Brown hair, medium brown. Kind of gray eyes, medium complexion.
Any marks or scars?
No.
How was he dressed?
Pants, dark-colored, serge, more than likely. Blue serge. They looked like they was part of a suit.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't see his shirt. He had on a sweater, yellowish, with one of them collars that chokes you.
What's that?
Fits all around your neck, you see, like so. See?
Turtleneck sweater?
Oh, is that what you call it?
Yes, sir.
Turtleneck, huh? Well, that's a right good name. That's just what it looks like. Turtle poking out his neck.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else you can tell us about this man?
What have you got in mind?
Well, Mr. Claypool, anything that would help us identify him.
Well, sir, he acted real funny, almost like he didn't know what he was doing.
Oh?
Kind of looked at me funny, too. Don't know how to put it into words exactly.
Yes, sir. Wonder if you'd come down to City Hall for a few minutes, Mr. Claypool.
City Hall?
Yes, sir. We'd like to show you some mug shots, see if you can make an identification for us.
Well, that'd mean closing up the store.
Well, it won't take very long.
Well, I guess it'll help catch this fellow.
We'd appreciate it.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Claypool's Delicatessen. How's that? Who? Friday?
That's for us, sir.
Oh. Here you are.
Thank you. This Friday. Yeah, that's right. How long ago? Fountain? Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Well, we won't need you downtown just yet, Mr. Claypool.
Change your mind, huh?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Flower shop over on Fountain.
Yeah?
Sounds like the same guy. Frank and I told Mr. Claypool we'd check with him later. We left the delicatessen and drove out to the Pringer Flora shop on Fountain and Selma. 4:42 p.m., we talked to the victim, Miss Norma Devereaux. She seemed to be extremely agitated. She told us that a man had walked into the store about 4:30 and gave her a sealed envelope. She showed us the note the envelope had contained, and it appeared to be a duplicate of the note Mr. Claypool had been given.
Did this man say anything to you, Miss Devereaux?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Well, did you say anything to him?
Oh, I was too scared.
Yes, ma'am.
How much money did he take?
Well, I gave him all there was, everything in the register.
I see, but about how much would you say?
I'm not sure. You see, I don't work here. I was just helping out.
Mm-hmm.
The store belongs to my sister and brother-in-law.
I see.
They wanted to take their children for a ride this afternoon, so I said I'd look after the shop.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I never should have offered. I might have known something like this would happen. I've had a funny feeling all day long.
Is that right?
It's a bad week for me anyway, this whole week.
Huh?
According to my horoscope.
Oh. And you don't have any idea how much money was stolen, Miss Devereaux?
Well, I don't think it was very much. A few bills and some coins.
Mm-hmm.
Do you happen to know what day this is? The date, I mean?
Yes, ma'am. This is the 9th.
The 9th. Oh, I might have known. She said to be especially careful on the 9th and the 11th. Why didn't I pay more attention to that last reading? It certainly cost me enough.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Miss Devereaux, you noticed where this man went when he left the shop?
What?
Did you notice where he went?
Oh, no. I didn't pay any attention. I was just so relieved that he was gone.
I wonder if you describe him for us, please.
Well...
Miss Devereaux?
I'm trying to think.
Yes, ma'am.
It just comes up a blank. His face, everything about him.
Well, how's he dressed?
I'm terribly sorry. I just can't remember.
Well, maybe we can help you. Was he wearing a coat or a sweater?
That's right. A sweater. I remember the sweater.
Mm-hmm. What color was it?
Lightish, I think. I'm not sure.
What kind of a sweater? Would you recall that?
Just a sweater, I guess.
How about his hair? Eyes? Anything at all, Miss Devereaux?
Well, there's one thing. I don't know whether it would do any good or not.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like such a fool not being able to remember where it was or when, but I'm almost certain about it.
What's that?
That I've seen him before.
Frank and I continued to question the victim. She insisted that she had met or seen the suspect sometime before the crime, but she was unable to recall the circumstances. 5:38 p.m., we drove both victims down to the city hall and asked them to go through the mug books for the purpose of identifying the suspect.
Well, we finished another book, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Seems like you sure have enough of them.
Yes, sir.
If I could only think where it was.
Ma'am?
That I saw him before.
Yes.
Did I get you folks some coffee?
That sounds like a right good idea.
How about you, miss?
What?
Would you like some coffee, too? Miss Devereaux.
That's it. That's it. I remember now. His face, everything about him. It's the same man. I'm positive it is.
Oh?
It was when you mentioned coffee. That's what brought it back to me.
Yes, ma'am. Now, just when was it you saw this man?
Oh, let's see. It was last week when I went shopping for a new coat. Tuesday. Yes, that's when it was. Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I was having lunch. The Fairway Cafeteria in Hollywood.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it was crowded, and I was sitting alone. He came by and asked if he could use the same table.
All right, go ahead.
I nodded, and he sat down. I didn't pay any attention to him. Not really. I just went on and finished my lunch. He was still eating when I left.
Mm-hmm. Anything else you can tell us about him?
I think he had on the same clothes he was wearing today, the sweater anyway. I remember the sweater, real plain now.
I see. Now, you're sure this was the same man who robbed you?
Oh, yes, I know it was.
Mm-hmm.
That'll help, won't it? My remembering where I saw him?
Well, it might.
I'll bet he eats there all the time, at that same cafeteria.
Yes, ma'am. We'll check on that.
Oh, he does. I just feel certain of it. You'll see, Sergeant. It was fate that made me go into that restaurant, and it was fate that made him sit at my table.
Yes, ma'am.
It was all part of a big plan. Our meeting like that, and then him robbing me today. It was all part of a big plan so that you could catch him.
Yes, that's right.
And you will catch him. Don't you worry about that. You'll catch him. Fate's against him.
Well, that makes us even then, doesn't it?
What?
So are we. Now that she remembered seeing the suspect before, Miss Devereaux confirmed Paul Claypool's description. We asked the victims to continue going through the mug books. They were unable to come up with an identification. 6:31 p.m., Frank and I drove them home, and we went off duty. The next day, October 10th, 10:05 a.m., we interviewed the day cashiers at the Fairway Cafeteria. They couldn't recall any specific customer who answered the suspect's description. 11:46 a.m., we went back to the office. Robbery Friday. Yeah, Larry. Mm-hmm. Well, thanks anyway. Right. Sloan.
Yeah?
Says he can't give us a lead from the way those notes were printed.
Oh?
Well, how about an early lunch today, huh?
It's all right with me.
Where do you want to go?
Well, I don't care. How about you?
Doesn't make any difference to me.
Well, suggest someplace.
No, I told you it doesn't make any difference.
Well, I don't know why it always has to be up to me, Joe.
Hmm?
Where we eat. Why don't you decide once in a while?
All right, fine. Let's go to that new Chinese place on Broadway.
For lunch?
Well, why not?
Well, you don't want Chinese food for lunch, Joe.
I don't.
Of course not.
Well, what do you got in mind?
I might have known. I'd end up making the choice.
Sure is a problem, isn't it?
Well, it gets kind of monotonous, that's all, buddy.
Well, it's tough.
Say,
Yeah, something we can do for you?
is this here where you the guys that handle robberies?
Yeah, that's right.
Like them two yesterday?
Which two?
Grocery store and flower shop.
You know something about them, do you?
Yeah, I know something.
Well, just what is it?
Who robbed them? I know who it was.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it was me.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember this. It's today's biggest cigarette news.
Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
The Accuray controller is the greatest improvement in cigarette making in years, and it's a Chesterfield exclusive. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity in smoking quality never possible before. So buy Chesterfield today. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end.
A perfect smoke column from end to end.
From the first puff to the last puff, your Chesterfield smokes smoother. From the first puff to the last puff, your Chesterfield smokes cooler.
From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield is best for you.
Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember,
Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
The man who had come into the office answered the description we'd received from the victims. He was in his early 20s, stocky build, about 5'10", brown hair and gray eyes. He was wearing dark blue trousers and a yellow turtleneck sweater. He told us that his name was Harvey Tilden and that he lived in a rooming house on West Ivar. He readily admitted the 2 robberies, but he insisted that he had not meant to commit the crimes.
I didn't know what I was doing, that's all. I just didn't know.
Well, what are you trying to sell us? Were you drunk?
Of course not. I hadn't had a drink, not even a beer.
Well?
Well, he told me it was money they owed, that I was collecting it for him.
Who told you that?
Stoney.
Who's Stoney?
Well, that's all I know him by, Stoney.
And you were collecting money for him, is that it?
Uh-huh.
And you expect us to buy that, too, don't you?
No, I guess not.
Well, then why don't you try giving us the truth?
Well, look, now, may I'm not the brightest guy in the world. If I was, I wouldn't be in this mess.
Yeah.
I come to you of my own accord, didn't I?
Well, maybe you got scared. Maybe you figured it'd go easier with you if you gave yourself up. Isn't that it?
Yeah, I guess I can't blame you for thinking that. Sure was a dumb trick.
Well, why'd you do it, then?
Because I didn't know, because he told me it was just a job I was doing.
Mm-hmm. Stoney told you.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. All right, now let's hear it your way.
Yeah, well, he said he worked for a kind of collection agency, you know, where they go after them deadbeats, you know?
Yeah.
Well, he said he had to have somebody to help him, only part-time, but the pay would be good.
Yeah.
Offered me the work.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't had a steady job lately. Sound kind of good to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was supposed to meet him yesterday afternoon, 3 o'clock. He picked me up in front of the place where I live.
Yeah?
Drove me past that grocery store and parked around the corner. Gave me an envelope, and he told me to take it inside, hand it to a fellow who worked there. He said I was to make sure nobody else was in the store on account of he didn't want to make the old guy feel bad by collecting the debt in front of somebody else, you know?
Yeah.
So I done what he told me. I give the old guy the note, he give me the money, and I took it back to Stoney.
Well, where was he while you were in the store?
Well, around the corner, like I said.
Why didn't he go in with you?
He wanted to see if I could handle it myself, on my own, you know. That's what he told me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then we drove over to that there flower place.
Same routine.
Yeah, only this time I got kind of suspicious, you know.
Yeah.
She acted so scared, the lady there. It didn't seem to me that having to pay up a debt would make somebody so scared. I told Stoney afterwards, he said it was just an act that they all put on like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I didn't exactly believe him, so next place we stopped, I opened up the envelope before I went inside, and I read that there note.
Yeah, well?
Well, I didn't know what to do. Finally, I went back to the car, and I really told him off, Stoney. I told him I wasn't no thief. I told him he had to return all that money.
What did he say?
He just laughed at me. He said I was the biggest pigeon he ever met. I said if he didn't take back the dough, I'd go to the cops. He told me you'd throw me in jail, that you'd never believe a word I told you.
Mm-hmm. What happened then?
I got out of the car. I said I wasn't no crook and nobody was going to make me be one.
Mm-hmm.
I was heading right for the police station, and I got to thinking. I seemed like maybe he was right, that nobody would believe a story like this.
Yeah.
So I went home.
All right, why'd you come in today?
Well, I didn't sleep none too good last night. It was kind of worrying me what I'd done. I figured maybe he'd find some other sucker like me and pull that same stunt over again. I didn't want him to get away with it, so I decided to take my chances on you guys. I'm going to get a short count now, am I?
You know where the Stoney lives?
No, he never said, not to me.
And you don't know his last name either?
Uh-uh.
Well, where'd you meet him?
Hentley's gym. Or on Olympic. I hang out there sometimes.
You a fighter?
Oh, I had some bouts, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, how'd you and Stoney get acquainted?
Oh, I don't know. We just started talking one day last week. He come in for a steam bath, and afterwards we was both watching some of the guys work out.
I see.
He was there again on Saturday. That's when he offered me this job.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a car does he drive?
Chevy.
Sedan?
No, coupe, hardtop, last year's model.
You know the license?
No, I don't pay no attention. It wouldn't matter if it did. I ain't much at remembering things.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what Stoney looks like?
Yeah, why, he's a big fella, sharp dresser.
How old is he?
35, maybe 40.
What color's his hair?
Sort of red.
Anything else? Scars, anything like that?
No.
That's the whole story, huh?
Yeah.
You didn't know you were robbing those stores? You didn't have any idea?
Honest, I didn't. Sounds crazy, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
Joe, talk to you for a minute.
Yeah. You wait right there, Tilden.
Yeah, okay.
You must think we're pretty done, expecting us to fall for a line like that.
Yeah.
What's he take us for?
I don't know.
Couldn't be true, not a word of it.
Yeah.
Heck of it is.
Yeah.
Such a darn fool story, Joe. I just can't help believing him.
I'm a lower. So do I. Frank and I continued to interrogate the suspect. He maintained his innocence, and we were unable to shake him. We ran the name Harvey Tilden through R&I. They had nothing on him. We also ran the name Stoney through the moniker file, and we came up with two possibles. We pulled the mug shots and showed them to Tilden. He tentatively identified one of the photos, James Brightstone, but he wasn't positive. We telephoned Brightstone's last known address, a small downtown hotel. They told us he'd moved during the summer, and they had no idea of his present whereabouts. We checked DMV and our own vehicle records. They reported that a late model Chevrolet was registered in Brightstone's name. Harvey Tilden was held in custody for further questioning. 4:08 p.m., Frank and I drove over to Hentley's gym on South Olympic and talked to the owner, George Hentley.
What's right?
Stoney.
Yeah, that's right. Full name maybe James Brightstone. We're not sure.
Now move away.
Don't ring a bell. He in a fight game?
Well, we aren't sure.
How about a Harvey Tilden? You know him?
That jerk? Sure I know.
He come here pretty often?
Off and on. Used to do a little boxing. Had a perfect record. 6 fights, 6 KOs. He was punchy before he ever got in a ring.
Tilden says this is where he met this Stoney.
Yeah, it could be.
Take a look at this picture, will you? You ever seen this guy before?
Hey, you got a left hand, use it.
Well?
You know, I wouldn't swear to it. Guy looks something like this. Been coming in lately. Works out, takes a steam bath.
You know his name?
I never asked.
You been around today?
No, not so far.
When was the last time, do you remember?
End of last week, Friday, Saturday.
You talking to Tilden?
Oh, I don't know, maybe. Guys come in here, friendly type guys. They all talk to each other.
All right, here's our card.
So?
If this fella comes back, give us a call, will you?
Hey, you want him for something?
We want to talk to him.
Okay, if he comes in, I'll call you.
Thanks.
Sure, I'm a real obliging type fella. I got no beef with you cops. Be a waste of time, though. Calling you. If you want to see this guy, all you got to do is turn around.
What's that?
He just walked in the door.
Frank and I talked to the man George Hentley had pointed out. He readily admitted that he was James Brightstone. He also admitted knowing Harvey Tilden. He said he had spent the previous afternoon in his room at the Jackman Hotel. We telephoned the hotel, but the clerk was unable to confirm Brightstone's alibi. 5:31 p.m. We drove the suspect down to the city hall and continued our interrogation.
Look, why don't you guys just tell me what it is you want to know, spell it out in real big letters, and I'll give you the answer, same size.
Where were you yesterday afternoon?
Thought we already covered that.
Let's go over it again.
Okay, boys, I was in my hotel room.
Well, the clerk doesn't back you up.
Well, does he say I wasn't there?
When was the last time you saw Harvey Tilden?
Saturday over at the gym.
Not yesterday, huh?
Gym isn't open on Sundays.
You know where Tilden lives?
Nope.
You picked him up at his rooming house yesterday, didn't you?
Why would I be picking a crumb up like that?
Did you offer Tilden a job?
Oh, that's pretty funny.
What's the joke?
I ain't got a job myself.
Did you ever take Tilden for a drive?
Boys, I'm telling you, the only place I ever seen the guy is Hentley's gym.
Yeah. He knows what kind of a car you got.
Oh?
Make and model.
Well, maybe he's seen me in it. I didn't see him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, this Tilden fella, he's a screwball. He don't even know what time it is. Whatever he told you, you can forget it.
Well, there are a couple of things we can't forget.
Yeah?
Tilden says you put him up to robbing 2 stores yesterday.
Are you kidding?
He says you hired him to work for you, to collect some past due bills.
Boy, this kid is really off his rocker, isn't he?
Maybe.
Where was I supposed to be while he was doing me these favors?
Outside in your car waiting for him.
Go on, boys. You interest me.
Well, that's about it.
And you'd pick up a guy in a phony story like that? Hey, look, I'm getting out of here. Tilden ain't the only guy who's nuts.
Sit down, Brightstone.
All right, you jokers, prove any part of it.
We're going to try to.
I'd like to know how.
We got a team out right now checking the neighborhood of both robberies. If anybody saw your car around those stores yesterday afternoon, you got trouble.
I got news for you guys. It don't matter where I was yesterday. You can't tie me into these jobs.
We'll see.
Matter of fact, I'll give you a hand. I might have been driving around those stores yesterday.
Is that right?
Yeah, come to think of it, I went for a ride along about 2 o'clock. Slipped my mind before.
Sure.
Not that I know where Tilden pulled his heist.
You don't, huh?
Sure, of course not.
Then what makes you think you were in the vicinity?
Well, I'm not saying I was. I'm saying I might have been.
Yeah.
Just where were you?
Who knows? It took me a real long drive.
What time did you leave your hotel?
2 o'clock, maybe.
What time did you get back?
Later.
How much later?
All right. I tell you what, I'm going to give you guys a break.
Good.
Now, I know you can keep this up for 72 hours, and I got more important things to do, so let's get it over with, okay?
It's entirely up to you.
Okay. Tilden was giving it to you square. He was just a pigeon. Dumbest pigeon I ever ran into.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's it. You got it now. What are you going to do about it?
What do you think?
Oh, if you're smart, you're going to turn me loose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, let me give you a little advice, free. So Tilden was a fall guy, all right? I admit it to you guys.
Yeah.
But to nobody else. Anybody else asks me, I deny it, the whole thing. So you might as well play smart. You figure on sticking me with this rap, you got to have a signed confession. I ain't going to give it to you.
Well, now, maybe we won't need it.
Boy, you got the biggest rocks in your head. Tilden was in those stores, I wasn't. He took the money, I didn't. You go into court, you come out looking dumber than he does.
Mm-hmm.
It's my word against his. You think anybody in their right mind is going to believe this boy? You think he'd stand a chance of convincing the jury?
Well, he might.
Fat chance.
He convinced us.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 8th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
The date, June 19th. The man in question, Father. The gift for Father's Day, Chesterfield. Make it a point to pick up a couple of cartons, first chance you get. It's the easiest way I know to put a smile in Dad's smoking, and a nice way to remember a great guy.
The district attorney failed to issue a complaint against Harvey Tilden. James Hill Brightstone was tried and convicted of robbery in the second degree, 2 counts. Robbery in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison for not less than 1 year. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Vic Rodman, Virginia Gregg, Eddie Firestone. Script by Frank Burt. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Watch an entirely different Dragnet case history each week on your local NBC television station. Please check your newspapers for the day and time. Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Notice the color of L&M's Miracle Tip. It's white, pure white, to give you the purest and best filter. And L&M gives you a rich, good-tasting, fully satisfying smoke, the kind you can get only from highest quality tobaccos. Buy L&M. It's got everything: flavor, taste, mildness, and the best filter. L&M.
A courageous chaplain, honored as Mr. Citizen, thwarts a prison break and converts a juvenile delinquent to a new way of life. Don't miss Mr. Citizen this week. Check your local TV listings for time and station. Hear Dragnet next week, same time, same station.
Hear Biography in Sound on the NBC Radio Network.
This is NBC News Update. Here is John Schubeck.
Copyrighted reports tonight indicate the House Assassinations Committee has evidence that organized crime and the former Teamster leader Jimmy Hoffa might have been behind the killing of John F. Kennedy. Raymond Lee Harvey was arraigned today in Los Angeles on charges of conspiring to kill President Carter. Harvey was arrested by Secret Service agents on Saturday, minutes before the president was to speak at a Cinco de Mayo celebration in Los Angeles. Long lines for gasoline at the pumps in California, and the first rationing program in the country this year gets underway in a couple of days here in Los Angeles and in other counties. Starting Wednesday, drivers can buy according to odd and even numbers on their license plates. And more than half the people responding to a TV Guide poll say they would like to see R-rated movies on their home sets. Nationwide poll questioned about 1,000 people 18 years old and over. John Schubeck, NBC News.
Know what happens when you open a box of Ritz crackers? You got a party with golden Ritz crackers from Nabisco.
Moses fights treacherous forces to lead his people from slavery. In the Ten Commandments, a new drama on greatest heroes of the Bible, Tuesday.
Meet His Honor, the Mayor, his staff, his kids.
First time I ever saw sparks fly from jam.
His Honor premieres Thursday on NBC.
I don't care what everybody's using. You're using a fluoride paste to fight cavities.
But, Mom, I need this gel for fresh breath.
Pardon me, my family uses new double protection Aquafresh.
Aquafresh gives you all the cavity-fighting fluoride of the leading paste and all the breath freshener of the leading gel. Concentrated in one toothpaste.
Fluoride for fighting cavities.
And gel for fresh breath.
Thanks. We'll get Aquafresh, too.
New double protection Aquafresh fights cavities and freshens breath.
What you got there, pal?
Oh, Harry, it's a Stanley garage door opener. I'm going to do it myself.
You?
The Stanley garage door opener is made to install yourself. Everything is in the box.
Need any help, pal?
The directions are clear and simple, and it only takes about 4 hours.
Are you sure you don't need any help?
The do-it-yourself garage door opener from Stanley, the do-it-yourself company.
We want to help you do things right.
Get a free Stanley tape measure with the purchase of a deluxe opener at these dealers.
The Homebuyer's Survival Guide at 6 on News Center 4.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Car loading down 2%.
Freight car loading? What's that got to do with us?
It's self-obvious, Eddie. Some of our less bourgeois customers ride the rods. A thing like that could cut into our out-of-town trade.
Say, what's this article here on business advice?
Where? Hey, well, what do you know? It's wrote by J.C. Crabtree. He used to be in business right here on 3rd Avenue.
An expert on economics?
He ought to be. He went bankrupt 3 times.
What'd he say?
He says inflation hurts business. If all small businessmen would reduce their prices 1/10, the resulting reduction would be 10%. Hey, that Crabtree makes sense.
Yeah, you can't argue with logic like that.
Yeah, well, Eddie, you know the way prices is now, people just can't make ends meet. So I think it's up to us retail merchants to at least meet their ends halfway.
Well, how are we going to do that?
Well, like that economics guy says, we're going to cut our prices 10%. And we're going to do it effective as of our next customer.
Why can't we start this week?
Why not? However, before we start cutting our prices, we'll naturally have to start cutting our overhead.
Overhead?
Your salary.
You can find it, you can cut it.
That's the spirit, Eddie. Yes, sir. From now on, everything around here will be 10% off.
Hello, Raj.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Happy New Year!
Hey, wait a minute, Finnegan. New Year's Eve ain't till Sunday night.
Oh, no wonder that cop got mad when I threw confetti in his face.
Finnegan, how come you're celebrating New Year's Eve 2 nights ahead of time?
Well, it's easier to get reservations.
Reservations? Where are you going?
Oh, the store club.
Finnegan, they wouldn't let you in a store club in a million years.
Oh, good. Then I'll have plenty of time to shave. Care to join me, Arch?
No, Finnegan, I'm busy on me plan to cut the high cost of living.
Oh. How does the plan work, Arch?
Oh, well, leave me put it this way. You got a dog, right?
Right.
And you got to wash this dog with flea soap, right?
Right.
Now, how much do you pay for this flea soap?
15 cents.
And how long does it last you?
Assuming I only use it on me dog?
Yeah, how long will the flea soap last?
Well, let's say I give the dog his regular bath every 2 weeks. Then once in a while I take one myself. It lasts about 8 months, Arch. Why?
Well, you see, if you save 10% on your dog's flea soap, over a period of 2 years, it would come to almost the price of a newspaper or a book or a magazine.
So what, Arch? The dog can't read.
That's aside to the point. I'm trying to explain to you the economic system. You see, economics is a science that the government uses to balance our national income against our national expense.
I see. How does it work?
Not very well.
You're listening to WERE in Cleveland, and the program is Classic Radio Theater. My name is Jim Erling. We hope you enjoy what you're hearing. There's more to come, so keep your dial right where it is.
Now, normally, prices fluctuate, you see, but sometimes big companies get their cartels together, and they fix these prices so that they can't flux. Now, this is what is known as international monotony.
You mean monopoly.
Do you want to give the lecture?
Sorry, Professor.
Now, take money.
Yeah?
You see, the basis of economics is money, which was originated with the early Romans when they first took their public baths. Now, these baths was for the poor people. The people with dough couldn't get in. Hence the expression, the filthy rich. Yes, sir, there's nothing like an education, huh, Eddie?
Nothing like the one you got.
Thank you very much. But to continue, Finnegan, you see, since the days of the Romans, money has always been the medium of exchange. Except today, it ain't a very happy medium.
Why is that, Arch?
Well, the dollar devaluates less all the time, especially during an era of upward flux. So, as I say, since we are no longer on the gold standard, and since we are no longer on the silver standard, if inflation sets in...
What will we be on then?
I hesitate to say. Well, now that we've discussed high finance, Finnegan, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Right. What's the question?
What time is it?
What time? What's that got to do with finance?
Nothing. My mother pays me a nickel for every hour I stay away from home.
Well, your mother sounds like a very logical woman. Wait a minute. Hey, that's probably some dame calling me for New Year's Eve. Hello, honey. Oh, sorry, Bud, you got the wrong number. Huh? You want to talk to Miss Duffy? Buddy, you do have the wrong number. But I'll call her. Miss Duffy, telephone.
A man's voice?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my. Hello, this is Miss Duffy speaking, and I'd love to. What? Archie, I thought you said it was a man.
Well, ain't it?
It's my girlfriend, Katrinka Yarbut.
Even on television, she would have fooled me.
Hello, Katrinka. What? A double date for New Year's Eve. Katrinka, you got a nerve asking me to go out when you know I'm engaged to be married. Where are we meeting them? Uh-huh. What does yours look like? Uh-huh. How about the one you got for me? Uh-huh. How tall? 4'9". Katrinka, you got a nerve asking me to go out when you know I'm engaged. What? You'll call me back. Katrinka, please don't bother. Unless you want to switch fellas. Archie, when are we going to start cutting prices?
Why?
Well, if it wasn't for high prices, I'd already be Mrs. Rodney Maximilian Haybinder.
How come?
Every week, Rodney promises me that as soon as prices come down, we'll get married. The nerve of that justice of peace charging $2 for a marriage license.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Duffy, I got the answer to making money. Yep. We cut prices 10%. It don't make sense? What's sense got to do with it? Yeah, a guy in a newspaper says that if we all get public spirited and cut prices 10%, it helps everybody. In other words, if Grogan sells beers for a nickel and we sell them for 4 cents, Grogan is dead. Huh? In that case, we should be public spirited, huh? Cut the 10%, but don't tell Grogan. Duffy, I'm glad you see the light. Well, gang, the crusade marches on. We're starting with our right foot forward. With 3rd Avenue against it, inflation has to go. Right, Miss Duffy?
Right.
Right, Eddie?
Right.
Right, Finnegan?
Left.
What?
Oh, excuse me, Arch. I started off on the wrong foot.
Now, let's see. I called up most of the merchants. Who did I forget? Oh, yeah, Willamette the butcher. Hello? Willamette Ham Hock Heaven? Hello, Willamette. This is Archie. Did you hear about the 3rd Avenue merchants cutting prices 10%? Well, what are you going to do about it? Uh-huh. Attaboy, Willamette. Good. Thanks a lot.
What do you say?
He says from now on, instead of 10 fingers on the scale, he's only going to put on 9. About us, Eddie. Did you reduce the prices?
Well, I took 10% off the food and the beer, but I got one baffling question.
What?
How are you going to reduce the price on the free lunch?
I got it. We throw 10% of it away.
Why don't you be real public-spirited and throw it all away?
Well, we might do that, too. Yes, sir, this thing is really catching on, Eddie. Everybody in the neighborhood is cutting 10%. Except that Grogan, of course.
Everybody?
Yep. Colucci the fruit peddler, Nick the barber.
He going to take another slash?
Yeah, Eddie, he's going to take another 10%.
Oh, you mean shaving lotion is out and plasma is in?
Yep, the whole neighborhood is behind us. And the guy I'm really proud of is Cavendish, the undertaker. He started what he calls the new Cavendish 10% layaway plan.
Well, what's that?
For every 9 customers, he'll throw in 1 free.
If he ain't careful, he's going to run his business right into the ground. And Arch, there's another place that can take a cut.
Who?
Smith's Tattoo Parlor.
A tattoo parlor?
Yes.
How can they take a cut?
Well, instead of tattoo, they can tat one.
For a remark like that, you should go hang your head and let the rest of you dangle. Now, let's see. If we got everybody...
How about the Bijou Burlesque?
Well, they said they'd like to take off another 10%. They can't figure out where it's going to come from. No, it means we got everybody but them and Grogan now.
Archie, don't you think we ought to let Grogan in on this, too?
What? Let him in? After that ugly rumor he started about our food? Imagine saying that when Callahan, the mounted cop, rides by the tavern and his horse neighs, our hash neighs back. Absurd, ain't it, Eddie?
Ridiculous. But I have heard it winning.
But Archie, the newspaper man says that this plan won't work unless everybody gets in on it.
Maybe we should let Grogan in. The only thing is, who tells him? I can't talk to him direct.
Why not?
Violates the 3rd Avenue businessmen's code. It's like Macy's talking to Gimbals. Art Schaffner talking to Marx. Like Hornon talking to Hard Art. If I deal directly with Grogan, it might lead to a strain in protocol.
It might also lead to a punch in the nose.
That's what I was thinking. I think we better do things on a higher level and maybe send an ambassador.
An ambassador, huh?
Yeah, Eddie.
You got anybody in mind? Said he, cautiously backing away.
No, we won't need you. I'll send Finnegan. But we'll have to dress him up like an ambassador, you know. We'll get him a tuxedo and a walking stick and one of them black hamburger hats. Where could we get them?
Well, you still got that tuxedo in the back room you borrowed from Cavendish's The Undertaker.
Oh, yeah. Get it out, Eddie. Hey, Finnegan.
Arch?
How would you like to be an ambassador?
What's that, Arch?
An ambassador? Well, generally speaking, that's a guy that says his country has something which it don't in order to scare another country into giving up something that it ain't got, so that both countries can agree to divide something that belongs to somebody else.
Arch, a point.
What?
Why don't they leave the countries alone and just divide up the ambassadors?
Finnegan, already you're talking like a diplomat. Nobody can make head or tails out of what you're saying. Now, let's see. Here's your first official mission now. I want you to go over to Grogan's and tell him to cut his prices 10%.
How do I go about it, Arch?
Well, like an ambassador, you see. You've got to use a lot of tact and diplomacy. First, you ask him to cut his prices, see? Then if he says no, you start off by calling him a crook. See, that puts you in a bargaining position. Then, if he argues with you, you tell him he's a lousy Tory, see? Then if he says cutting prices won't help his business, you call him a filthy, dirty liar. But above all, use tact and diplomacy.
Here you are, Mr. Archie.
What?
Cavendish's tuxedo.
Oh, thanks,
Shall I throw the lily away?
No, keep it in. It'll look like our ambassador's wearing a boutonniere. Finnegan.
Yeah, Arch?
Finnegan, here, lay down and try on this tuxedo.
Oh, boy, a tuxedo. Let me try it on. Gee, these pants are swell, Arch.
That's good.
Yeah, but there's something wrong with the coat.
What?
The sleeves keep folding across the chest. Do I look like a real ambassador, Eddie?
Yep, a dead ringer.
Okay, Finnegan, now take your hat and walking stick and get across the street to Grogan's.
Okay, Arch. I'll keep in touch with you by cable.
Eddie, I got a problem.
What?
Well, as soon as word gets around about this price cut, this place is going to be too small. Now, let's see. I wonder how we could break through that wall.
Just lean against it. Who's going to do the cooking for all this mob? Me?
No, I'll have to get an assistant for you, Eddie. Now, let's see. Who can I get?
How about Prince Michael Romanoff?
Yeah, good idea. I'll call him up.
And I thought I was being fantastic.
Say now. Hello? Hello, Mike. Look, you're an expert on cooking up gustatory delicacies, ain't you? Well, how would you like a part-time job? Money, no object.
If it is his object, we're dead.
Huh? Well, this is Archie from Duffy's Tavern, and we need an assistant cook. What types of food do we serve? Oh, things like roast breast of casserole, fresh Columbia River venison, with chutney, of course.
Under glass.
Under glass?
Under stained glass.
Under stained glass. Eddie! Stop disconcerting me, will you? What are our canopies made of? Well, the one out in front is made out of canvas. Oh, you mean canopies like anchovy paste? Mike, at Duffy's, we don't use anchovy paste. When our anchovies come apart, we pin them together. Huh? What? I see. Okay, goodbye.
What happened?
We couldn't get together on a price.
What do you mean?
He says he wouldn't come here for $1 million. Well, let's see. What else do we have to do?
Well, with them crowds coming here, we're going to need more liquor.
That's right, Eddie. Better pour another gallon of water in the scotch.
Mr. Archie, if we water that liquor anymore, we're just going to be the middleman between the customers and the faucets. Why don't you just serve them the water straight? It'll be a lot stronger.
Archie, I'd like to help take care of the crowd, too.
Okay, Miss Duffy, you can be the cigarette girl. I'll get you one of them short little skirts to wear, huh?
Good. It'll give me a chance to show off my legs.
On second thought, better wear what you got on.
Well, at least they can see my face.
On third thought, I think we'll keep the cigarette machine. Hello? Hello, Duffy. How many people in the place? You mean counting me and Eddie? 2. Oh, sorry, Duffy. No customers. The joint is empty. Yep, even under the tables. Huh? You got a report that Grogan's is doing a big business? Duffy, after all, Grogan's got a better location than we got. I know we're opposite each other, but don't forget, he's got the wind with him. Stop worrying. Everything is going to be all right. I can't understand it, Eddie. We both cut prices 10%, and Grogan's getting all the business. What he got that we ain't got?
Customers.
Yeah, I know that, but why?
Well, don't forget, Grogan's place is spick and span. Food is good and fresh, and the kitchen's nice and clean.
That's the trouble with business these days, Eddie. Dirty competition. I'm going to check this thing. Hello? Better Business Bureau? Could you tell me why business ain't no better? Oh, that ain't your job. You just investigate complaints? What kind of complaints? Restaurants that put horse meat in their hash? Water in their liquor? Who am I? Just a friend. Thank you very much. Hey, Eddie, let's look across the street at Grogan's. Hey, look at them over there. They're packed in there like fish.
Oh, yeah, they got so many they're throwing the little ones out. Oh, wait a minute. Here comes our ambassador.
Hey, Arch!
Oh, you're back, Finnegan. Tell me, what happened at Grogan?
Boy, did I show Grogan your idea.
Did you, huh?
Yeah.
Did you get him to cut his prices 10%?
10%? Oh, I got him to cut him 20%.
20%?
Yeah, I maxed him double or nothing.
Oh, Finnegan, you ruined everything. The next time I send an idiot someplace to louse things up, I'm going to go myself.
Well, it looks like I'm getting to do the question of the day today. And my question is, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck wood? Ow! Oh, okay, I'm going. Sorry about that, folks. Now back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
You will recall in the last episode that Jimmy and Barbara were admiring a picture in the living room of Bender's ranch house. After removing it from the wall, they discover the back had been split open. To their amazement, they find hidden under the back cover an old piece of parchment. It proves to be the map of the hidden treasure, the Chihuahua treasure which Ortez told them about. Jimmy and Speed took off in their plane with the map to find out, if possible, the location of the treasure. Breaking through the clouds, they see Bender's airplane parked on the hidden mesa, and the two Benders digging around in the bed of a stream. Have they already found the treasure? As the present episode opens, we find Jimmy, Speed, Mrs. Croft, and Flash discussing their possibility of finding the treasure. Mrs. Croft is speaking.
But do you suppose, Mr. Robertson, that Mr. Bender and his son located the entrance to the treasure cave?
It was pretty hard to tell, but I doubt it. There's no question in my mind, however, but what they were hunting for it.
I told Mr. Bender that I shall insist upon paying for our board and room while we're here. I simply can't bear the thought of being under any obligation to them.
Yes, you're quite right. Jimmy, Flash, and I will do exactly the same thing. Eh, Flash?
Yeah, I don't want that guy Bender to give me nothing. Anything I take from him will be paid for.
Yes. I believe we'll all feel more comfortable with that kind of an arrangement. Oh, but tell me, Mr. Robertson, did your flight disclose any of the landmarks shown on the treasure map?
We couldn't find a thing of importance. Of course, a mountain peak, El Capitan, and the hidden mesa are easy to spot. We could find no trace of Saddle Canyon and the 3 cedar trees shown on the chart. Tomorrow morning, we're going out there early and try to meet Ortez. He can be of some help to us, I'm sure.
Yes. Living up there in the mountains, he undoubtedly has been searching on his own account.
But he doesn't have the chart to help him.
That's very true. But the 3 of you working together should make it easier.
Well, don't you worry, Mrs. Croft. If there is such a thing as a hidden cave, we're going to find it.
I come down here to hunt animals, and here I am looking for gold.
Never mind, Flash. We'll get in our hunting yet.
My, this night is beautiful.
Yes, that cloud blanket finally lifted. I think that's going to help us tomorrow, too. I wouldn't be surprised if Saddle Canyon wasn't hidden by clouds this afternoon, and that's why we couldn't locate it.
Oh, here come Barbara and Jimmy back from their walk. They seem to be amused about something.
Well, they're probably laughing about all the food Flash put away this evening at dinner. Bender's going to lose money on his keep.
I ain't been eating well lately. A few more days down here, though, and I'll get my appetite back.
Well, I'd hate to feed you when you're well if tonight was a sample of your appetite when you're ill.
Well, children, did you enjoy your tramp in this beautiful night air?
Oh, yes, we had a wonderful walk. And I've been telling Jimmy of my latest conquest. Rip Bender, you know.
Yeah, I guess Rip is right. He said all the girls fell for him.
Oh, now, Barbara, I'm jealous. Are you going to throw me over for Rip Bender?
Well, I guess I'll have to, Speed. Rip Bender tells me he's a much better pilot than you, so I guess that lets you out.
Yeah, but what about me, Barbara? You ain't going to throw me over for Bender, are you?
Well, Flash, really you were my favorite until dinner this evening, but your marvelous appetite rather stunned me. I just couldn't cook enough for you. Oh, it's a wonderful night. Now, one of you boys should have a guitar and court me in true romantic fashion.
Oh, it'd really be something if you started Flash and I to singing, Barb.
Oh, now, don't make light of Flash. That boy's got a real singing voice.
Says you.
Hey, Flash, go and borrow Benito's guitar and give us some of the old songs we used to sing overseas. You remember Around the Squadron at night?
Oh, Flash, do sing for us. Why, we'd love to hear you.
Oh, I ain't used my voice much lately for singing. I go in mostly for poetry.
Oh, you do? Why, those beautiful mademoiselles used to come from miles around to hear you sing, Flash. I don't know about this here poetry.
Oh, come on, Flash. This should be good, Speed. Recite for us now. How about it, huh?
Oh, you must recite poetry for us, Mr. Lewis. That would make this evening just about perfect.
I've forgotten most of my poems.
Come on, Flash, you can't kid me. You remember that pretty little brunette you used to recite poetry to in the cafe at Bar-le-Duc? Now, if you don't want to entertain us, I'm going to just tell Barbara and Mrs. Croft.
Never mind, Speed. Let's not go into that. Since you force me with your high-pressure methods, I'll give up and give out with my best brand of poetry.
Well, I believe a little introduction is in order here. Come ye, our Mr. Lewis is about to begin the beguine.
If it's all the same to you, I'll begin at the beginning. Well, what'll it be, Speed?
Give us the one about the pilot. Do you remember it? A poor aviator lay dying?
Oh, yeah, I guess I do. I'll try it anyway. A poor aviator lay dying at the close of a bright summer's day. His comrades had gathered about him to carry his fragments away. The airplane was piled on his wishbone. His wings was wrapped around his head. He wore a spark plug on each elbow. 'Twas plain he would shortly be dead. He spit out a valve in a gasket and stirred in the sump where he lay. And then to his wondering comrades, these brave parting words he did say. Take the magneto out of my stomach and a butterfly valve off my neck. Extract from my liver the crankshaft. There are lots of good parts in this wreck. Take the manifold out of my larynx and the cylinders out of my brain. Take the piston rods out of my kidneys and assemble the engine again.
Oh, what do you know about that? I didn't know you were that good. What a poet.
I knew you hadn't forgotten it, Flash. Boy, that sure takes you back to the old days.
Oh, Flash, that was very good. Why, we had no idea you had such talent. Recite another one for us.
Oh, yeah, that was swell. Come on, Flash, give us another one.
I can't think of any of the others.
Oh, you haven't forgotten that one about the blue wings, have you, Flash?
How'd it go?
Oh, I don't know. Something like this. She had a pair of wings tied on with strings.
Oh, yeah, I think I do.
Oh, but just a second. What were the blue wings?
That was an old crate we flew during the old barnstorming days, Jim. None of the pilots thought much of them. Go ahead, Flash. Give us your version of blue wings.
Okay. She has a pair of wings tied on with strings and everything. And when you do a vree, the tail flies free and everything. She got a rusty cross-brace wire, and she's hot bear for catching fire. This flying cootie, not built for beauty, but looks ain't everything. And when you set her down, she cracks her wheels and everything. And when a motor conks, you can hear the harps in heaven ring. We have a smash-up every day, and all our paychecks roll away just to help buy the hearse and the flowers and the hole in the ground and everything.
Looks like Flash has got some talent here. Hey, but look here now, those blue wings, they weren't that bad, were they, Speed?
Not quite, Jim. It's a funny thing how antiquated some of those old ships look to us now. In those days, we thought they were plenty hot.
Gosh, Speed, you remember the day you soloed a Sopwith camel?
Hey, I'll never forget it. Those little babies used to spin like a top. Well, Flash, your poetry was okay. It reminded me of old times.
Yes, Mr. Lewis. You've certainly given us a real entertainment. It was delightful, and we enjoyed it ever so much.
Well, them was great old days. Keeping them airplanes running for wild pilots like Speed.
Oh, they must have been.
Yeah, they were great old days.
You remember the time, Speed, when our squadron was at Columbia La Belle, and a CO got sore because you went up in a spat and started diving at the hangars. All the pilots came running out, and you ran them all back in again.
Oh, what do you know about that?
Oh, you give me a pain in the neck. I suppose you want me to sit here and see them fellas walk off with a fortune.
Well, I ain't worried about that. All them fellas know is what Ortez might have told them.
Yeah, and that Mexican told them plenty, too.
Well, they can't do nothing without that there map.
Maybe they seen that map. After what Benito's been a-telling us.
Well, he didn't see him with no map.
Listen, Paul, what would they be doing with that picture on the table if they hadn't have been looking at the map?
Well, you just looked at the picture, ain't you? And the map was right there where you put it.
I'm telling you, Paul, the map wasn't in back of that picture like I stuck it in. It was turned around.
Well, now, if they found the blame thing, why didn't they take it?
How do I know? But I'll wager everything I've got. They've seen it, been looking at it.
Well, I ain't aiming to get in no more trouble. Now, you can't do away with them fellas without people knowing it, especially with a lady and her daughter down here. Now, you're fixing to get yourself in a lot of trouble, son.
I know what I'm doing, Paul.
Well, how do you aim to do it?
I got it all figured out, and believe me, there won't be a soul that'll think something happened to their airplane.
Well, something like that would suit Ace, all right. He was telling me yesterday we ain't going to get nowhere with them fellas around.
Just what I was telling you, and I got a little scheme that's bound to work. With them out of the way, we can handle Mrs. Croft all right, and I got my own ideas about Barbara. Now, there's a pretty gal.
She ain't giving you no house, though.
I'll handle her all right.
Well, what about Ortez?
Well, we didn't have no trouble with his brother Ramos, did we?
Well, what's your idea, Rip?
Before they takes off in the morning, you and I'll go out to the airplane. And while you're talking to Robertson and Allen, I'll take this here pineapple and plant it in the ship. I got it all ready so that it can't miss. Don't worry about Allen and Robertson, Pa. I think at last we've found a way to deal with them.
A bomb. Will Rip Bender carry out his threat? A clever scheme if it works. Will Jimmy and Speed be caught in the air with a murderous time bomb concealed in their plane? For the answer, tune in on the next episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
The fishing trip ended early when Freddie got a bad toothache. Our dentist said Freddie should brush better and use a fluoride toothpaste. My wife suggested we try AIM. Children like the taste. But I said taste doesn't fight cavities, fluoride fights cavities. Look, says she, AIM has fluoride, plus it's clinically proven to reduce cavities. Well, Freddie's our proof. Now we think he's brushing longer. We know he's getting good checkups with AIM.
Take AIM against cavities.
Shh. Guess who?
Ooh, garlic.
Garlic.
Guess who?
Ooh, onions.
Onions.
Guess who?
Ooh, somebody who didn't get the signal.
Get the signal.
Signal, a mouthwash so effective it fights strong mouth odors, even as strong as onions and garlic. Clinical tests prove it. Your cleaner, fresher breath will prove it.
Guess who?
Hey, you got the signal.
Get the Signal. Signal fights strong mouth odors.
Mom says Ford's the wagon master. Dad says maybe it's because Ford wagons have so much room. That's why we're here.
The all-new LTD, with more room for the money than any full-size wagon. Fairmont, more room for the money than any mid-size wagon. Pinto, more cargo room for the money than any small American wagon. Club Wagon, Ford's roomiest wagon. Since 1949, Ford sold 1 million more wagons than anyone else.
Ford wagons outsold all others. I'll accept this one.
Ford, the wagon master.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Hey, where you been? It wasn't easy getting tickets for this game.
Hey, Bob.
Eddie, I know exactly what I want. I want the biggest steak you got and a bottle of Lowenbrow. Steak and Lowenbrow. Dolan, you're a genius.
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Here's to the chef. Here's to the bartender.
Wednesday on Real People.
Are you a vampire?
You'll be happy to know that there's someone who's trying to rid the country of vampires when he can find them.
Vampires do not seek to do the Johnny Carson show.
You'll meet Walking George, chemist, food connoisseur, concert pianist, and all-round bum. And when in Cleveland, watch out for Tom and Jim, 2 traffic policemen who take their jobs rather seriously. Real People, right before Hanging by a Thread on NBC.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Lee Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Remember that fairy story in which the Brownies came into the shoemaker's shop every night and did the shoemaker's work for him? Well, you know, there's a touch of that Brownie business in the way Johnson's Glow Coat keeps your linoleum sparkling and clean. It's true, you do a little of the work yourself. You apply Glow Coat to your floor. But while your back is turned and you go about your other work, Glow Coat dries to a beautiful, lasting wax polish, all by itself, almost like that Brownie magic. There's no rubbing or buffing at all. With Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, you simply apply and let dry. And it's so easy to keep your linoleum and other floors clean and bright with Glow Coat. Dirt and spilled things can be wiped up in no time from the shining, wax-polished surface. But look, for a really lasting shine. Be sure to ask for Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. This is the day of Wistful Vista's big football classic, the game between Wistful Vista Prep and unbeaten Mohawk Military. And the squire of number 79 has invented a new play which should turn the trick this year for the local heroes. He's still working on it as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Now then, let me see. Webster centers the ball to Adams. Adams snaps it to Freed. Freed fakes a lateral to Bodkin. Bodkin to Sechrist.
Heavenly days, Magee. Are you still working on that football play?
You said it, babe. I got a gimmick worked out here that'll make football history.
Maybe you haven't read the papers, dearie. The sports writers all say that our chances are slimmer than a flagpole.
Ah, pata. Them sports writers. What do they know about football? They're so dad-ratted busy running an adjective down a broken field of infinitives, they don't know a double wing back from a coffee formation.
Don't you mean a T formation?
Tea, coffee, buttermilk. They still don't know. Now, you see, when the ball is out of play on the 20-yard line...
Now, look, sweetheart, don't get technical with me.
Huh?
I don't understand football.
Well, all you got to do...
I'll never know why 22 men can get so excited about booting the skin of a pig down 100 yards of frozen real estate, while 10,000 pot-bellied alumni slap each other with chrysanthemums.
You mean you don't want to see this game today?
Why, I wouldn't miss it for all the corn in radio.
It's taking in a lot of territory. You better not miss it either, because this new play I worked out is going to make me famous. Remember when I went to the big football rally last week?
Yes.
Well, when I walks in and tells Coach McHale about my new play and how it was going to revolutionize the football racket, you know what he says?
What'd he say?
He says, how'd you get in here again?
And you said?
I says, look, empty helmet. Says, for 15 years, Wistful Vista has had so many goose eggs on the scoreboard, you could make an omelet big enough to cover Australia. And he says, so what?
A good question.
So I explains the play to him. And he got so excited about it, he didn't know what he was doing and had me thrown out.
Then he hasn't got the play after all.
Yeah, I mailed it to him. Registered mail. That protects me in case I want to get it patented.
Well, if you mailed it to him last week, why are you still working on it?
Because there's one little angle to it I don't quite understand myself.
Oh?
It's a very tricky thing. You see, when the...
It's for you, Magee.
How do you know?
I was reading ahead.
Oh. Hello, Magee speaking. Huh? Oh, Coach McHale. Hi, Pop. Huh? What do you mean you don't understand the play? Well, look, Pop, it's all diagrammed out on page 22. Read the footnotes and you'll see what I mean. Footnotes, that is. My gosh, Pop, a 3-year-old child could understand it. Huh? Okay, call me back anytime.
What'd he say?
Says he has a child, but it's only 2 years old, so he thinks he'll wait.
Maybe he doesn't want your play, dearie.
Oh, he'll want it, all right. I've told it all over town. I sent him the winning play, and if he don't use it today and we get licked, why, he couldn't get a job coaching hopscotch in a nursery school. After all the trouble I went to...
Come in. Oh, it's Elsie from the beauty parlor. Hello, Elsie.
Hi, Elsie.
Hello, Mr. Magee and Mrs. Magee. I just stopped in to ask you, was your appointment for 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock this afternoon? Because we're closing at noon on account of the football game.
Oh, my goodness, Elsie. I forgot to call and cancel it. We're going to the game, too. Thanks for reminding me. You like football, Elsie?
No, but I gotta go because my cousin Pete's on the team. Pete Beelman.
What position does he play, Elsie?
All bent over like this with his elbows on his knees.
Well, personally, I like most sports, Elsie, but I'll confess I don't know much about football. You know, I'll be glad when we all have television sets so I can sit at home and not turn it on.
Oh, I don't know much about it either, Mrs. Magee. But when I was in high school that year, I had to go to the games because I played a cornet in the school band.
Really, Elsie, a cornet, huh?
Yeah, for 12 months. I had more brass stuck in my face than a sentry at the Navy Yard. I finally had to give it up.
But why?
My upper lip got so swole up I could kiss the mailman through the letter slot. Well, I gotta go close up the shop and pick up my tickets.
Pardon me, girls. Can I cut in now?
Certainly, dearie. Where are you sitting, Elsie?
Thanks. We're on the 50-yard line.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. McGee. I'm gonna be in the grandstand.
Ooh.
Well, maybe I'll see you out at the Tedium.
You mean stadium, Elsie. Tedium means it's wearisome.
Honey, you said it. For me, even with a chrysanthemum is a premium, the tedium in a stadium is maximum. Goodbye.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and You Keep Coming Back Like a Song.
Let me see. Beelman here. Kimmick over here. Botkin over here.
McGee, what are you doing with all the salt and pepper shakers?
I'm working out some more details on my new football play. These two salt shakers are the guards, and the peppers are the ends. Mustard and ketchup are the tackles, and them two Bermuda onions are the halves.
Who's the sugar bowl?
Buddy Cole, the quarterback. Very sweet little player.
I hope it doesn't rain and make him lumpy. But the weather forecast says... Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. It's nice to see you.
Thank you, my dear. And good day to you, duck-shaped.
Hi, stork trapper. Hey, you know anything about football?
Not enough to discuss it with strangers, one of which, if I'd any luck, you would still be to me.
I wish you'd write that sentence out for me sometime, Doctor. I think you dislocated a predicate.
Never had a predicate. The reason I asked, Doc, is that I worked out the winning play for this game this afternoon. I'd explain it to you, but if I thought you'd understand it, but you never done anything more athletic than fasten your galluses.
That's interesting, coming from you, Lord Pale. Why, you can't even lean over and touch your knees without bending the floor.
You never booted the pigskin as a boy, Doctor?
When he was a boy, there wasn't any pigs in this country, Molly. Just moose and buffalo.
As a matter of strict fact, I did play football, Melon Belt. I was a fullback.
Fullback, that I believe. You're as full in the back right now as
McGee, now stop it. Are you going to the game, Doctor?
Yes, I'll be on the bench with the players, my dear. I'll spend the afternoon looking at more bad knees than a fiddler in a burlesque house.
Too bad you'll be on duty, Doctor. I imagine Latrivia will be there with his own little Fifi Tremaine.
With whose little own who?
I'm only quoting the Triv now, Doc. The way he told it to me.
Now,
was,
Magee, don't start.
He said you got as much chance of snaring Fifi as a blindfolded Bulgarian with the 7-year itch and a busted garter riding a high-wheeled bicycle across quicksand in a 40-mile gale. Them's his very words.
He said that, did he? Well, by George, if I set my...
Answer it, Gargles.
All right. Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Adrian. No, you're not bothering me a bit. Yes, the RX is the same. That's right. M5 caps number 12, Sig 1, Q4H. But don't mention it, Doctor. That was Dr. Goodman, a young man I've taken under my wing.
That's a lucky break for him, it seems to me.
Oh, most of the new boys make out all right. As I always say, all a young doctor needs is patience and fortitude.
Patience and fortitude, eh?
Yes, he needs the fortitude until he can get some patience. See you later.
Now, when you get through with those salt shakers and things, dearie, please put them away. And what'd you need the horseradish for in that lineup?
Well, I worked out a play for the Four Horsemen once. It was...
Why, we're doing a nice business today, aren't we?
Must be Coach McHale. Magee speaking. Oh, hi, Pop. A little question, eh? What happens after the fake lateral and the triple wingback? Hold the phone while I look at the diagram, Pop. Let's see, where's... Oh, here it is. Hello, Pop. Antenna throws to ground wire. He passes to tone control.
Hold it, Magee. Huh? That's the wiring diagram for the radio.
Oh, hey, Pop. Hello? Cut off.
My goodness, I hope this play of yours works, dearie. It sounds so complicated to me.
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Come in.
Hi, Junior. You going to the game this afternoon?
Sure, I'll be there. The least I can do while Prep is getting killed is cheer for them.
Oh, don't you worry about Prep, Junior. They got a play of mine that Coach McHale is going to use in the last quarter to win with. It's in the bag.
Well, I'm glad somebody thinks so. I went to an alumni luncheon yesterday, and they were pretty gloomy.
What'd you do at the luncheon, Mr. Wilcox?
Ate.
Oh?
And I talked, of course. I was one of the main speakers.
You were, Junie? I was supposed to be, but they didn't ask me.
Yes, it was very nice. I really got the women all pepped up about going to the game.
Just the women, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, men all go to football games automatically, but a lot of housewives feel that they shouldn't neglect their housework that long. And that's where I came in.
Yeah, and this is where I came in, too, 13 years ago.
Were they ever pepped up when I told them how to do their housework better and ever so much quicker with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat?
Yeah.
Told them how they could handle everything and still have plenty of time to go to the game.
Yeah, we know that.
I explained how they could simply apply Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to their kitchen linoleum and other floor coverings before the game, and by the time they get their noses powdered, they'd have a bright, gleaming, wax-protected floor. And I also pointed out...
Look, Waxy.
Yeah?
You got your tickets to the game yet?
No,
Here.
but
Here's a couple of press passes for you. Better take them right down and get them okayed.
Gee, that's swell. I love to get in places free. Thanks, pal.
He's spoiled. Been coming in here free all these years. Where'd you get those passes to the game, Magee?
They aren't for the game. They're press passes. With those passes, he can get his pants pressed twice at Harvey Knox's. We'll give you a fit tailor shop. I had to get him out of here some way. I got a lot of work to do. Hey, what time is it?
About 1:30.
Oh, I just about got time to go over this play once more. Now and then, let me see.
Come in. Oh, Magee, it's the mayor. Hello, Your Honor.
Hi, Latriv. You going to the game?
Naturally, Magee. I never miss a game.
Look, Latriv, here's a tip. Keep your peepers peeled in the last quarter. Coach McHale has got a trick play of mine that'll make them two-bit Eisenhowers from Mohawk Military look silly.
Really?
Tell the mayor about it, dearie.
No, don't. Please. I want to be surprised.
You will be, kiddo. Now, here's the play. Now, get this. Bodkin gets the ball, see? Fakes a lateral to Kursky. Kursky snaps it to Pacheco. Pacheco to Kimmick. Kimmick drops back and... Excuse me. Hello? McGee's... Oh, hi, Pop. Huh? Well, did you study the diagrams? What do you mean you can't follow the play? I used a ballpoint pen. What say, Pop? Oh, sure. You betcha. Be glad to. Okay, Pop. He wants me up in the announcer's booth, Molly, to describe the play over the radio.
Well, this ought to be quite a clam bake. And I don't mean Clam McCarthy.
You familiar with football, Latriv? Ever play it?
Yes, for Harvard.
Heavenly days. You played football for Harvard? How thrilling.
Yeah, I was told once I'd make a great A&M player.
You mean Texas A&M?
No, absent-minded and muscle-bound. Of course, it was just a rib, but I took it big.
Mr. Mayor, tell us about playing for Harvard.
Oh, it's nothing really. Although I'll never forget the end of my first season when the coach gave us our letters.
What? He held your letters till the end of the season? Did you complain to the postal authorities?
No. Why should I?
Oh, my goodness, holding up a person's mail like that.
I didn't say he held up our mail. I said at the end of the season, when we got our letters.
Suppose one of them letters had been from your mother, Latriv.
Why, sure.
There she was, watching for the mailman every morning with tears in her big blue eyes, wondering why her son at Harvard never answered her letters.
Well, it's enough to make a body cry. I declare.
Please. I was not talking about letters that come in the mail. These were letters to sew on a sweater.
Oh, I'll bet your mother would have been proud to know you done that, Latriv. Her boy. Loved her so much he sewed her letters on his sweater.
I didn't say she sewed a sweater to my sweater. My mater never sweat. Look, I said...
Now. Don't get excited, Mr. Mayor.
Let's give it a chance, old man. Calm down. Now then, if it isn't too personal, what was in the letter she sent you that you sewed onto your sweater?
It was not a letter. I mean, it wasn't anything she sent.
Well,
It was the end of the football season. Yeah. The coach called the squad together. He had all our letters.
That's exactly what...
Please! He called me forward.
And you are?
Here, Latrivia, he said, here is a letter for you. I give you this in the fair name of Harvard. And he gave me age.
Oh, my.
Watch your language around my wife, Latriv. Let us not bring the language of the locker room into the presence of a lady who...
I wasn't locking any user language in the wife of your presence. I mean, when the coach gave me age, when he had a letter, I said earlier that the latter letter was
Magee?
Yes?
May I show you a play we used against Cornell in 1919?
Oh, please do, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let's see it, Latriv, but hurry up. We got to get going to the stadium.
Very well. Say my hat is the ball. You're the center. Crouch over the ball.
Like this?
Yes.
Ah, you look like a mama ostrich getting up for a stretch.
Now then, bend over a little farther. That's it. Now here's the kick.
Ooh! Hey, what's the idea?
Latrivia 3, Magee nothing. Good day.
Rickety-rackety-row! Rickety-rackety-row! Touchdown! Touchdown! Now!
There's the kickoff, and here come those four horsemen, the King's men, toting the ball for dear old Winsaki.
Buckle down, Winsaki, buckle down. You can win, Winsaki, if you buckle down. If you break their necks, if you make them wrecks, you can break the hex, so buckle down. Make 'em run, Winsaki, make 'em run. You can win, Winsaki, if you load your gun. If you don't give in, take it on the chin. You are bound to win if you will only buckle down. Buckle down, you can lose if you refuse to knuckle down. You can sure get hurt, you can lose your shirt. You will hit the dirt if you refuse to buckle down. Hail, Winsaki, wherever you may be. All-American alma mater, hail to thee. Thy heroes brought thee glory. They wrote their names in blood, and departing left behind them half their faces in the mud. So hail, Winsaki, thou symbol of the great. No single state will claim you, but you claim all 48. Knuckle down, Winsocki, knuckle down. You can win, Winsocki, if you buckle down. If you mow them down, if you go to town. You can win. You can win. Buckle down and win. Knuckle right down to it, buckle right down there and win.
My gosh, what a climb. Why don't they put an elevator to that dad-ratted broadcast booth anyhow?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just...
Me too. Phew. Well, we're almost there.
I've got to stop and rest a minute, Kitty. My ears just popped again. So this is what they mean by the higher education.
Yeah. Hey, look who's sitting way up here, Molly. Wallace Wimple.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
What are you doing sitting way up here? Can you see anything?
Not as long as I keep my back turned, Mr. Magee. I hate football.
You hate it, Mr. Wimple?
Yes. Every time I see those great big tackles hit those teensy-weensy quarterbacks, all my old injuries hurt all over again. And some of the new ones, too.
Oh, did you play football, Mr. Wimple?
No. These bruises are natural. I'm married.
But look, why'd you come here if you don't like football, Wimp? You hiding from your wife again?
Yes. I feel like a bottle of mint sauce, Mr. Magee.
Why, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I'm always on the lam.
Well, she'll never find you here, Wimp. My gosh, look at the mob in here. This football's getting really big business, you know it? My Uncle Sycamore's made a lot of money out of football, you know.
Out of football, Magee?
Sure, he raised football-cured pigs. Used to throw rocks at them all day so they'd grow up pebble-grained. Don't you get it, kids? My gosh, pebble-grained leather is what
Ain't funny, Magee.
It ain't?
That's odd. I rather like it.
Well, thanks, Wimp. We see you after the game?
I don't think so, Mr. Magee. I'm leaving early to pick up my little doggie.
Oh, have you got a dog, Mr. Wimple? What kind?
I'm getting it today, Mrs. Magee. It's a Chihuahua.
A Chihuahua? My gosh, Wimp, they're only 6 inches long.
I know, Mr. Magee. But with Big Me and Little Him, there'll be room for both of us in the doghouse. Well, see you later. Pardon me, madam. You're sitting on my Hershey bar.
Now, come on, Molly. Let's get up to that broadcast booth. Can't you? Oh, here we are.
And there they are lining up for the kickoff, ladies and gentlemen, as the annual classic between Wistful Vista Prep and Mohawk Military gets underway. Mohawk is going to kick. Shapiro is holding.
Hey, Bud, I'm Fibber Magee, and this is my wife, Mrs. Magee.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Oh, yes, Mr. Magee. We've been expecting you. Yeah. Coach McHale said you're the only one who can explain this play of yours.
Right. You see, Buckborough centers the ball to Joyce and goes...
Shh. We're on the air.
We are?
There's the kick, folks. And it's a beautiful boot to the 10-yard line where ladies and gentlemen, what a game. Not a goal line crossed for 3 quarters, and just a few minutes ago, Mohawk took advantage of a lucky break to push across the only touchdown of the game.
My gosh, why don't they use my play? I told Michaela...
Quiet, listen, dearie.
Anything can happen now, folks. Wistful Vista's ball in the Mohawk 20. First down, and... Wait a minute. Coach McHale's getting ready to try a play that's never been seen on any gridiron before.
Yeah, that's mine, Bud. That's mine. Hey, give me the phone.
Wait, dearie. Let the man finish.
Oh, wow, what a formation. The ends are playing back. The backs are on the end. The tackles are guarding the guards.
That's right.
Say, just a minute. We've got the man who invented this strange-looking maneuver right here in the broadcast booth to describe his own play to you. Mr. Fibber Magee.
Thanks, Bud. Fibber Magee speaking, folks. You know, people often ask me where I learned so much about football. Well, sir, it all goes back to when I was a mere lad in Peoria. An ordinary boy from all appearances, playing football with
McGee, the play. It's starting.
Huh? Oh, there it goes, folks. Wistful Vista's ball. DeGrazio snaps the ball to Kelly, who fakes a pass to Kavash and throws it to Clark. He hands it to Fraser. The ball goes to Sear, who fakes to Johnson, or Stultz, or Dumont. Hamer, hey, what's going on down there, Bud? Why did they all stop running?
They must be tired, dearie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players were all running around in circles down there in the field executing this complicated play when suddenly everyone stopped. I don't quite know what's going on, but... Uh-oh, the officials are in a huddle. Wait a minute, here's a message from the field.
My gosh, that's not the way I had that play wrote out. I didn't tell them to stop. They should ought to keep
Your
on.
attention, football fans. This one you won't believe. Football history has been made here today.
You hear that, Molly? I made history.
So did Benedict Arnold. Listen.
That play was so deceptive, so complicated, that right down there on that field in the middle of the game, they've lost the ball. Nobody knows where it went. They're searching the players. The referee, there he is calling for the rule book. And here goes the gun. The game is over and Mohawk Military wins 6-0.
Oh, my gosh. Molly.
Well, dearie, that's your play.
Oh.
Shall we go see Coach McKayla?
Oh.
McGee, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Come on, down the back way. Look at those goal posts.
What's the matter? Are they tearing them down?
No, they're throwing a rope over them. Let's get out of here.
This is confusing.
I was reading in a current magazine today that the trend these days is more and more toward light-colored woodwork. That's fine, but nice as it is, light woodwork can be a headache. Fingerprints do show up on it, and dirt seems to come from nowhere. That's one good reason why you like Johnson's Cream Wax. With Cream Wax, you don't have to use harsh cleansers or even soap and water to clean your light woodwork. This creamy white liquid removes dirt instantly. It also adds a shining wax luster to the surface. Dust and dirt can't cling to this dry, smooth, cream-waxed finish. Fingerprints don't stick so readily either. So, with just an occasional application of Johnson's Cream Wax, your light woodwork is always clean and sparkling bright. You'll also want to use Johnson's Cream Wax on your furniture and white kitchen equipment. Its gleaming luster doesn't fade or get dull as oil polishes do. Try it, won't you? Johnson's Cream Wax. There's nothing like it.
Give me another pencil, Molly.
Here, McGee.
Thanks. Now, let me see. If Pacheco snaps the ball to Kursky, Kursky fakes a pass to Beelman, Beelman pivots and flips to Kavash, Kavash to... Dead rat.
What's the matter, dearie?
Oh, I lost that ball again.
Well, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Why do Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats taste so great, people take sides?
Crunchy wheat. Nicely sweet. Crunchy wheat. Nicely sweet.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats.
Whole wheat goodness on one side.
Light frosting on the other. That's what makes the crunchy wheat nicely sweet.
Vitamin-fortified mini wheats are part of a good breakfast.
Delicious.
But people still take sides.
Crunchy wheat. Nicely sweet.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats.
I don't know, for some reason, I just feel more comfortable with big things. Maybe that's why it took me so long to get used to my wife's little parquet cup.
Butter.
I say parquet, and it says
butter.
But then my wife found parquet in this big 1-pound bowl. Now, that's pretty, ain't it? And now when I say parquet to my big 1-pound bowl, it says butter.
Parquet margarine from Kraft in pretty 1-pound bowls.
My mother says, do it right the first time, and you won't have to do it over. Well, Glass Plus does it right the first time because it cleans with just one application. Appliances and countertops, refrigerators, even stovetops, all with just one application. And no streaking to make me do it over. Of course, Glass Plus cleans glass plus a whole lot more. And it does it right the first time. Glass Plus does it right the first time.
What time is Visine time?
Nighttime.
Cold time.
Swim time.
Wake up time. Visine time is any time your eyes are tired and red.
Sun time.
Allergy time.
Overtime.
Anytime minor irritation makes your eyes red, Visine with tetrahydrozoline soothes, refreshes, and gets the red out in seconds. Recommended by more eye doctors than any other leading eye drop. Visine gets the red out.
Every time.
As long as I'm paying your dental bills, you're using a fluoride toothpaste. But, Mother, I need this gel for fresh breath.
Ladies, try new double protection Aquafresh. Aquafresh gives you all the cavity-fighting fluoride of the leading paste and all the breath freshener of the leading gel. Concentrated in one toothpaste. So?
Well, if it has all my fluoride and all my breath freshener, we'll take the Aquafresh.
New double protection Aquafresh fights cavities and freshens breath.
This is Honda's lowest price car, the Civic 1200 sedan. We're going to strip everything but the standard equipment. Reclining bucket seats? Oh, that's standard. Fully carpeted interior? Standard. Trip odometer? No, standard. Tinted glass opening rear quarter windows? Sorry, all standard. The Honda Civic 1200 sedan. Even when it's stripped, it's loaded.
Honda, we make it simple.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Steeden. And our special added attraction, the Town Hall Varieties. New music, new voices, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Crowd cheer Fred Allen as he leads the parade to the old town hall. Fred's leading the band with a shillelagh and is followed by those green horns of the theater, the mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody's going. Here they come, delicatessen leaders.
Morris, why are you refusing to slice some corned beef for Mrs. Corn? The slicing machine is making static on the radio stem, and it's town hall tonight.
Spiritualist.
Look, Professor Till, the spirits are moving that radio up and down. The radio is merely dancing for joy, madam. It's town hall tonight.
Reno divorcees.
Your grounds for divorce are cruel and inhuman treatment, Mrs. Boggs.
Yes, George. My husband always turns off the radio on Wednesdays, and it's town hall tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old town hall. It's St. Patrick's Day, and Fred is welcoming the crowd with a brogue as folks pass inside. Let's listen.
Shikari and the Jaber. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, folks, and he got that way from coming to the old town hall. Single line, please.
Hi there, booby boy.
Hello, Jason.
Is it Cabbage Head?
Hi there, Mrs. Fumble. Step right in. You laugh, you shout like all get out on the inside. So hurry.
We're all set inside, Fred.
Surprising, Harry. Peter's opening the show with Swing High, Swing Low.
Righto, Fred. Let her swing, Peter.
Swing high, swing low, swing to and fro. Not fast, not slow. A little swing can do more than anything else for you. Swing out, swing in. It's not a sin. So let's begin. You never get the gate if your swinging is up to date. When no one and lonely complains that she's lonely and blue. The rhythm
big old champagne can do more than champagne to see her through. Swing high, swing low, swing to and fro. Not fast, not slow. And if you think you can swing high, swing low.
Presenting that bombastic baron of big, blatant bursts of bubbling, baffling buffoonery, bristling batter, and biangular bread buttering, blustering, blistering Fred Allen in person.
Gosh, Harry, you left out Bristol and Myers. I don't know how. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we preen our verbal feathers and prepare to give your risibilities a rousing tickling this evening, I hope, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, everybody's grocer, says that nothing's happened this week, folks, so there'll be no announcement. Thank you, friends, and now we'll get along with the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Coming right down, Fred.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Dr. R.P. Wodehouse, speaking at the American Institute of General Sciences, claims that hay fever and asthma are increasing in this country. Dr. Wodehouse says clearing up of native vegetation and its replacement by alien plants will add to number of victims. Town hall news shows how sensitive some hay fever victims may become shortly. The scene, a train waiting room.
We can sit down here, Wilbur. The 5:15 isn't ready.
Yes, dear.
Just an idea. Is your hay fever starting?
Yes, somebody's eating strawberries at the lunch counter. The straw starts me sneezing.
Strawberries. That reminds me. I forgot to phone the market about dinner.
Have you got the number?
Yes, it's Haymarket.
Don't say Haymarket. You know that hay upsets me.
All right, I won't say another word. What was that?
I don't know. That woman just passed.
Is she wearing a goldenrod corsage?
I don't know.
She's going by again.
Every time she walks by, I see.
I'll tell her to get away from here. Oh, pardon me, lady. Yes, did you call me? Would you mind walking around the other way? You see, my husband... Are you intimating that I am ogling your husband? No, but why is it every time you pass, you start my husband's hay fever? I'm a grass widow. Just
New York City, New York. A new hit show opens on Broadway to delight New York theatergoers. Critics guarantee evening of laughs to patrons attending play called Yes, My Darling Daughter. Town Hall News presents 3-second review of this new laughing show, Yes, My Darling Daughter.
Daddy, you say one word has made you the biggest man in Hollywood?
That's right, daughter.
What is the magic word, Daddy?
Yes, my darling daughter.
New York City, New York. East Side Merchants Association agrees to do away with men outside of clothing stores who approach customers and try to pull them into shops. Town Hall News shows old sales approach method on East Side when the puller-in functioned outside of a clothing store.
Monster sale going on inside. My greenbaum is sacrificing their suits. All kinds of buttons, herringbone, tweeds, chinchillas, jointed cross. Hey, how about a suit, Border? No. Hey, take your finger out of my buttonhole. Step inside. I'll show you a pencil striped double-breasted that will knock your eye out. No. Get your hand out of my collar. You're stepping in, Border? No, I'm not stepping in. Now, let me go. I got to catch a bus. You are needing a suit, Border. I don't need no suit. Now, quit pulling my lapel. You are needing a suit. Who says so? I am saying so. Look. What? Oh, what's the big idea ripping my lapel? I can't go home this way. That's what I'm saying. You are needing a suit. Step inside, Border.
With the puller-in salesman of this type banished, Town Hall News shows the new methods customers can expect as they pass East Side clothing stores in the near future.
Hey, Border. Talking to me, mister?
Yes, confidentially, I'm needing a suit of garments.
No, thanks. I just bought a suit with 4 pair of pants yesterday.
You could using 3 coats, maybe, to go with the extra pants?
No, hey, quit jostling me.
You're going inside for them?
Get your hand off of my spine. Quit shoving.
Inside for them?
Hey, I thought the East Side stopped this pulling in business.
So who's pulling you in, Buddy? I'm pushing.
New York City, New York. New 20th century picture, Love is News, is held over a second week at the Roxy Theater. Produced by Darryl Zanuck, written by Harry Tugand and Jack Yellen, Love is News registers comedy triumph. Town Hall News brings you a 10-second preview of this excellent film, Love is News.
Wait for this, your latest paper. Read all about it.
What's the headline, boy?
Jack Benny and Fred Allen kiss and make up.
Is that a front-page romance?
And how, mister?
With those 2 mudslingers, love is news.
New York City, New York. Ship officers report stormy crossings on Atlantic Ocean. Record gales lash heavy seas, and ships experience trouble in navigating through storms. Town Hall News flashes candid camera shot of a terrible sea. The sea. Encore, Harry. I don't know about the bow, but it was good and niche there at the beginning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And now... As I was saying...
For 1 minute, please.
If you'll bear with me
I would like to see
just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to find out what's on the mind of this disgruntled Eskimo, if he'll just turn around.
Well, I was just practicing...
Why, Harry Von Zell, a big boy like you.
Well, it might have sounded funny, but you know, last night I was reading about Demosthenes.
And what are Demosthenes?
Oh, Fred out. A big boy like you. Demosthenes was a famous Greek orator. And he used to practice speaking, with pebbles in his mouth to improve his diction and enunciation. Like this, look.
Friends, rowers, and country.
And just what do you... He didn't say that.
Huh?
And just what do you... Just what do you hope to accomplish pursuing this strange pastime, Harry?
Well, Fred, I just thought I'd keep practicing so that when I passed along those friendly tips about Salopatica, there wouldn't be a chance of a single word being missed. Because to know about Salopatica is to know a mighty effective way to get after those dull, logy, headachy feelings we have so often. Those under-par feelings usually caused by accumulated waste and resulting acidity. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that gets after both of those things at once. It removes wastes through laxation, and it helps nature combat that acidity. So the next time you feel under the weather, put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. You'll soon be feeling your old normal self again if you remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Eden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Serenade in the Night. Now, on Friday night, there will be an... Oh, gosh. Now, quiet, please. Look, if that is somebody left over from a...
Hello?
Well, say, you've done it again, haven't you? Well, sir, the chairman laughed when I said I was going to take the floor. He didn't know the linoleum wasn't paid for. Well, it can lay there with the linoleum as far as... If it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa sent me over to see you. It's very important.
What's important?
Papa says you should make up your mind what night you're going to be on the radio.
Well, you don't think just because I went on with Jack Benny last Sunday that the people are getting confused, do you?
I'll say they are. I saw the man upstairs brushing his teeth with Jell-O this morning.
Well... See, you will get a life membership in the Don Wilson Foundation for that. You've saved him that much work next Sunday. Well, that doesn't make any difference. People brush their teeth with Jell-O just as long as they don't try to buy Ipana in 6 delicious flavors. They'll be all right. Come in. Telegram for Fred Allen. Right here, boy.
All right, sign here. Here's a pencil.
Thank you, son.
The boy's still waiting, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, son.
Don't give me none of that, buddy.
Now, see here.
Listen, Greaseball, I don't mind not getting my tip, but when you try to cop my pencil, you're rubbing it in.
Here's your pencil, stickler.
Okay, cheapskate.
That boy's too fresh.
Why don't you tear up the telegram and get even with him, Mr. Allen?
No, here, you read it. I've got to blow down my neck.
Blow down your neck?
Yes, I'm getting hot under the collar.
I'll see who the telegram's from.
All right. What does it say?
Dear Palsy Wowsy, happy birthday to you. I know it isn't your birthday, but I had to have an excuse to send you loads of love.
Who sent that?
It's signed Jack Benny.
Oh, Jackie, hey? He's a prince. Oh, there's a sweet guy, Portland. Good old Jackie. Gosh, he's so sweet, he's almost sticky.
It's silly to send a birthday wire when it isn't your birthday.
Listen, it isn't the stupidity. It's the sentiment gets me. There's the whitest guy I know.
Yes, you said he was anemic.
Now, listen, don't let anyone tell you Jackie Benny's anemic. He just stays white on purpose so everybody else will look healthy.
Gosh, Jack must have a big heart.
Why, Jackie Benny's heart so big, you can put a stethoscope on him any place and get action. Did you hear his program last Sunday?
Yes. What was that static right in the middle of it?
Static? Was it before or after Jack and I sang?
It was during.
During? Well, let me tell you something. A lot of people didn't catch our names when we sang.
How do you know?
Nelson Eddy got 300 wires from people who said they enjoyed his double voice solo.
Gosh, to me it sounded like 2 wildcats picketing a pet shop.
2 wildcats picketing a pet shop. Do you know that the next morning after Jackie and I sang at the Pierre, all of the flowers bloomed in Central Park? They thought the robins were back from the south.
That's done it. Mr.
That's
Blow.
done it.
Casper.
Don't bring
Right, babe. You don't have to page Humbert Blow. Just drop a hint. I can hear it before it hits the ground.
Come on up, Casper.
Now, wait a minute, Portland. I don't mind you bringing people in here, but when they're all wet, they leave puddles.
Now, listen, Ham. You want to be flattered to be seen with a couple of good eggs? That's telling them, Casper.
Is Casper saying something, Mr. Blow?
Only a simpleton can understand Casper. That's why he's talking to himself.
Well, you ought to be able to catch Casper's drift, Bud. Oh.
Somebody ought to put a sign on Casper's mouth opened by mistake.
Now, take it easy, brother.
Yeah?
You're jeopardizing the friendship of Humbert Blow, the outstanding theatrical agent of this generation.
Mr. Blow furnishes all kinds of talent, Mr. Allen.
Oh. And how? Why, Casper here can put the program on a map, simple.
What does Casper do?
Imitation.
Right. Name your sounds, folks, and Casper goes to town.
How about a fin calling to its haddy?
Quit clowning, Bud.
How about molasses coming out of a jug?
Okay, let's go, Casper.
Now, wait a minute. Molasses in this weather will take too long.
Okay, give us a ginger ale bottle, Casper. Oh. Attaboy, Casper.
Gosh, some bottle, wasn't it, Mr. Allen?
A bottle? It sounded like somebody with false teeth munching castanets to me.
Well, you ain't heard nothing yet. What's next, Casper boy?
Oh, a lion.
Quiet, folks. One lion. Take it away, Casper. How's that, knobhead?
It sounded like the Holland Tunnel backfiring to me.
Hey, no belittling, Bud.
Can Casper do a Jersey cow, Mr. Blow?
Well, Jersey's too far away. You wouldn't hear it. How about a New York cow?
Listen, the only thing that gives milk in New York is a waiter.
Coconuts give milk, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, what about philanthropy?
Never mind. Give us the cow.
Okay. One Holstein, Casper. Give. Boy, are you hot. What's next, Casper?
A foghorn.
Okay, blast, Casper.
So that's a foghorn.
It sounded like you and Jack Benny singing, Mr. Allen.
Now, you leave my pal out of this.
And now, folks, with your kind attention, Casper entertain us one and all with his own original Barnyard Community Sing.
What's that, Mr. Blow?
It's a foul choir.
Foul is right.
Quiet, dope. Give us that Plymouth Rock on cymbals, Casper.
All right.
Casper done everything but lay an egg, sister.
He didn't lay an egg. He spread an omelet.
Cluck.
Cluck is the word for Casper.
Well, what's new, brother? Does Casper get the job?
Yes.
Congratulations, Casper.
Oh, thanks.
Well, when does he start on the radio?
What radio? I'm hiring him to break a lease in a boiler factory.
Why, you?
We better beat it, fellas.
Nice exterminating, Portland. So long.
Howie.
Oh.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing a spiritual called Head Low.
Great day, don't you hear that joyful sound? Your foes, my foes, they're all camp meeting bound. Come on, honey, let us follow the crowd. I feel the spirit and it's shouting out loud. Don't wait too late, let you better self-decide. Give out, give in, swallow all your pride. 'Cause every day is Judgment Day. Let's be on time to hear that cool old deacon town. Oh, there's no use talking, the devil's walking, yes, walking off through the land. Head low, let in cheer. Head low, keep out fear. Oh, the times are coming, brother, we need the good Lord's hand. Good news, you can send this word around. My soul was lost, but now it's found. Come, my children, let's be gone on our way. I feel the spirit in us trying to say, we need to read the good book through and through. We need to heed like they used to do. Make stumbling blocks your stepping stone. Oh, how you love to hear that deacon when he moans. Hello, oh, children, bend your ways. Hello, oh, everybody give out praise. Cause to religion is a feeling you understand. Hallelujah. Hello. Hello. Oh, there's no use kicking, it takes some sticking before you get to the promised land. Where you got shoes, I get shoes. All God's children get shoes in the promised land.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, boys. And now for a thrilling excursion into the realm of the esoteric.
Oh, goody. Do we take sandwiches and hard-boiled eggs?
Do we take them where?
To the thrilling excursion.
Oh, Harry. That was just my erudite way of introducing a little item concerning beauty in Japan. A little music, Professor Van Steeden. There was a time in Japan when black teeth were considered beautiful, so they were dyed black with a liquid composed of iron filings and a species of nut applied to the teeth with a feather.
Ipana.
What do you mean by that, Harry?
Well, Fred, that's just my erudite way of introducing a little item concerning beauty in America, where only sparkling, naturally white teeth are considered beautiful, and where Ipana toothpaste plays such an important part in our standards of loveliness. Because Ipana is more than a toothpaste. For when used with massage, it helps tone and stimulate tender gums. The dentists say,
when our gums are soft and tender, our teeth are seldom bright and sparkling. Today, our gums do not get the exercise and stimulation they need from the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods we eat.
So we earnestly suggest that every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, you put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums with it. It's the modern way to give them the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against gum trouble. Since Ipana goes so far in helping you have cleaner, brighter teeth, and as a result, far lovelier smiles, it will certainly pay you to always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Well, there's the theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the little group that inspired that song's success, this year's Hisses, the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they present a backwoods drama entitled The Great Hillbilly Battle, or Harsh Words Don't Always Start a Feud. It's when somebody says, oh, shoot. Over to you, Peter. Quick, pardon me. What is it, Sarah?
Get at you, lazy juggin.
Well, it ain't hardly daylight yet.
Past daylight. The sun's slow this morning.
Well, everything ready?
Yep, your rifle's loaded and the coffee's on.
Good. I'll take a shot over at the carver's cabin. Let them varmints know we're up and raring to feud. Take that, you lout.
Any luck?
Well, I don't know. I shot low into the cabin in case old Carver's sleeping on the floor.
Oh,
Yep, the carvers is out. They're tardy this morning.
I'm getting sick of this feuding, Eli. I ain't been out this cabin for nigh on 40 years.
And you gotta stunt your wanderlust, Harry. For the last 200 years, us Allens has been feuding the carvers. 3 generations, Allens, has been born, farmed, feuded, and died without leaving this here room.
Well, it's mighty convenient, but that's all.
My great-grandpa Luther's buried yonder under that butter churn there. Grandma Nell's and Uncle Dud's tombstones we're using for bookends for Pilgrim's Progress. And you're a-standing on Cousin Nathan right now.
It's going to be mighty stuffy in here on Resurrection Day. Don't ding them covers.
Clean through the wall. Where'd that bullet go?
Yonder in the potato patch under the bed.
Well, I'll just take another pop at them vandals. You can take this, you prairie, you bangus. I'll show 'em. Well, that's all the feuding I can go on an empty belly.
I'll get you breakfast.
Is, Pa awake?
I can't tell. He's too lazy to shut his eyes. He sleeps with them open.
Pa?
Unhand me, Daniel Boone.
He's dreaming. Pa, wake up. Pa, wake up.
Jeepers creepers, son. I'm awake.
Lord, right through Lydia Pinkham's picture.
Them mangy carvers. At 'em, son.
I will. Take this, you snakes. Right through that keyhole by Dad.
Say, what's for breakfast? Owl a la king again?
No poultry this morning, Pa. Nothing but coffee.
Ain't there no bacon, Ma?
Only what's left on the hog.
How many hogs we got left, son?
Just the old sow, Bessie.
Better dispatch her then, Eli.
Right enough, Sari. Come out here to your doom, Bessie.
Oink.
And I'll get my rifle.
Here, now, hold on. You ain't wasting our ammunition, son.
Well, I can't jiu-jitsu her to death, Pa. She'll pass out rigid.
That's right, Pa. You watch your bacon relax, don't you?
Yes, well, just put the pig outside the door. The carvers will shoot her. It'll save us a bullet.
That's cutting down the budget, Pa.
Come on, Bessie.
I'll tie a rope onto her so she can't run away.
Yep, and better put your hat on the pig, son.
Afraid your bacon will catch cold, Pa?
No, but if old man Carver sees a pig with a hat on, he'll think it's you creeping out the cabin on your stomach. He's sure to shoot.
Well, okie dokie. I'll put my Stetson on her.
Steady there.
Hat looks better on the pig than it does on you, son.
Oh, go shuck your soft corn, Pa. You open the door, Sari.
Over, Bessie.
Get, Bessie.
Right between the eyes.
Yeah. One thing about this feud, you get service.
Drag her in, Eli.
Okay, dokie. You.
I'll close the door.
Yes. Set her over here near the stove, son. I'll amputate some bacon.
Gee, you. Something's burning.
It's you, Pa. You got one of your feet on that red-hot stove.
Which foot, son?
It's your left one, Pa. Gosh, 2 of your toes is clinkers.
Well, could be worse. I still got 3 toes left.
Lord, I wish you'd wash your feet, Pa, before you grill 'em.
Wash 'em? Wash 'em for what? I ain't showing off at my age.
You ought to stand up someday, Pa. Surprise your feet.
Well, there goes breakfast. Carver just shot the coffee pot off in the stove.
Adam, son.
Yeah. Take this, you rat-faced scum. Bully for me.
Bullseye, Eli?
Yep. Old Carver was making a sign at me. Well, sir, I shot his thumb out from between his nose and his forefinger.
Nice aiming, son. Nice aiming.
There's the postman. No shooting, Eli.
No, postman's got the right of way. The only thing us and the Carvers agrees on.
Open the door, somebody.
I'm hauling gingham, Pa.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy, Governor. Notice any mail, Abner?
Just your morning batch of insults from the Carvers.
Yeah? What word-of-mouth venom's Carver up to today?
Well, to start off with, he says, you Allens are so low, they'll have to jack you up to bury you.
Why, them rodent-eating trash, them weed-munching mongrels.
Ditto for me, too. Anything else, Abner?
Yep, here's Carver's thought for the day.
Let's have it.
Well, Carver says, you're so all-fired mean, you wouldn't eat in front of a mirror for fear your reflection had asked you for a bite.
Why, that narrow-minded misfit?
Any reply?
You can bet your bottom postcard there's a reply.
You can tell Carver for me. He's so filthy. The last time he met a skunk face to face, the skunk went home with an inferiority complex.
That ought to rile him.
Yep, and here's my thought for the day. You can tell that drooling, fork-footed, snuff-dipping gopher that he's so undernourished, his idea of high living is dipping his bread into a rabbit track before he eats it.
Anything else?
No, that'll hold Carver for the day, I guess.
Well, I'll get along. Can't hold up the mail. So long.
So long, Abner.
Well, Carver will have to go, son, to answer them insults.
Yeah, them slurs will grig him up proper.
If our son Hector known to come home, he could help us with the feud.
Hector's only Allen ever escaped from the cabin.
Say, how did he get away? I was sleeping that spring.
Hector was only 4 when he stampeded 20 years ago.
Yep, creeped right out of the cabin. Kid was so hairy and dirty looking, Carver thought he was a possum.
Funny he never sent no word.
Well, Hector might have crawled into a gopher hole and quit the human race. You can't tell.
Oh, mailman's back, Jim.
Abner must have forget one of them insults we mailed to Carver.
Well, open the door.
Hello, folks.
Who is it, Eli?
Don't know, Pa. It's Abner's suit, but a stranger is sporting it.
Don't you know me, Ma?
Who are you, butter cheese?
Why, I'm Hector, Ma, your male brat that got away 20 years ago.
If you're sure enough Hector, what you doing in that mailman's get-up?
Well, Abner let me work so old Carver wouldn't pink me off coming up the trail.
Are you Hector Honor Bright, Bogie?
Right as rickets, Grandpa. Just bust into town on a greyhound.
Riding dogs is mighty dangerous, Hector.
How'd you lull away your youth, son?
Been studying at Barber College, Pa. Graduated last week with high honors. Magna cum sideburns.
What's the latest news out yonder, Hector?
Dewey still holding them off at Manila?
Just gather the rest folks around and I'll give you all the news.
We're all that's left, Hector.
Why, where's Uncle Dud?
Uncle Dud leaned out to spit in 27. Carver's got him.
Grandma, too?
Yep. She opened the door to shake the broom. They got Grandma between the dustpan and the broom handle.
Your ma and me's carrying on the feud short-handed, Hector.
Then I just got home in time.
Sure did, son. I'll oil your gun.
No, I ain't shooting, Pa. I came home to stop the feud.
You ain't going to throw your paw out of work, Hector.
Are you attached, son?
No, Pa. I'll come back to bring you tidings.
What tidings?
Well, sir, the president's got a scheme to help folks like you.
You can tell McKinley he can mind his old gall-dang business.
Now, it ain't McKinley, Pa. It's Roosevelt.
Well, we don't want him and his Rough Riders are butting in, mother.
Now, sir.
No, now, this is another Roosevelt president now. He's got a scheme called sociable security.
What's it like, bingo?
No, it ain't no gamble, Pa. When you get to be 65, you get paid.
Paid for what?
For being 65. It's a reward, like.
What's that? What's that got to do with your ma and me?
Well, you got to stop feuding. If you both get killed off before you get to be 65, you won't get paid.
Hey, are you sure the government's giving real money?
Yep, it's real money, all right, with eagles on it for spending.
Well, money makes the mare go, and I can feel the horse coming out of me.
Say, it sounds tempting. We ought to call off the feud.
Now, hold on. Suppose we stop feuding and Carver keeps on a-going.
Harbor's willing if you be. Abner pumped him yesterday.
Fair enough. Might as well give in, Eli.
Yeah,
might as well, son. It's real money.
Come on, Paul.
Well, okay, Bidoki, the feud's over.
Hooray!
Now wait, hold on. Before there's any more cheering, when do I get paid?
Right way. Here's your sociable security blank, Paul. All you got to do is sign your name right.
Now load your guns, folks. The feud's back on.
What's eating you, Paul?
What's on that gun, Eli?
Hold on, son. You ain't a-passing up that money.
You heard my battle cry. The feud's on.
What? You mean you'd rather die fighting than sign your name to this blank, Paul?
I ain't got no choice, son. You know I can't write my name. Come on, you carver. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So much for the mighty Allen Art players who, as contributors to the rapid decline of the drama, are not to be sneezed at. And the guest we now present, Professor Jameson, is not to be sneezed at either, for he has made a lifelong study of that famous winter sport. The Professor Savant Deluxe says...
During the Middle Ages, ladies and gentlemen, there was a popular belief that when a person sneezed, the soul momentarily left the body, being violently expelled through the nostrils. During that instant of temporary vacancy, the body was at the mercy of the devil who could take possession of it before the soul got back again, unless some quick-witted person protected the body by saying Gesundheit.
Well, now, that's very interesting, Professor. Did all the nations have that belief?
Well, some expression of that belief still survives in many countries. In Germany, of course, they still say Gesundheit. A French sneeze is greeted with Dieu vous bénisse. Italians say salute. And when a person sneezes in this country, if a friend has his best wishes at heart, he will say...
Yeah, I know, Professor. Sal hepatica. For while sal hepatica won't help you fight off devils, it certainly will help you to fight a cold. Modern physicians say that you can often help throw off a cold more quickly by doing two fundamental things at its very beginning. Remove wastes through laxation and help nature combat the acidity that frequently accompanies a cold. And, ladies and gentlemen, you can do both of these things at once by taking sal hepatica. So at the very first sneeze, the minute you feel you're catching a cold, do this.
Get plenty of rest. Drink lots of liquids and watch your diet. But first, above all else, put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it.
Don't take chances with a cold, ladies and gentlemen. Take sal hepatica for the smile of health. Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours are playing this year's Kisses, the vocal kisses by the Town Hall Quartet.
Crop of kisses don't seem as sweet to me. This year's crop just misses what kisses used to be. This year's new romance doesn't seem to have a chance, even held by Mr. Moon above. This year's crop of kisses is not for me, for I'm still wearing last year's love.
The Town Hall Variety. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're setting the stage for the next event at the old town hall. The mighty Allen Art players are being wrapped in cellophane to keep them fresh for next week. And Fred is distributing shamrocks to his guest stars for tonight. Looks as though we're about ready. All set, Fred?
Yes, Harry. This is St. Patrick's Day, and we're making it sort of an all-Irish evening for our guests.
I see. You're doubling the entertainment.
Well, I'll hang around if you want to laugh at it yourself, Harry. Otherwise, I'll...
After hearing it, I've changed my mind.
The show really looks swell, Harry. We have Adrian O'Brien, who in a few minutes is going to be your favorite tenor. The Doherty sisters, Martin Burns and his Irish band.
Gee, that sounds great, Fred. Who's first?
Well, first, we have Professor Quigley left over from last week, you know.
Oh, yes, Professor Quigley, the escape artist.
Yes.
He had some trouble last week.
Yes, but I'm sure he'll be all right tonight. Are you ready, Professor Quigley?
Yes, Mr. Allen, right on the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week, you may remember, Professor Quigley attempted to escape from a packing case.
In 3 minutes.
Just a minute, Professor. I'm making an announcement.
I know. I didn't get the full 3 minutes last Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to explain that to the radio audience.
Why, my glasses fell off. I could have escaped. But you can't see anything in the dark when your glasses fall off.
I know. You can't see anything in the dark with your glasses on, either.
Now, don't change the subject, Alan. I'm raring to go.
Well, you want people to know what you're going to do, don't you?
I'm going to get in this packing case. They'll see me getting in. You don't have to explain it.
I know, but people don't know what you're getting in there for. They might think you live in there or something.
Now, listen, Alan. Last week you said if I came up here tonight, I could escape. Now, that's what I'm here for. Talking isn't getting us anywhere.
All right.
Well, now, don't get sore about it.
I'm not sore. If you just keep quiet a minute, I'll explain everything to our audience. Then you can get in the box and stay there for all I care.
I'll be out in 3 minutes.
All right, but keep quiet. KQ. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, Professor Quigley dropped his glasses in the middle of a vital experiment in escape, in the art of escaping, I might say, and wasn't able to get out within his allotted time. Now, tonight, we're locking him in the packing case again and hoping for the best. You look a little winded, Professor.
Yes, I was late getting to the studio. I got stuck in the traffic.
You're an escape artist and you can't get out of traffic?
Yes, on account of St. Patrick's Day parade, they kept the green lights on Fifth Avenue all day. I couldn't get crosstown.
Did you leave your car in traffic and run over?
No, I didn't. I parked my car downstairs.
You did, huh?
I was in a hurry, but I guess it'll be all right there.
Yes, it'll be all right. The doorman will keep his eye on it. You can escape with a clear conscience. And now, Professor, if you'll get in your packing case, we'll go right ahead with the show. Now, before we start, Professor, try not to escape during one of the... Professor's not as limber as he used to be. I remember last week he vaulted right into the box. Here, Uncle Jim had to sort of give him a little piggyback in reverse, I might say. A piggyback on the other side. Well, before we start, Professor, try not to escape during one of the guest acts, if you will. If you feel the time has come, try to escape if you can time it between the acts. You know, now, wait a minute. It's going to look bad if you pop out and get a big reception while someone's in the middle of a song.
I'll be out in 3 minutes. Every man for himself.
And now, while Uncle Jim is locking and nailing Professor Quigley in, we'll return to the entertainment. You all set, Uncle Jim?
All okay, Fred.
We don't want him to get out when we're not looking. Just lock that up. I don't think the lock is good and secure, huh? But I don't think you'll have to nail it down. We'll all keep an eye on him and see what happens. Now we'll go right along with the show. Our first guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet a beautiful voice possessed by a likable chap. The voice is tenor, and the young man is Adrian O'Brien. Adrian, this is St. Patrick's Day, and if a gentleman with the name of Adrian O'Brien can't sing his best on the natal day of his favorite patron saint, I'm afraid the race is going to do something drastic about it. You're from, how do you feel about it? You think anything? Do you feel in rare form tonight? Rare voice, I might say.
Well, I really should.
You should.
I hope it brings out the best in me.
Well, I'm sure that it will. You come from up in Boston, don't you?
Yes.
I know Bill McKinney has told me quite a lot about you and told me confidentially that you are considered to be the John McCormick of New England. Is that right?
Well,
I've got
much
you pinned
to say
down.
about that.
You have nothing to say, all right?
I'll settle for Morton Downey.
Well, how come you spend so much time up in Boston with a voice like yours? Why don't you come over here with all of the nightclubs and radio and one thing and another? I should think you'd have been over here long ago.
Well, I was here, Fred, in 1931.
1931? Well, that's 5 years ago.
Well, I was pretty young, just a callow youth at that time.
A callow? And now you have blossomed, as it were, huh? Did you hear Jack Benny? Did you hear our song the other night, Jack Benny and I, when we sang?
Yes, I did.
You did, huh?
Yes.
You know, the next day that song dropped out of the hit parade and got into the sweepstakes winners. But, Adrian, well, I want you to know we're happy to have you here tonight, and I'm going to ask you what you're going to sing.
Well, in honor of the occasion, I'll sing one of the best-known Irish songs, A Little Bit of Heaven.
A Little Bit of Heaven. Thank you very much.
Have you ever heard the story of how Ireland got its name? I'll tell you so you'll understand from whence old Ireland came. No wonder that we're proud of that dear land across the sea. For here's the way my dear old mother told the tale to me. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the skies one day, and it nestled on the ocean in a spot so far away. And when the angels found it, sure it looked so sweet and fair. They said, suppose we leave it, for it looks so peaceful there. Then they sprinkled it with stardust just to make the shamrocks grow. 'Tis the only place you'll find them, no matter where you go. And they dotted it with silver to make its lake so grand. And when they had it finished, sure they called it
Excellent, Adrian. And now, before we present the next act, we'll see how Professor Quigley is doing. What's new, Professor?
Coming along fine. I'll be out in a jiffy.
All right, we'll be...
there's the phone, Fred.
Well, I'm busy with the professor. Will you take it, Harry? The phone is over on the chair there. Just
Hello? What, the doorman downstairs. What?
Who is it, Harry?
The doorman, something about a car downstairs.
Well, let me talk to him. Professor Quigley, I'll see you. Don't want to disturb any. Hello? What? Professor Quigley's car is parked near the fire hydrant. You want to talk to him on the phone? Well, I don't know whether the professor can talk to you now. I'll see. Professor?
You're right out.
No, somebody wants you on the phone.
What?
You want it on the phone. The telephone.
I'll take it.
Shall we open the box?
No. Put the phone down here.
All right. Will you take this over to the professor, Uncle Jim? You just set it down there. We wouldn't want to... You all right, Professor?
All right. Hello? You'll have to speak louder. What? My car is next to a fire hydrant. No, don't move it. I'll be right down. Okay, goodbye.
Everything all right, Professor?
Yes, they want me to move my car. I'll be right out.
All right. Now, while we're waiting to welcome Professor Quigley, ladies and gentlemen, our next guests tonight are Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbirds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the best-known Irish bands in New York City. Martin Burns, Mr. Burns, and his Irish Blackbirds are very well known at the Innisfail Ballrooms over on East 56th Street and have played practically all of the outstanding Irish festive events in New York for the past several years. And what are you going to play tonight, Mr. Burns?
I'm going to play some marches and an Irish reel.
He's going to play Kilkenny for Me, The Boys from Wexford, and the reel, The Old Maids of Galway. Is that right? Those are the numbers, all right. Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbirds. Just heard Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbirds. And now, before the next number, come in.
Is Professor Quigley here?
Yes, but he's pretty busy right now,
Oh,
sir.
can I see him?
Not from there, no.
Now, quit stalling, Bud. I got to see this Quigley right away.
Now, just a minute. Who are you?
Police headquarters. Plainclothes squad, Bud. Now, where's Quigley?
He's in that box.
Who are you trying to kid, brother?
Professor Quigley's an escape artist. He's in that box. He's busy escaping.
Oh, yeah? Hey, Quigley!
I'll be right out.
Now, listen, stupid. Your car is parked in front of a fire hydrant downstairs. If you don't get that can out of there in 2 minutes, I'll run you in.
Okay, I'll speed it up in here.
Come on. Get out of that box and move that percolator.
Well, can't you come back a little later, officer?
And the law, Alan, on this bum.
Yes?
Yes, you, Quigley. Open this box in the name of the law.
You better open it up, Uncle Jim.
Okay, Fred.
Looks as though we're going to...
I'm practically out.
Open that casket or I'll bust it in.
I don't know.
This is an outrage. You've ruined my act. You can't get away with this.
Come on, punk. You're resisting the law.
Now, you better go. This is an officer, Professor. You better go.
But what about my performance? What about my escape act? Well, listen, if I had a little peace around here, I could get out of that box in 3 minutes.
Come on,
Now,
Tony.
just a minute, officer.
Now, listen, what about my
There's
escape
nothing
act?
we
Mr.
can
Allen?
do about it tonight, Professor. I'll admit you've been molested, and there's only one thing I can suggest. Now, if you want to come back again next Wednesday, I think you're entitled to another chance.
I'll be here with bells on.
Come on, Quigley.
No, Professor Quigley to you, Flatfoot.
I hope you won't have any trouble with that ticket, Professor.
I'll get out of that in 3 minutes flat. Professor Quigley never fails.
Come on, bum.
Professor Quigley will positively appear next Wednesday night, ladies and gentlemen. Will he escape? while you're figuring out the answer, we present our next number. Two young ladies from the county Bayonne in New Jersey, Maria and Julia Doherty. We are happy to welcome the Doherty sisters back on our program tonight, on our Irish night. And you girls are going to dance a jig or a reel. Which is it?
An Irish jig.
An Irish jig, huh? And what is the number called? The Cow That Ate the Blanket. Is that the one?
That's it. I forgot about that.
The cow... The cow that ate the blanket, its milk will tickle you to death, eh? Well, all right, you go right ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, before our bird's eye preview of next week's cantata, I would just like to thank the many friends who have taken the time to write to us, both about these programs and about the two products that make them all possible. We hope you'll continue to remember the famous tube and the famous bottle.
Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
Thank you, Harry. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday evening, Town Hall tonight brings you comedy. Drama.
Honey, phrases won't win me over, Schemer. I know you're after my money.
That's right, lady. Your income tax should have been filed the 15th.
Stock market report.
Consolidated tin can opened ragged.
And music. Good night.
Selection this year's pictures performed on this program was from On the Avenue. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
For a woman who's been surrounded by more, I've discovered the pleasures of less.
Year after year, I've asked for more. This year, I'm asking for less.
Do the boys want more? The boys want less.
Schlitz Light, the beer that has less calories, is less filling, and yet has great taste. Schlitz Light, where less calories add up to more beer.
When you're my age and you can't do more, less looks pretty good.
Schlitz Light, where less calories add up to more beer.
Springtime belongs to volleyball, baseball, and Best Foods. Our cookouts wouldn't be the same without Best Foods. I trust Best Foods real mayonnaise to help make every salad taste, the best. And here's the latest for burgers. Hellman's Big H Burger Sauce. Big H tastes like the secret sauce at hamburger places. Wow.
Springtime belongs to Best Foods. So bring out the Best Foods and bring out the best.
NBC Monday Night at the Movies returns following these messages.
Are you funny? Chevy Chase and his guests Pam Dauber, Martin Mull, and Milton Berle want to test your FQ, your funny quotient. Are they serious?
No, I don't think that was very funny.
It's the Chevy Chase National Humor Test right before Susan Anton, Thursday on NBC.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Jim, I'm just going to rinse and stack the dishes.
That doesn't sound like you.
I've been house cleaning, and lately with headache and muscular aches and pains, it's been slow going.
No work's easy with that discomfort. Better try and get relief.
How?
I'd try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Luke! Supper's on! Might as well be calling a hog. Only a hog would come faster. Luke, I ain't gonna hot it up twice.
I'm
coming. When his thought sure and ready, he's coming. Ain't nothing in this house to call him away from the barn. There ain't been nothing for a long time. Horses. Ain't nothing in his life but horses. Well, it's high time. Luke. Used to be you was better mannered.
Now, Myra.
Used to be you'd wait to do your eating until a body had a chance to set.
I wish you was hurrying me.
Used to be you'd speak a word when you come into the house. Not just sit there, feeding your face. There ain't hardly no talk between us no more. There's just eating and sleeping and tending to the place. There ain't no living.
Oh, Myra.
There ain't no folks to visit. Ain't nothing to see but the land out there.
The land's been good to us.
There ain't no talk between us. I just ain't fit for it no more.
Well, Myra, you eat, you'll feel better.
Luke.
Go on, Myra. Go on. Sit and eat.
Luke, I ain't got it in me to live this way no more. There's got to be folks around and trees for the wind to blow through. Luke, couldn't we go back to St. Louis?
Oh, you know we can't do that. We got our stake here, Myra. We got the horses.
Ah, the horses. That's what's done it. You got no mind for anything except horses.
They fetch us a good living.
You'd sooner be in the barn with them horses than up here with me.
Oh, you ain't talking good sense.
I ain't worth talking to. But them horses is. I guess nobody's worth talking to but them horses. Except maybe that Holland woman.
Now, just hold on there.
You was over there again today, wasn't you? Well, wasn't you?
Myra, you know full well why I go there.
I know you don't
Joe
stay
Holland
here
was
to
my
home.
friend. Now, it ain't easy to keep a place going when your man's been took, sudden like. A widow woman needs some help.
Ha!
I ain't gonna stay here arguing with you.
That's right. Just walk out. Walk right on back to your horses or to that woman. Don't waste no time with me.
I ain't listening no more.
You ain't listening, you ain't talking, you ain't even hardly living here no more.
You gentle down some, I'll be back.
You ain't doing nothing for me no more. Nothing but killing me. You hear that, Luke Kirby? You ain't doing nothing but killing me. You kill me, and I'll laugh. 'Cause you'll pay. You'll see you'll pay. Widow Holland? Who is it? I come to see the Widow Holland.
Joe Holland is my husband. Who are you?
Well, I don't expect you'd figure to see me. It's my husband, you know better.
You Luke's wife?
That's what they call me.
Well, it's mighty nice of you to come to call, Mrs. Kirby. It's a far drive from your place. Come in and set a spell.
I ain't come to socialize.
I can brew a pot of tea.
I ain't coming in.
Well, you ain't come all this way not even to climb down out of the wagon.
I'll sit right here.
Mrs. Kirby, why did you come over here?
I come to see the woman my husband rides off to see.
He don't come to see me, Mrs. Kirby. He's just being neighborly to Joe's memory, you might say.
You might say.
Mrs. Kirby.
It won't do you no good to set your cap for him.
I ain't setting my cap for anybody.
Even after I'm gone, he won't be free. I'll be gone, but he won't be free.
I'll thank you to be leaving, Mrs. Kirby.
Oh, I'm going all right. But admiring Luke won't do you no good. No good at all. Come.
And now, a word to those of you who suffer from the minor pains of arthritis or rheumatism. Here's how you can start getting relief within 30 seconds. Use Mentholatum Deep Heat Rub, the modern rub with external aspirin. External aspirin, as we call it, is methyl salicylate, an aspirin-related pain reliever that's applied externally. Thus, Mentholatum Deep Heat Rub has pain-deadening properties like aspirin, as well as the warming, soothing properties of a rub. Mentholatum Deep Heat Rub is perfectly safe. Massage it in often. It won't upset the stomach as tablets can. You don't wait for your system to digest it to get relief. It's absorbed right into your skin. Within 30 seconds, the external aspirin and the other active ingredients of Mentholatum Deep Heat Rub start to warm and soothe. Concentrate safe temporary relief right at the painful areas. Today, get the rub with external aspirin. Greaseless, stainless, Mentholatum Deep Heat Rub.
So that's the way it was, Mr. Dillon. Old Dan had to stand right there in the kitchen watching.
Watching them clean the fish?
Oh, he didn't care about the cleaning so much, but he wanted to see them cut them fish heads off.
What for?
Old Dan insisted on seeing the fish head come off in every fish before he'd eat it.
Uh-huh.
Well, don't you want me to tell you why, Mr. Dillon?
All right, Chester, you go on. You tell me why. Why?
Why? So's he'd be sure he wasn't eating a mermaid.
That's not very much of a joke, Chester.
Well, there ain't no joke about it, Mr. Dillon. Old Dan was dead serious.
All right, Chester, I'll take your word for it.
Ain't my word there, so he took about it. It was old Dan watching them fish. See, they're not that. Look, ain't that Luke Kirby's wife driving that wagon in here?
Yeah, it is. Hello, Myra.
Marshal, I want to see you.
Well, sure. Oh, what can I do for you?
I don't want the whole town hearing.
You better come Come on in the office, and here, I'll help you down.
Thank you.
There you go. Oh, Chester, take care of the rig there, will you? And then you can go on down and get the mail, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll do that.
Come on, Myra. All right, Myra. What's on your mind?
I want to tell you something about Luke, Marshal.
Well, go ahead.
He's going to kill me.
What? He's going to what?
I figured you ought to know.
Now, just a minute, Myra. You can't be right about that.
I'm right.
I've known Luke for years. He does not the killing sort.
You ain't been living with him.
Well, has he harmed you?
No, not yet he ain't. But he's a-going to.
Well, now, don't you worry about it, Myra. I'm sure Luke won't do any such thing. But I'll have a talk with him anyway.
There's nothing you can do, Marshal.
Well, you must have figured I could do something if you'd come to tell me about it.
I just wanted you to know. For afterward.
Well, afterwards, mighty late, isn't it?
No, Marshal, it ain't late. You'll know what to do then. You'll know what to do, all right.
Doesn't make any sense, Matt.
No, Kitty, it doesn't. That's just the way she said it, though. Her husband's going to kill her, but she doesn't want me to do anything about it. Till afterwards.
Well, I believe I'd want you to step in a little earlier if it were me.
Yeah, most people wouldn't.
I don't know Myra Kirby, but I'm sure of one thing about her.
Oh, what's that?
The hate she feels for her husband's a terrible thing.
Yeah.
I wonder how he feels about her.
Well, Kitty, if Myra's right, he must be carrying around quite a hate, too.
It doesn't sound like Luke Kirby. He's always seemed like such a kindly man.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can ask him about it. He just came in. He's heading for the bar.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Kitty. I'll go talk to him.
Sure.
Leave a bottle, Sam. I'll be using it a while.
Hello, Luke.
Oh. Hello, Marshal.
I don't see you in here very often.
No, I ain't in often. There's times a man got to get some drinking done.
Yeah. You having troubles, Luke?
Well, I ain't had no sleep. I got a sick stud horse out there. I've been setting up with him.
Mm-hmm. What brought you into town?
Oh, I run out of horse medicine I've been using. Hey, Marshal, we want to have a drink?
No, thanks. Did you drive in with Myra?
Myra don't come to town.
She was here today, Luke.
I don't know nothing about it.
She came to see me.
I told you I don't know nothing about it.
She told me you were having trouble.
Man has trouble with his wife. That's his own business.
She said she's afraid you're going to harm her.
Oh, she'd be better off keeping her mouth shut.
Myra said you're going to kill her, Luke.
Well, she's a bigger fool than I took her for. Listen, Marshal, man's wife, he's got to deal with her.
Yeah, just so the law doesn't have to deal with you.
I figure you're trying to do me a favor.
I don't want to see you in any trouble.
Well, you can't help the trouble I'm in, and the law can't help it neither. Man's wife starts living with devils. There ain't nobody can stop it.
Just don't you try to stop it for good, Luke. That's all.
Well, there ain't nobody else to do it, Marshal. Ain't nobody else but me.
Munch, munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips.
It's not polite to smack your lips,
but you can't help it with Fritos corn chips. Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos corn chips.
That's right, Fritos corn chips. So crisp and light, there's contentment in every munch. Serve them at parties, as snacks, or with dips. Fritos corn chips are so good with cold drinks, everyone will want to munch a bunch. Fritos have a flavor no other kind of chip can match.
Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos corn chips.
Fritos are golden chips of corn, just made to munch. Keep Fritos corn chips on hand for a between-meal treat. Tuck a bag in lunchboxes. Serve them with sandwiches, salads, or soups. Fritos corn chips are full of good, crisp flavor. Good for you nourishment.
Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos corn chips.
Hello, Doc.
Matt?
I'm heading for some lunch. You want to come along?
I'm still looking for some breakfast.
You're getting awful lazy in your old age, aren't you? Sleeping till noon?
Sleeping here. That sounds like the kind of deduction you'd make.
You mean you didn't sleep till noon, Doc? What's the matter then? You waiting for somebody to come along and buy your breakfast for you?
I'm waiting for a chance to eat it. I've been out to the Kirby place already this morning.
No? Well, why?
Myra Kirby's badly hurt.
Well, what happened to her?
Cut on the head, bruises.
She gonna be all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Could she tell you how it happened?
Well, she says Luke did it to her, but I just don't know.
Yeah.
Well, where you going?
I'm gonna see Luke Kirby.
Oh, wait a minute. It won't do you any good going out there now.
Why not?
Luke's not there.
Oh.
Myra says he's off to the west buying up some horses. Be gone a few days.
I'll go see him when he comes back.
Are you sure you've had enough, Matt?
Yeah, Kitty, I guess I have for now.
Oh, I sometimes wish I could sit down and eat like a man. 2 helpings of meat and 3 of potatoes.
What's stopping you?
A very important thing. It's called the waistline.
Oh, come on now, Kitty. A little extra heft never hurt a woman.
Well, it'd hurt me in the pocketbook.
Well, I'll buy the extra food
Well,
for
it's
you.
the extra clothes I'd have to buy I'm talking about, Matt. I settled down to second helpings, and I split out at the seams.
Matt? I've been looking for you.
Oh, sit down, Doc.
I haven't got time. You better come with me, Matt.
Oh, where you headed?
Back to the Kirby place.
What? Did Myra take a turn for the worse?
You might call it that. She's been shot. Doc's been in there with her an awful long time, ain't he, Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
I wonder how she's coming along.
Doc will let us know as soon as he can.
Yeah, guess he will, all right. Just don't seem decent, does it, for a poor woman to get shot just a few days after she's been beat up?
No, it doesn't.
Matt?
Oh, yeah, Doc.
You better come in now.
All right.
In here, Matt. Myra, here's the marshal.
Marshal,
Right here, Myra.
listen close to me, Marshal.
I'm listening.
He done it. Luke's done it. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
He rode off, but he done it. He killed me like I told you he would. He'll pay for it, won't he, Marshal? He'll pay.
Yeah, Myra. I expect he's paying already.
He'll pay.
She's gone. She never had a chance.
Yeah. She didn't give herself a chance, Doc.
Are you all out of tune because you're irregular? Then help yourself get back in tune with Kellogg's All Brand. You'll feel right on pitch when Kellogg's All Brand goes gently to work. Relieves constipation due to lack of bulk by supplying your system with bulk-forming whole bran. Yes, a daily bowlful of Kellogg's All Brand with milk helps put you right back in tune. The natural way. The good-tasting way, too. Fact is, Kellogg's All Bran is the one brand cereal that combines proved effectiveness with appetizing taste and crispness. It never gets mushy in milk. So remember, if constipation's a problem, gentle it away, as millions do, with Kellogg's All Bran. The good food way to keep regular as clockwork. ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Bran. At your grocer's.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think Luke Kirby would have just come over here at the Holland place, do you?
I don't know, Chester. I'm going to find out.
Well, it looks to me like a man would like to put a lot more distance between him and the law on this.
Yeah, maybe so. You stay here with the horses, will you?
Yes, sir. You don't think you'll need me? Inside, that is.
Oh, if I do, I'll holler. Miss Holland, it's Marshal Dillon.
Well, come in, Marshal.
Did you know that Myra Kirby's been shot?
No, Marshal, I didn't.
She's dead.
Oh.
She said Luke shot her.
I don't hold with talking disrespectful of the dead, Marshal Dillon. But she was a mean woman. Mighty mean.
You don't sound very sorry.
I take no pleasure in a person's dying, Marshal.
She was found down by the barn.
She must have known something after all.
Now, what do you mean?
She wouldn't go near the barn. I figured it was because of them horses. She hated them horses. But maybe she knowed something would happen to her there.
Yeah. Do you know where Luke is?
I ain't seen him in a week, Marshal, and that's the truth.
You don't know where he is, then?
No, I don't know. But I know this, Marshal.
What's that?
I know if Luke did kill that woman, he was powerfully drove to it. Powerfully drove.
Yeah. Miss Holland, I think maybe you're right.
I sure do hope you're right, Mr. Dillon. Figuring that Luke Kirby headed out this way.
Don't worry about it, Chester.
Oh, I ain't worried. But I will say that this ain't the prettiest camping place I ever stopped at.
What's the matter? You missing your feather bed?
Now, you know I ain't got no feather bed, Mr. Dillon.
Well, stop complaining then and toss another log on the fire.
Yes, sir. I'd still like to know, though, how come you figured Kirby'd be heading this way?
Well, if I were in Kirby's place, I'd want to find a friend, Chester. And that horse trader's probably the only person Kirby feels safe with right now. He sure couldn't find a friend in Dodge.
Yes, sir, but if he murdered his wife...
Well, maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
I killed her all right, Marshal.
Hello, Luke. Come on up to the fire. Sit down and get warm. Thank you.
Mr. Dillon, he's gone.
It's all right, Chester.
Well, you can have a gun, Marshal.
You didn't try very hard to get away.
Wasn't no use to it. I don't know why I headed out in the first place. Except, I guess a man just has to try.
Yeah, I guess so.
Wasn't no use from the beginning. Myra fixed it all just like she said.
She fixed it so you'd shoot her, didn't she, Luke?
Yeah, she did, Marshal. Seemed past believing, but that's what she did.
How did she do it?
She was in the barn, hiding. See, she'd never come to the barn, Marshal. Now, I thought someone was after that stud horse of mine. He's worth about everything I got. I'd always feared somebody'd steal him.
Yeah.
And I heard a noise in the stall. I come out with my gun. I give warning. Marshal, I give warning twice.
And then you shot?
Yeah, and then I shot. And she was waiting for it, Marshal, just waiting so's I couldn't miss. Ain't nobody gonna believe me, but that's the holy truth.
I believe you, Luke. But we're gonna have to see if the court believes you. You're gonna have to come back with me.
Oh, I'll come easy, Marshal.
I think you got a good chance.
Well, I tell you the truth, Marshal, I don't care a whole lot. The man's wife hates him so much that she'll make him kill her. Ain't much to care about.
Yeah. Well, you can bed down on the other side of the fire there, Luke.
We'll head back at sunup?
Right.
Here's Hollywood star Mona Freeman.
Who feels like acting with a miserable cold? I relieve cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains and headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When a cold strikes, do what I do. Take 4-way cold tablets. It's the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents.
And now here's a message about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Does dandruff dull your hair, leave scalp itchy? Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo and get rid of unsightly dandruff in 3 minutes. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair. Rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, unsightly dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Virginia Christine, and Gene Bates. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
We're going to welcome you and welcome you at New Jersey Bank with 24-hour automatic banking machines, with Super Check that's free, with prompt, friendly service, and with every imaginable way to help you save for all those special things. We have golden passbook accounts, regular passbook accounts, statement savings accounts, and savings certificates. As you can see, New Jersey Bank really does welcome you, welcome you, welcome you.
You know where I just came from? ShopRite's manager sale. You know what I did? I saved a bundle. Every manager in every department is offering incredible bargains. Meats, groceries, deli, you name it, you'll save on it. Just look what they managed to come up with. Maxwell House Coffee. This ought to perk you up. 1 pound can, $1.99. ShopRite frozen orange juice, 12-ounce can, 59 cents. ShopRite's fabulous manager sale weeks. With these prices, you'd better manage to get over to ShopRite now.
To me, flying's one of life's great pleasures. It satisfies a certain thirst, and it builds up another, a more than one beer thirst, a Schaefer thirst. Schaefer always gives me what I want from a beer, a crisp, smooth taste that's always satisfying. Beer after Schaefer beer.
Schaefer is the one beer to have when you're having more than one.
Some moments are so big you can hardly hold them in your heart. Yet you can capture them in something this small and see them instantly on your Polavision player seconds after they happen. And whenever you want to be there again.
They're so young.
They're not so young. Polavision, the new instant movies from Polaroid.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Naval Air Station at Terminal Island, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Now a little jingle, friends, entitled Reveille on the Home Front. 4 bowls of Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting as can be. Father came downstairs, then there were 3. 3 bowls of Grape Nuts Flakes, still quite a few. Sister spied her bowl, and then there were 2. 2 bowls of Grape Nuts Flakes. Hey, this is fun. Brother grabbed his bowl, then there was 1.
Gee, that's cute.
1 bowl of Grape Nuts Flakes, sitting all alone. Mother claimed that, and then there were none. Well, yes, that's the way Grape Nuts Flakes disappear when you serve them for breakfast, thanks to that distinctive, malty, rich flavor. Your favorite Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. So for a breakfast treat tops for its delicious flavor, make it Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. That was We'll Win Through, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naval Air Station at Terminal Island, we bring you a former member of the United States Navy.
That's right.
The first man to shout hooray when John Paul Jones said, "I have not yet begun to fight," Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Hooray for Benny!
Thank you, sir. Who is that guy? I don't... hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from Terminal Island. Terminal Island meaning a body of land entirely surrounded by fish. And Don, you're a little wrong on that introduction. I wasn't with John Paul Jones. That was my grandfather, Popeye Benny. Popeye.
Oh, like Popeye the Sailor, huh?
No, just plain Popeye. He had a head like a halibut. He was a gay old dog, though.
Well, was your father in the Navy, too?
My dad? No, Don. He was a very poor sailor. In fact, he had portholes cut in the bathtub in case he got seasick. The old man really suffered, you know. But so much for the nautical bennies. Let's get on with the show.
No, this is very interesting. Tell me, Jack, you served during the First World War. How did you happen to join the Navy?
My hat flew into a recruiting station. The next thing I knew, I was swabbing decks on the USS Idaho. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Isn't it nice here at Terminal Island?
Yes, it is, Mary. There's a fine view of the harbor, very modern barracks, and over there to the west, there are several fish canneries. No kidding.
Fish canneries?
Yes.
Oh, is that it? I thought it was the program.
Well, it's not. It's mostly mackerel. This program's okay.
That reminds me. You sure were pretty stupid on the Take It or Leave It show the other night.
What do you mean, stupid? I answered nearly everything Phil Baker asked me.
Mary's right, Jackson.
Oh, did you hear that show, Phil?
Yeah, and when you fluffed on that $64 question, you embarrassed me frightfully.
I embarrassed you?
Why, certainly. You know, we're associated on the radio, and naturally, when you make a fool of yourself, it's what's this word here?
Derogatory.
It's derogatory to me.
Phil, I'd give $1,000 if my tires were as thick as your head. Anyway, that last question Phil Baker threw at me was plenty tough.
What was it, Jack?
Well...
Phil Baker asked Jack to name at least 37 composers that try to finish Schubert's Unfinished Symphony.
Oh.
Ha, ha, ha! And Jackson couldn't even name one of them.
So what? Could you name one?
Yes, I could.
Would you like to make a little bet on that? Say $50?
You're darn right I would.
Well, go find a sucker. Don't bother me. I went on that program. I lost the $64, so let's forget it.
But, Jack, weren't you rather upset losing all that money?
Not right at the moment, Don, but later that night before I went to bed, I noticed a rope around my neck. It was a close call. Huh? Now, let's forget about me and have a band number for all these Navy boys.
Oh, by the way, Jack, how come you didn't wear your sailor suit down here today? You told me you were going to.
Oh, it slipped my mind, I guess.
Slipped your mind nothing. Tell him what happened.
Oh, forget it.
No. Tell us what happened, Mary.
Well, Jack hadn't worn his uniform for about 10 years.
Oh.
So he opened the closet door, made a grab for his sailor suit, and the moths knocked him cold with a coat hanger.
Somebody's been feeding those moths meat. They couldn't get that tough on wool. No, sir.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. That's unbelievable. Moths ain't that vicious.
They're not, eh? One big fella zoomed right down on my nose, looked me straight in the eye, and said, "I'm looking for Rommel. Which way did he go?" Now, that gives you an idea. All right, Phil, let's have your number.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello, Dennis. You're a little late, kid.
Well, I couldn't help it. I brought my girlfriend down here on my motorcycle, and she bounced off 3 times.
Bounced off?
It takes time to keep going back for her, you know.
Well, for goodness sake, if your girl kept bouncing off the motorcycle, why didn't you let her put her arm around you?
Not me. I don't want to get married.
You don't have to get married. Just let her hang on to you. Now, Phil...
That's the way things start, brother.
Dennis. Now, Phil...
Say, I'd like to have you meet my new flame, Mr. Benny. She's a little black and blue, but awfully cute.
Well, I'll meet her right after the program, kid. Play, Phil. Meet his girl. I can imagine any girl that would go out with Dennis. Believe me.
Would you like to meet my girl now, Mr. Benny?
Not now, Dennis. That was a short version of Mr. 5x5, played by Phil Harrison as Orchestra. And, Phil, you handle that swell. In fact, you're a better band leader than Tommy Dorsey, Paul Whiteman, and Andre Kostelanetz put together.
Jackson, you're pumping oil.
I know what I'm doing. All right, Don. Dorsey, Whiteman, and Castellanos. Now go ahead.
Oh, Jack, not this year, please.
This is a very good commercial. Let's go.
Oh, very well, but I'll hate myself in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, at breakfast time tomorrow, I want you to go into your kitchen and open your cupboard door, see?
There's Dorsey. Dorsey. Good, that's Dorsey. Now, Whiteman.
That's Whiteman.
Don't give it away. This is terrific, folks. Good.
And take out a package of Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal and contain iron, niacin, and Whiteman B1.
Good old Paul. Now, the last one, Don, Castellanos.
Jack, I will not do it.
Don, Castellanos.
Oh, all right. Grape Nuts Flakes are inexpensive and do not cost Castellanos money.
There.
Jack, you can't cougat to me.
Cougat? Now you spoiled it. You spoiled one of the cleverest ideas I ever thought of.
No kidding, Jack. Did you think that up all by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You mean nobody helped you even one teeny bit?
No, it was my own little idea.
Hold my coat, fellas. I'm going to let him have it.
Mary, control yourself.
Well, how about it, Mr. Benny? My girl is out in the hall. Do you want to meet her or not?
I told you I'd meet her after the show.
Oh, Jack, be polite to the kid.
All right, I'll meet her. What's your girl's name, Dennis?
Dorothy Lamour.
Always bringing a... What? Dorothy Lamour?
Yeah, she's a nice kid. She won't get in the way, Mr. Benny.
Dorothy Lamour? Well, bring her in, Dennis. Bring her in.
Come on in, Dottie.
Well, I'll be darned. It's really her. Say, Dorothy, this is a surprise.
Oh, didn't Dennis tell you I was here?
Yes, he said his girl, but I never dreamed it was you. Gee whiz. Dorothy Lamour.
Isn't she cute? She ought to be in pictures.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Dennis, she is in pictures.
So am I, but who knows it?
What a kid. Dorothy, I can't imagine a delicate, lovely creature like you riding all the way down here on the back of a motorcycle.
Well, women have changed since you were a boy, Jack.
I know, but a motorcycle. Dennis told me you bounced off 3 times.
4. One time he didn't know it, and I had to cut across the field to catch him.
Gee, and you're not even out of breath. But, Dorothy, here's what I can't understand. How do you happen to be going around with Dennis Day, of all people?
Well, why not? Dennis is very good-looking, and he has a tremendous amount of savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire? What's that?
Whatever it is, you could use it.
Is that so? By the way, Dorothy, you know Mary Livingston, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Mary. I like your new hairdo. It's very becoming. Thanks, Dottie. I was noticing your hair, too. It's lovely.
I worked all morning on mine, and nobody even mentions it.
Well, that's life, Phil. And Dorothy, you know Phil Harris, our band leader.
Hiya, Dottie.
Hello, Phil. How's Alice?
Alice who?
Alice Faye, your wife. How is she?
Oh, she's fine, Dottie. Thanks.
That is amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. I can't understand it. Dorothy Lamour going with Dennis Day. Why, Dorothy, I've asked you 100 times to go out with me, and nothing ever happens.
Well, why don't you put a nickel on the phone sometime? Your carrier pigeon never finds my house.
That's news to me. I know it found Hedda Hopper's house because she's wearing the bird on her hat. But, say, Dorothy, I didn't know they would laugh at that. I thought it was just for us, you know. Dorothy, you just finished Road to Morocco with Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, didn't you?
Yep. We've been on more roads than a Burma shave sign.
Well, Dorothy, how do you like working with Bing and Bob? Are they Are they really such cut-ups?
Yes, but when it comes to S.A., I'll take Dennis.
S.A., what the heck is that?
Sex appeal. Be happy. Now, how about your song, Dennis?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now sing Dearly Beloved, and I dedicate it to Miss Dorothy Lamour, who can ride on my motorcycle anytime she wants to.
Gee, I can't get over it.
Oh, Dottie, sit here by me, will you, honey?
Well, I was going to sit over there with Mary.
You sit by me like I asked you to.
All right, darling, all right.
I can't get over it. What's happened? Oh, well, sing, Dennis.
Answer the phone, Dottie.
I'll answer it. What's the matter with you? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, you know that horse you bought last week for $10?
Leona? What about her?
She's crazy. She don't even know she's a horse.
What are you talking about?
Well, I pulled the buggy out of the garage to hitch her up, and then I had to leave for a second.
Yes?
And when I came back, she was sitting in it.
Leona was sitting in the buggy?
Not only that, she's got her mane combed over one eye like Veronica Lake.
Now, Rochester, you get Leona hitched up. I want you to meet me at the Santa Fe bus station when I come in and be on time. You know, a horse and buggy doesn't travel as fast as my Maxwell.
Oh, boss, come now.
Well, it doesn't. Now, get Leona out of that buggy.
Yes, but how?
It's very simple. Put some oats in her feed bag, put the bag on the ground, and when she jumps out, grab her by the tail.
I did grab her by the tail.
And what happened?
It must be a spare, boss. It comes off.
You put that tail right back where you found it. Now, Rochester, I'll be home later and see what I can do. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You think that for $10 I could get a horse with a permanent tail? Sing, Dennis.
Tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you are fashioned for me. Angel, I knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours, come shower or shine. So I sang, dearly beloved, be mine. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours, come shower or shine. So I say, oh, dearly beloved, please be mine.
was Dearly Beloved, sung by Dennis Day and dedicated to his girl, Dorothy Lamour. I can't understand it. And now, folks...
Did you like it, sweetheart?
Oh, yes, it was wonderful.
I can't understand it. I just can't.
Oh, Jack, just because you don't know any pretty girls, there's no reason Dennis shouldn't.
Wait a minute. I don't know any pretty girls?
No, you don't.
What about Jinx Beaverbush? What's wrong with her?
She's got teeth like a beaver and hair like a bush.
Yes. Oh, her teeth don't stick out so far.
Go on. She's the only girl I know who can eat corn through a tennis racket.
That I'd have to see. Now, let's, we're nuts, I mean. Now, let's get on with our show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny, If You Like Us, Tell Your Friends. If not, The Enemy Is Listening players will present a sequel to the sketch we did last week. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we again return to the little cottage of Mr. and Mrs. Oglethorpe J. Twink. Mrs. Twink is a welder on the night shift at the California Shipbuilding Corporation. And Mr. Twink takes care of their little home.
It's no fun either, slaving over a hot stove every day.
The time, 7 a.m. Saturday morning. The scene, the Twink Cottage. Curtain, music.
Oh, dear. I hope I get these dishes done before Clarabelle gets home from the shipyard. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where treetops are gleasin' and girlies leasin'. Well, here are the twins, Joe and Josephine. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Dowdy.
Hello, Josephine.
Hello, Daddy. Well, it's a living, Dorothy.
Quiet. Well, kiddies, your mom will be home from the plant pretty soon and take us all out. It's payday.
Oh, are we going to get boiled, Dowdy?
No, we're going shopping. I'm a-dreaming of a white Christmas, just like... help me with these dishes, Joe.
Okay. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know.
Oh, shut up. Well, it's Clarabelle. Hello, dear.
Hello, Oglethorpe. Who are these characters?
Those are our kids, Joe and Josephine.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's payday, dear. Give me my allowance.
You got your allowance. Yesterday, when I was asleep, you went through my overalls.
So what? I got a screwdriver, 3 bolts, and a bag of Bull Durham. I gotta have money for some clothes, darling. Look how nice Mrs. Leroy next door keeps her husband dressed.
Well, I've got a surprise for you, dear. We're all going shopping, and I'm going to buy you everything you need.
Oh, goody. Come on, children. Come on, Clarabelle. We're all going downtown.
We're all going shopping. We're all going shopping. We're all going shopping.
Oh, boy, a new outfit. What are you going to buy me first, Clarabelle?
It's up to you. What do you want, dear?
Well, I would like to have another pair of shoes. Oh, there's a nice pair, dear. Dr. Crosby's foot girdles. And they're only $4.75. Give me the money.
Here you are. Wait a minute, Oglethorpe.
Yes, dear?
Don't you think it'd be much nicer if you took this $4.75 and bought war stamps instead?
Stamps for my feet? Gee, that wouldn't be... Oh, you mean war stamps. Well, I had my heart set on new shoes.
I'm sorry. You'll just have to make the old ones do. Now, what else do you want, dear?
Well, I could use a new pipe. My old one has so many holes in the stem that every time I puff, it plays I'm a ding-dong daddy from Dumas. Oh, here's a pipe for $2, dear. Give me the money.
Oh, just a minute, Ogle. You don't really need that pipe. Don't you think it'd be better to take the same $2 and invest it in some more war stamps?
Yes, darling, but I wanted a new pipe.
Well, you'll just have to make the old one do.
Okay, I guess you're right, dear. Come on. Wow, look at that pretty girl modeling lingerie. Isn't she gorgeous?
Sorry, Daddy, you'll just have to make the old one do.
Joe, behave.
Mama, I want an ice cream cone.
I'll buy you a war stamp. You can lick that.
Okay, make it vanilla.
Now, let's see. What else do I... Where are you going, dear?
Oglethorpe, you wait here for me. I'm going to take the twins upstairs and let them look at the toys.
Okay, Clarabelle.
I'll be right back. Here, hold my purse and don't lose it.
All right, dear.
Come on, children.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye, Dowdy, you old wolf.
Well, all I can do is wait for him, I guess. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like this. Gee, I've got Clarabelle's purse, and it's full of money, just like the ones I used to know. Hey, why don't I take this money and buy something for myself while she's upstairs? Yes, sir, I'll do it. I'll buy everything I want right now. Just a minute, Oglethorpe Twink. You're not buying anything for yourself. What? Who are you? I am your conscience. My conscience? Gee, I haven't seen you since the Del Mar racetrack closed. Anyway, why do you always come around when I want to do something? I'm always turning up, just like Eddie Rickenbacker. Well, listen, Conscience. Clarabelle's making a lot of money, and I don't see why I shouldn't spend it. A lot of people make money now, but if they're not careful how they spend it, we'll have inflation. Gee, I never thought of that. What should I do? See that pretty girl in that booth over there? Yes. That's Dorothy Lamour. And she's selling war bonds. Now you go over there and buy one. Okay. Don't push me. I'll buy a bond. Oh, Miss Lamour. Miss Lamour.
What can I do for you?
I've got $18.75 here, and I'd like to buy a war bond. Here you are.
Well, you know, with every war bond I sell today, I'm giving away a great big kiss.
All right. Give me one. You stay out of this. All right, Miss Lamour. I'm ready for that kiss. Let me have it.
Okay, hang on tight.
Boy, that was wonderful. Give me another one.
Another one? You're on the floor now.
Well, I want another one. Give me one for my conscience. No, thanks. I'm all in, too. What?
Oglethorpe, what are you doing on the floor?
We bought a war bond, dear. Me and my conscience.
You know, friends, I'm sure there isn't any wife who willingly sends her husband off to work without a substantial breakfast. Still, a recent checkup at a large Western war plant revealed 2 out of 5 workers arrive at work without any breakfast at all. The result, decreased production. Now, that's a brand of sabotage you can prevent by serving your men folks a real man-sized bowl full of delicious, toasty brown grape nut flakes at breakfast.
This program was for the entertainment of personnel at the Naval Air Station, Terminal Island, California, and does not constitute an endorsement of this product by the Navy Department.
My mom wants a package of grape nut sweet meal, please. Sweet meal tastes well.
You bet, for that grape nut sweet meal's rich with the goodness of fresh roasted wheat.
And my mom says it's good for you.
That's right. Grape nut sweet meal is a whole grain hot cereal, and it cooks in 3 minutes flat. Folks, you'll love tempting hot brown grape nut sweet meal. Buy a package tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Paul McCartney and Wings on Rock Concert, tonight at 1.
I'm Don Kirshner, and welcome to Rock Concert.
What will you find in this beautiful case with a tortoiseshell look? It's for women only. Personal Touch by Schick, designed to shave us beautifully. The beautiful razor with a tortoiseshell look. Beautiful curved handle to shave awkward places where men don't shave. Twin blades to shave you beautifully close. Refills razor and matching case at a beautifully low price. Try Personal Touch with the tortoiseshell look, designed to shave us beautifully.
Dancing on the mountain to the music of the wind, feeling free and easy in the air.
If you start or continue your college education in the Army, you'll have a chance to bring a lot more than books to class.
So much to learn, so many things to see, reasons and rhymes to find in a soldier's poetry.
For over 100 years, every year has been a vintage year for Kirin beer. The beer that's as distinctive as wine. Open a bottle of Kirin and explore the character of its full-bodied yet delicate flavor. A flavor that's the result of patience, pride, and the selection of only the finest natural ingredients. Kirin beer, the epitome of the brewmaster's art.
I told 2 friends about Fabergé organic shampoo with pure wheat germ oil and honey.
And we told 2 friends. And so on. And so on.
That'll be your reaction, too. You'll want to tell your friends about super rich Fabergé organic shampoo for fresh smelling hair with super shine and super body. Give it a try. You'll tell 2 friends about it. And they'll tell 2 friends. And so on. And so on. And so on.
Fabergé organic shampoo and conditioner with pure wheat germ oil and honey.
If Honda designed cars the way most everyone else does, you might not be as comfortable. But at Honda, all of our engines and drive shafts sit sideways, so you don't have to. Now, isn't that simple?
Like chasing you. Sounds like you got a problem.
To break the cop, the driver was willing to risk it all. To break the driver, the cop was willing to break the law.
Fraud! It'll cost you 2 years.
It had all come down to one thing. They had to break each other. Ryan O'Neal, Bruce Dern, Isabella Johnny, The Driver, rated R. Now playing at a theater near you.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood.
The Radio Theater, starring Maureen O'Hara, Dick Haynes, and Barry Sullivan in Do You Love Me? Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's music in the air. And our gift to you is a special musical package filled with laughter and romance and decorated by 3 sparkling stars. Dick Haymes of The Matchless Voice, lovely Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan. They appear in 20th Century Fox's screen hit, Do You Love Me? The story of a lovely woman who not only finds herself, so far as poise and beauty go, but finds 2 ardent and persistent suitors in the bargain. Here's Act 1 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine Hilliard, Dick Haymes as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton, with John McIntyre as Herbert Benham. suburbs of Philadelphia stands a dignified, vine-covered cluster of buildings known as the Hilliard School of Music. For 100 years, each generation of Hilliards has devoted itself to the art of classical music and the advancement of the school. Today, the dean of the school is the last of the Hilliards, a serious young woman named Catherine, who, at this moment, has just concluded a report to the Board of Trustees.
My dear, that's the finest report we've heard in years.
Thank you, Mrs. Crackle.
You've worked wonders with the school, Catherine. Wonders.
Now, what can you tell us about the Christmas Music Festival?
Well, as a matter of fact, Ralph and... Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Mr. Wainwright and I have a surprise for you.
Now, we all know that you two are engaged to be married. There's no need to be so formal.
Thank you, Mrs. Crackleton. It has been rather awkward, particularly since we're planning on being married right after the Christmas festival. Thank you. Now, getting back to the Christmas festival. As treasurer of the school, I'm delighted to say we have ample funds for the most ambitious concert we have ever undertaken.
And since you've all approved my request for a trip to New York, I'm leaving this afternoon to confer with the distinguished composer and conductor, Mr. Herbert Benham. And I think I can safely say that Mr. Benham and his orchestra will accept our invitation.
I move a rising vote of thanks to Miss Hilliard.
Yes, and a pleasant journey.
And a quick return. I shall miss you, Catherine.
I shall miss you too, Ralph. I'll be back just as soon as I have arranged the program details with Mr. Benham.
Sorry, miss, but there just don't seem to be any seats.
I'll try the car ahead, conductor.
Oh, sorry, but that's a special car. Barry Clayton's band.
Oh, well, then I'll just stand in the vestibule. Thank you.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were leaning against the door. No seats inside?
No.
Well, you can't just stand. Come on in here. We've plenty of room.
Why, thank you.
Here, I'll take your bags. It's my Boy Scout training. Wolf Patrol. Well, how's this?
This will do splendidly, thank you. I think I'll just read for a while.
A good book?
Very. The influence of Bach on Wagner.
Oh, you like music?
Yes, intensely.
Well, good. Oh, Dilly.
Yeah?
Tell the gang to pick up their instruments. We've got an audience.
Huh? Oh, put down your cards, boys.
And get ready to pay off that bet, Mr. Dillon. Oh, miss, you wouldn't mind if we tried out a number, would you?
Oh, no, not at all. I pride myself on being able to concentrate no matter what goes on around me.
Oh, now, honey. Okay, boys, here we go. Let's see you concentrate now, miss, I tell you.
Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I come closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? Tell me, do I send that certain feeling searching through you? If you love me, tell me that you do.
Well, how did you like it?
Yeah, sister, how'd we do?
I'm sorry, but I didn't like it.
$50, Barry. Come on.
Relax, the bet's off.
Oh, no, you don't. You said the first time we played that tune for a female customer, she'd melt like butter in the oven.
I said the average woman would. This one here isn't a fair test.
Well, look at her. She's one of the most average-looking dames I ever saw.
Oh, no, she isn't, and I'll prove it to you. Madam, when you walk down the street, do men ever go... at you?
They most certainly don't.
There you are, Dilly.
Don't prove a thing.
It certainly does. The hottest number in the world wouldn't warm up a dame like that. She's ice water. If a mosquito ever bit that gal, Dilly, he'd get double pneumonia.
Hey, she's leaving.
Well, let her leave. And the bet's off.
I don't think that tomato likes you.
I'm worried to death. Come on, let's run through that number once again.
Tell you how pleased they were when I told them you'd conduct the Christmas festival for us. After all, Herbert Benham, well, you're quite a prize for us.
Well, thank you, Catherine. Now, tell me, what's the matter with you?
Matter with me?
Yes, what's wrong?
I don't quite know. Herbert, I met a man on the train.
What?
Oh, it's not what you're thinking. Oh, Herbert, what's wrong with me?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, last night, after I checked in at the hotel, I walked around the block for over an hour. Many men went by, all shapes, all ages, but not one of them went at me.
Well, should they?
Could that vulgar, raucous leader of a jazz band be right? Am I ice water? Would I give a mosquito double pneumonia?
Now, just a minute. Evidently, you met a low character on the train who reflected upon your ability to bring out the call of the wild. Is that your tragic tale?
You think I'm being ridiculous?
Oh, no. Your vanity was bruised, and naturally you rebelled.
It's an awful admission, but you're right.
Here, let me look at you. Well, it's sinful.
What's sinful?
Why, the way you hide those pretty eyes of yours behind those ugly spectacles, and your hair pulled up in a tight knot on top of your head, your figure all bundled up in this tailor-made atrocity. Catherine, have you ever thought of what you might look like?
Why,
Take off those glasses.
Take off my glasses?
Yes, and let down your hair. Come on. There's nothing like letting your hair down. Ah, that's better. Now, fluff it all out. Fluff it. Fluff. Makes all the difference in the world. Yeah, well, look in the mirror.
Oh.
Now you behold merely the faintest possibilities. Not to exploit them is positively criminal.
But how? When? I mean...
Well, how should I know? But my secretary would.
Yes, Mr. Benham?
Miss Peters, I'm turning Miss Hilliard over to you. Take her to your beauty salon, to your hairdresser, and take her shopping. I want Miss Hilliard to rise and shine, if you know what I mean.
But the Christmas festival, Herbert, we've hardly begun to...
Oh, forget about it for a day, can't you? And just promise me one thing. When Miss Peters gets through with you, take another walk around the block.
Yeah, lady, you want that I should slug that wolf?
Oh, no. It's wonderful.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I want to go to a nightclub.
What one, lady?
The El Sudan.
Where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing?
Yes, where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing.
Do we pick up somebody else?
No.
I'm meeting him there, huh?
Maybe.
That's no go at the El Sudan, lady. If you ain't got no guy inside waiting, no one going in with you, you're out.
Oh. You mean I have to have an escort?
Yeah, a boyfriend or your husband or somebody else's husband. They ain't particular, but a guy is a must.
Oh, well, in that case, you'd better stop. Oh, I have an idea. That man there standing in front of that restaurant.
But, lady...
Oh, don't go away. I'll be right back. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. You like to look in restaurant windows, too, huh?
I've always been a bakery window fan myself.
Oh, look at that roast duck in there. Me without a solid meal for almost 2 weeks.
You've been hungry for 2 weeks?
Hungry? I'm starved. All I do is stand in front of windows like this and drool.
Well, how would you like to eat anything your heart desires?
Oh, lady, would I?
Good, then come with me.
With you?
Well, you can do me a favor, too. I want to go to a nightclub, and they frown on unescorted ladies.
And, I'm to be your escort, is that it?
That's right. Nothing more, nothing less.
You're on. This I have got to see. The El Sudan, huh? One of Barry Clayton's fans.
Why do you assume that?
Well, anybody who goes to the El Sudan go to listen to that so-called sweet swing of his.
As far as I'm concerned, swing musicians are crude exhibitionists.
Oh, is that so? Well, what about the groaners? You know, the fellows who croon the words to the music. Maybe you like them, huh?
Oh, I imagine they're about in the same class.
Oh, fine. Fine. You're really going to enjoy yourself tonight. You are now in the El Sudan. Is this table okay, lady?
Quite. Oh, you obviously can't go on calling me lady. My name is Catherine Hilliard.
Oh, nice name, Catherine. But I think I'll make it kitten. You know, you're quite a dish.
Thank you.
Now tell me, just why did you come here?
Well, I'm from out of town, and I understand the El Sudan is quite the place to go. Now, what would you like to eat?
I can't get my mind over that roast duck.
Well, then, if you'll call the waiter, we'll...
Well, what's happened to the music? Did Mr. Clayton get tired waving that baton of his?
Sorry to interrupt the dancing, good people. Don't be alarmed and don't scream, but there's a burglar in the house. Yes, sir, the Jimmy Valentine of song, the crown prince of crooners, my pal, Jimmy Hale. Okay, Jimmy, take a bow.
standing up for?
Because I'm Jimmy Hale.
You are a groaner?
Oh, a buck here, a buck there. Fellow's got to make a living, you know.
But you told me you hadn't eaten for 2 weeks.
I haven't. I'm on a diet. Seems they like us lean and hungry.
Well, just don't stand there, Jimmy. Come on up here and bat one out for the folks.
I'm sorry, kitten, but I'd better oblige.
Here's a song I know Jimmy knows on account of we made the recording together. Folks, Jimmy Hale.
The more I see you, the more I want you. Somehow this feeling just grows and grows. With every sigh, I become more mad about you. More lost without you, and so it goes. Can you imagine how much I love you? The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't try.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Clayton.
The least I can do is to keep Jimmy's gal company while he takes care of those autograph hunters.
Oh?
A wonderful fella, Jimmy, wonderful. But let's talk about us.
Very well, let's.
Well, to begin with, I think you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
That's a very nice beginning, Mr. Clayton.
Mary's the name from now on. Oh, I've got plans for us, honey. Big plans.
How exciting.
Now, what are you looking for? A cigarette?
Oh, no. Just these, my eyeglasses. There we are.
Your eyes bother you?
No, not especially. I just wear glasses when I'm in nightclubs and when I travel on crowded trains. They prevent me from stumbling over loud-mouthed band leaders.
Oh, no, you couldn't be. Not her, the girl on the train.
Yes, Mr. Clayton, the Icewater girl in person.
Oh, please, look, I'll get on my knees. I'll fast 10 days. I'll cut my throat.
And deprive womanhood of your flattering speeches.
Now, look, I don't blame you for hating me.
But you've done a great deal for me.
I'll make it all up. Every day, every hour, on the hour. I'll tell you how lovely you are, how charming, how... Magrona's back. Well, how are you, chum? Fine. Would you mind, beautiful, if we drop this brash character in the side pocket and talk about us?
Excuse me, boss, but the customers are clamoring for your talent.
Right away, Dilly. Now, you're going to stay and dance?
Perhaps.
Well, just save a couple for me. Oh, James, I know you hate to see me tear away, but don't break up. I'll be back.
No, I'll try to pull myself together.
Always kidding.
Well, I've got to hand it to him, kitten. A little while ago, he was a crude exhibitionist. Just a little bit of howling, and you've joined the pack.
How unkind, Mr. Hale.
No, I'll leave the corny lyrics to Barry. He's got the market cornered in that department.
Well, it was a brief evening, but a highly successful one. Thank you.
What are you talking about? You're not leaving.
Certainly. I wanted to prove something, and I have. Now, if you can get the check...
No, it's on the house. Professional courtesy, you know.
Then I guess everything's been taken care of. Good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Clients have to be escorted to their homes. That's rule number 1 of the union. Come on, we'll get a cab.
Tell me something, Jimmy. What sort of a man are you? Could just any woman have come along and met you the way I did tonight?
No, not just any woman, kitten. What I mean is she'd have to be somebody pretty special. Like you.
Oh, am I special?
You're wonderful. If you don't believe me, just look in your mirror. And somebody else agreed with me, too. That look in Barry Clayton's eye. Oh, brother.
You know, I do think he rather likes me.
Certainly he likes you. But then he likes all girls, especially the ones that go with me.
Are you trying to tell me that Barry Clayton paid attention to me just because I was with you?
No, but it's a feud of long standing. If Barry knew where to find you, he'd be howling on your doorstep right now. But that isn't going to happen because I have no intention of moving over.
This is all very interesting. Now tell me, whatever made you choose the profession of groaning?
Like some music? I'll turn the radio on.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, that's right. Why do I groan? Well, I told you before, it's a living just like anything else. The pay's pretty good, and the work's not too hard. You see, all you do is, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the whole world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? And that certain feeling surging through you. If you love me, tell me that you do. Anything wrong with that?
No, nothing.
Here's your hotel, eh?
This is where I say goodbye.
Oh, now the very least I can do is take you inside. Here you are, Skipper.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Hale. Good luck.
Now, I know a nice, quiet little corner in the lobby, kitten.
Sorry, but I'm going straight to bed. I've got a very busy day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right, we have, don't we? Including breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I think I'd better tell you something right now, Jimmy. I'm engaged.
Yes?
Engaged to be married.
I'd be surprised if you weren't. But that's no reason to starve. Only groaners have to starve. Don't engaged women eat?
Very well, then, lunch. But just this once. You've heard of Herbert Benham.
Oh, definitely. Hey, wait a minute. You're not engaged.
No, Jimmy, not to Mr. Benham. But I'll be in his office all morning. Suppose you try me there at noon.
If I can hold out that long. Good night, kitten.
Good night, groaner.
Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan, will continue in a moment. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with Act 2 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara in her original screen role as Catherine, Dick Haymes as Jimmy, and Barry Sullivan as his namesake, Barry. Well, sir, it just goes to show what a little determination will do, and the right clothes, and the right hairdresser. In a matter of a few hours, the highly conservative Catherine Hilliard has become a creature of dazzling glamour, to whose charms Barry Clayton, the band leader, and Jimmy Hale, the crooner, have completely succumbed. It's the following morning now, and Catherine has just entered the office of Herbert Benham, the conductor.
By Rimsky-Korsakov's beard, Catherine, it's you.
Good morning.
Let me look at you. Well, it's miraculous. Tell me all about it. You walked around the block?
Oh, yes, and then I went to the El Sudan, and I made him squirm, and then I made him crawl, and then... Oh, Herbert, it was delicious.
No doubt. But who squirmed and who crawled?
That band leader. Oh, Herbert, I'm indebted to you for life. Well, what ideas do you have for our Christmas festival?
Well, how about talking it all over at lunch?
Splendid. Oh, I forgot I have a luncheon date. He said he'd phone me here.
After he got through crawling, he invited you to lunch?
Oh, no, not the band leader. Another man. I met him in front of a restaurant.
My. You did have a triumphant evening.
Yes. He's a singer, Jimmy Hale. Of course you wouldn't know him. He isn't from our world, so to speak.
Oh, yes, I know him quite well, and you'd be surprised how easy it is to step out of our planet onto his. Excuse me. Yes? Oh, put him on, Miss Peters. Hello? Who? Kitten? Just a moment. It's for you, Kitten.
Oh. Hello? Yes, Mr. Hale. Meet you in front of Mindy's restaurant? All right, I'll leave right now. Goodbye. He insists upon calling me Kitten.
I wonder what Mrs. Crackleton of the Board of Trustees would
Oh,
think.
they must never know, especially Ralph. It would be disastrous.
Then I have you in my clutches, haven't I?
Oh, Herbert.
And the first tribute I'll exact is that you go out and start having some fun for yourself.
Oh, thank you. I'll be back here promptly at 2. After all, we simply must start planning the program. And I've enjoyed lunch tremendously, Jimmy, but I really...
Oh, now you've got plenty of time, Kitten. Now, as I started to tell you... Oh. Well, how do you do?
Oh, hello. Jimmy, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Clayton was going to join us?
Because I'm an optimist. I like to look at the brighter side.
Look at me, beautiful. I couldn't sleep last night. I couldn't eat a bite of breakfast. I couldn't even...
Well, then why don't you find a nice little table in the corner and get some sleep?
And I thought you two were good friends.
Oh, but we are. Why, I can hardly bear to have Jimmy out of my sight. Especially when he's with you, Miss... Now, isn't that ridiculous? I can't seem to...
Hilliard. Catherine Hilliard.
Sorry to barge in, Barry, but... Hiya, Jimmy. But Earl Williams is here. Wants some news for his column.
Well, give him some news, Dilly. I'm busy.
Yeah, okay, I'll tell Earl how you and the band took over Pittsburgh last week.
Catherine Hilliard. What a beautiful name.
Oh, now, just a minute, Barry.
Jimmy, why don't you blow? Can't you see Miss Hilliard and I, why, we're inevitable. You tell him, honey. I just want to sit here and stare at you.
We broke every record in Pittsburgh, Earl. Every record. Yeah. But what I want to know is, who's the babe with Barry? Oh, some out-of-town tomato's got a crush on him. Yeah? And what's Jimmy Hale in with her for? Well, you know, Earl. She's using Jimmy for kind of a bait. She came into the El Sudan last night with Hale and went hook, line, and sinker for the maestro. Oh, thanks, Dilly. That's a nice little item. Oh, you might tell your boss that Jackson's here. Al Jackson, the music publisher? Yeah, he's in Mindy's office. Wants to talk to Barry and Jimmy about the new song. Oh, yeah? Well, thanks, Earl. I'll tell him right away.
But she was sitting right here, waiter. Miss Hilliard, what happened to her?
She left.
But didn't she leave a message for me?
No message.
Oh, this is awful. Jimmy, look. Here's your chance to square yourself with me for life. You give me her address and phone number, see, and I'll appear on your radio program.
Yeah.
But, Jimmy, you don't understand. I'm on the level. Now, what does a guy have to do to prove it to you?
All right. Just let me handle it. I'll talk to her.
You will?
Yeah, on our honeymoon. Be seeing you, chum.
Oh, great. Dilly, come here.
Yeah,
come over
Barry,
here.
what did Jackson have to say about the
Forget
song?
Jackson. Follow Jimmy Hale, see?
Yeah?
Don't let him out of your sight. I've got to find out where Miss Hilliard lives.
Jimmy, what are you doing here in front of the hotel?
Waiting to see you. I've been trying ever since you ducked out of Mindy's.
Oh, but
Oh, it's all right, really. True, I phoned you 20 times, only to be told each time that Miss Hilliard was not in. But now that you've made an appearance...
You've been standing out here waiting for me?
Well, eventually you'd have to come out.
But it's cold. It's snowing.
I hadn't noticed. Thinking about you gives me that nice, warm feeling.
Jimmy,
Look. I know you're engaged to another man, but that's no reason to run out on a luncheon date.
I had an appointment with Herbert Benham, but whether I did or not, I should never have consented to go with you.
Let's talk about it over a nice dinner,
I've already had a nice dinner.
Let's take a walk. Oh, you should see Central Park with the snow coming down like this. Oh, Kitten, it's near Christmas. You're supposed to love your fellow man.
I do, collectively.
Well, it couldn't be that you're afraid.
Afraid? Jimmy, I'm engaged. The man I'm going to marry is also associated with me at the music school. Our lives are inseparably bound together.
How does Barry Clayton fit into the picture?
He doesn't. Oh, you're exasperating.
And you're very pretty. Now, look, I promise to behave, and not for a moment will I forget that you're madly in love and engaged to somebody else.
Oh, all right. But just a short walk.
Now you're purring, Kitten.
It's almost like another world, Jimmy, here in the park. Beautiful.
I never used to think those pictures on the Christmas cards were real. Snow falling slowly, kids singing Christmas carols. You're cold?
Oh, no. I'm fine. Oh, look, there's even a moon.
Pretty wonderful, isn't it? Watch out for that moon, kid, and it's dangerous. And don't pay any attention to those stars either. They're dynamite.
Jimmy?
Huh?
I feel so strange. What is it? You never should have brought me here, you know. It's much too...
Romantic?
Bewitching.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Kitten,
You shouldn't have kissed me.
I know. I promised I'd behave, didn't I?
It wasn't fair.
That guy you're going to marry, I wonder if he knows what a swell girl he's getting.
Oh, good morning, Miss Hilliard. Some flowers for you.
Well, I was just going out.
Hey, this way, fellas.
How many of you bellboys are there?
Oh, just 4 of us, Miss Hilliard. You see, we were told to give you a message. It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess we got to tell you.
What is it, please?
You're lovely, you're charming, you're gorgeous. That's true. I love you, I love you, I love you. Get through.
Sorry, Miss Hilliard, but we had to do it.
Oh, that's all right. But now you can take the flowers and give them to your girlfriend.
We tried to tell Mr. Clayton it was awful corny.
When you go down to the desk, would you mind leaving word for me with the clerk? Just tell him if any messages come. I'll be at Mr. Benham's office.
Good thing you weren't here 5 minutes ago, Catherine. Ralph telephoned.
Ralph?
He tried to get you at the hotel. You weren't in.
Well, naturally, I was on my way here.
Where were you last night? It seems he phoned last night, too.
Oh, I was out walking with Jimmy.
Well, as far as Ralph's concerned, you were with me. Do you understand? We were listening to composers at Malinsky's farm in Connecticut. Well, Catherine, I had to tell him something. He trusts me.
But not me.
Of course he does. Oh, I'm afraid we really started something when I told you to rise and shine.
Oh, Herbert, I'm in love. Terribly in love.
Not Jimmy Hale.
Yes.
I knew it. I knew something would happen the minute you fluffed your hair. What about Ralph? Ralph thinks I'm his friend.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Hilliard. There are 4 messenger boys here. They insist on seeing you.
Oh, well, have them come in.
What in the world?
We can't help it, Miss Hilliard. We'd lose our jobs if...
Yes, I know, gentlemen. Just go ahead and get it over with.
You're lovely, you're charming, you're gorgeous. That's true. I love you, I love you, I love you. Get through.
Thank you.
I sure am sorry, ma'am. You know, during the war, this sort of thing wasn't allowed, and I never thought I'd see the day that I'd be wishing for another war. Well, come on, fellas.
Jimmy Hale, huh? Well, I suppose a whirlwind courtship has its point.
Oh, Jimmy didn't send those messengers. It was that other man.
Other man? The band leader?
Yes, Barry Clayton. Earlier today, it was 4 singing bellboys.
Catherine, my dear, you are in a mess. A newfound love, an ex-sweetheart who doesn't know he's an ex, and a persistent suitor.
Oh, Herbert, what shall I do?
Well, obviously, the green light must be given to Jimmy, the red light to Ralph, and for our dear ambitious Barry Clayton.
Oh, he's not so easily put off, believe me.
Well, why don't you just phone him and tell him the truth?
Of course.
Yes, Mr. Benham?
Get Barry Clayton on the phone, will you? For Miss Hilliard.
All right, Barry. I'll see you at my hotel at 5 o'clock. Yes, goodbye. Well, I'm meeting him at 5, Herbert.
Well, you can dispose of him by 5:30, but that still leaves us with Ralph.
I just have to go home tomorrow and tell him.
Good. Well, they're all straightened out now, right?
Right.
Then if it's not asking too much, suppose we sit down and think about me. After all, kitten, I have a concert coming up at the Hilliard School of Music. Hello? This is Mr. Benham. Who? Western Union. Yes. He's... Would you mind repeating that, please? Yes, thank you very much. Miss Peters, where are you?
Yes, Mr. Benham.
Get a hold of Miss Hilliard right away. Tell her Ralph Wainwright's arriving from Pennsylvania any minute. He wants to surprise her.
The hors d'oeuvres look delicious, Catherine. Oh, here, have some orchids.
Thank you.
And what is this champagne? Oh, you shouldn't have.
I didn't. Room service sent it up in your name.
Oh, well, just a slight sample of what's to come. Wait till the man from Cartier's gets here.
From Cartier's, the jewelry store, but you must stop him.
Too late, baby. I've already bought it.
Bought what?
Well, I'll give you a hint. It's in a gold setting with rubies. It's as big as a hunk of ice and has a deep blue color. Guess what?
Oh, this is awful. Oh, no.
That must be the man from Cartier's.
Barry, please, don't go to the door. He mustn't find you here.
Who mustn't find you here?
A man, a friend of mine from Pennsylvania.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
No, he doesn't know what's happened to me. I mean about us. I've got to tell him myself. You must go, oh, please.
Anything you want, baby, is okay with me.
Oh, no, not out that door.
Oh, that's right.
The other room. Use the fire escape and hurry.
What about us?
Later.
I'll tell you what, meet me at Carter Holden's penthouse. It's right here in this hotel. He's throwing a cocktail party.
All right. In an hour, maybe.
And don't be scared, honey. You tell that lug, whoever he is, that no one's going to push my future wife around. Fire escape.
Oh, it's just you, Herbert.
A trifle wilted from waiting, but still recognizable.
I nearly had a fit. I thought you were Ralph, and here I was, trapped with Barry Clayton.
I don't see Clayton.
He just left. The fire escape.
Oh. Well, I thought I'd better be here when Ralph arrives. It might soften the shock.
Thank you, Herbert.
You're still certain you want to go through with this?
I've never been more certain of anything.
Well, you'd better be in the bedroom then when he arrives. I'll welcome Ralph myself and break it to him as gently as possible. Oh, dear. What's this?
Caviar and champagne from Barry Clayton.
Oh, I'm afraid Ralph won't like this at all. I'll just have to sit...
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Jimmy. Oh, I've been hoping you'd call. Oh, I'd love to. But someone named Carter Holden is having a party, and I've promised Barry Clayton I'd be there. No, Jimmy, I don't want to go, but I must, and I want you to take me. Oh, please. You will? I'll meet you in the lobby in an hour. Thank you, Jimmy. Goodbye, darling. Oh, Herbert, I'm so happy I could...
Ralph.
What'll I do?
Oh, go on, disappear. Just leave everything to me. Courage, Benham, old fellow. Courage. Why, Ralph. Hello. Herbert. Well, come in, old man. I just thought I'd drop over to welcome you.
Well, thank you. Where's Catherine?
Catherine? Oh, she's in the bedroom, cleaning up a bit. Have a herring.
No, thank you.
How about a glass of champagne?
I guess you've forgotten, Herbert. I don't drink.
Oh, yes, that's right. Ralph, you and I are old friends. We have mutual interests, mutual ambitions. Yes? Well, what I'm trying to say is that since Catherine came to New York, we've worked closely together, and...
I'm sorry, Herbert, but I don't follow you.
Well, to come straight to the point, Catherine's in love with another man. What? Yes. From a chance acquaintance, they drifted unwittingly in love. I lied to you last night about being up at Malinsky's farm. She was with this other man.
Herbert, if this is your idea of a practical joke,
No, believe me. I'm dead serious. You see, in a sense, I've taken your fiancée away. That is, I've had something to do with it. But,
what's this?
What's what, old man?
This card with the orchids. You're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you're lovely. Signed B. B for Benham.
Oh, no, Ralph. You've got this all wrong.
Or is it for Benedict, like in Benedict? And you can tell Catherine if she has any explaining to do, she can reach me at the YMCA.
after a brief intermission, we'll bring you Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan.
Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine, Dick Haymes in his original screen role as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton. It's a few seconds later. Herbert Benham, the eminent conductor, has just conducted himself off the floor, while Catherine stands by, helpless but sympathetic.
Oh, my goodness, Herbert, are you all right?
Oh, I'm just fine. It seems I omitted one small point in my little talk with Ralph, the name of your newfound love. He thought I was the lucky dog.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're sure your jaw's all right? Oh, Herbert, but for you, I might have married that...
That blue-nosed, pompous sack of cornstarch. Well, my dear, that's one down and two to go. Barry Clayton and Jimmy. You're meeting Jimmy downstairs, is that it? And he's taking you to the party so you can meet Barry?
You see, it's all working out very well.
I'd say there were two schools of thought on that subject, Catherine. But have a lovely evening. You must see me sometime and tell me all about it.
Jimmy, glad to see you.
No, hello, Earl. Oh, this is Miss Hilliard, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is New York's most famous columnist, kitten.
How do you do?
Seen Barry around, Earl?
Barry? Oh, he's in there playing the piano. Our host put him to work.
Want to talk to him now, kitten?
I think I'd better, Jimmy, if you don't mind.
Run along, I'll wait right here.
You know, I didn't expect to see you here tonight.
Well, it was Miss Hilliard's idea. She wants to talk to Barry.
Well, I always knew you were a good sport, and as long as I spelled your name right...
I don't get it.
Well, I want you to know there was nothing personal in it. Well, see you later. How goes it, Broner?
Oh, hello, Dilly.
Hey, I didn't think you'd be talking to Earl Williams.
Why not? What goes on, Dilly?
You, didn't see his column?
His column? What about it?
Nothing, Jimmy. No, nothing at all.
Jimmy, what's the matter?
I just wanted to see you, kitten. Alone.
Oh, about Barry? I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, but I'm...
I was just reading the evening paper, kitten. Earl Williams' column.
Oh?
Here. Thought you might like to read it, too. Well?
If you notice Jimmy Hale's face turning red, it's because a beautiful lady from out of town was crazy to meet Barry Clayton. So she used Jimmy as a stooge at the El Sudan to get an introduction. But what Jimmy hasn't caught on to yet is that the lady has fallen but hard for the maestro. And all that's left for the groaner are groans. Those in on the know are very, very amused. Jimmy.
Yeah?
You can't believe that I'd do anything as contemptible as that. It isn't true. I did have reasons for wanting to meet Barry at the El Sudan, but...
And you used me as a stooge, huh?
I didn't even know who you were then. You were just a man I picked up.
Yes, that seems quite obvious.
Oh, you know I didn't mean it that way. I met Barry once before, and he ridiculed me, and... Well, I suppose I have been vain and silly, but what you don't know...
Oh, what I know is enough. It all adds up, every little trick.
Well, how are you, chum? Glad to see you. Did you tell him, Catherine?
Did she tell me what?
And I took an option on the lady, and she said yes.
Barry.
Well, that's great, pal. Exactly what we were just talking about. I'm tickled to death. She knew what she wanted. She knew how to get it.
Your understanding is overwhelming, Mr. Hale.
Yeah. Why don't you go to the piano with Barry and jam out a couple of choruses of the wedding march? You might as well double-cross Mendelssohn, too.
A wonderful suggestion. Perhaps you'd like to join the joyful chorus. Come on, Barry.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Hey, Jimmy, that girl, what'd you say her name was?
Catherine Hilliard, for the time being. You can put that in your column, pal, and this on your chin.
Oh. Hey, Jimmy, what columnist was socked last night at... Hilliard. Catherine Hilliard, School of Music.
Earl, what's the matter with you?
Oh, darling, did it hit you so hard you're talking to yourself?
Out of my way, baby. I've got to get to a phone. Have I got a story? Pennsylvania papers, please copy.
Sit down, Jimmy. You too, Mr. Clayton. I invited you to drop in because I thought you might both be interested to learn of Catherine's whereabouts.
Now, where is she?
I've been trying to find out. Catherine's gone back home. Just why she's gone home, I don't know. You see, the Board of Trustees of the Hilliard School of Music has decided to get a new dean. I'm afraid the board's a little narrow-minded when it comes to crooners, band leaders, and publicity in Earl Williams' column.
If it wasn't for this hot-headed character... Oh, I suppose I invited her to the party.
Gentlemen, please, we're all to blame. If you're guilty, so am I. It was I who persuaded Catherine to burst her Hilliard School cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. You two gave her wings. Now it matters little to me in whose garden she'll finally light. But we must, if possible, prevent her from being permanently dismissed from the school.
Yeah, but what can we do? A bunch of long hairs like that, they wouldn't even let Jimmy and me in the front door.
Why don't we go through the back door then?
Very funny.
Oh, that's too simple for you to understand. Look here, Mr. Benham, just how far are you prepared to go to help Kitten?
Just this side of murder.
Uh-huh.
I have a concert to conduct at the Hilliard School tomorrow. I'm leaving in an hour, so if there's any little thing...
All right. Now, look, listen. You too, Barry. Now, here's my idea. If we can...
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all radical changes in art are born of inspiration and very often of strife. So in music there sometimes arises a difference of opinion. You've just heard the orchestra in a composition in the tradition of the classics, conducted by your humble servant. I would now like to depart from the printed program and offer for your approval and judgment a composition in the tradition of modern popular music, conducted by Barry Clayton and sung by the eminent vocalist, Mr. Jimmy Hale.
Popular music at our Christmas festival. Oh, Mrs. Clayton, this is unprecedented. The Benham must be out of his mind. He took himself to the Board of Trustees.
Ever since that certain night when we first danced and dined out, I've been wondering how I stand, and now I've simply got to find out. I'm prepared to hear the worst, so speak your mind out. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the whole world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? And that certain feeling surging through you. If you love me, tell me that you do.
Why, the audience seemed to like it, Mrs. Sackett. It wasn't too raucous at that, was it?
The young people are cheering.
I wonder if that young fellow consider an encore.
Ladies and gentlemen, since both Mr. Clayton and Mr. Hale seem to suddenly left our stage, may I thank you in their behalf. I'm sure that your response to their offering will help convince anyone present that the dean of the Hilliard School of Music, Miss Catherine Hilliard, committed no unforgivable sin in her recent association with these two artists.
Dilly, where is she, Miss Hilliard? Did you find her?
Don't stand there, Dilly. Where's Miss Hilliard?
She ain't here, boss.
What are you talking about?
Miss Hilliard, she wasn't allowed to come to the concert. She's in her office packing, getting ready to leave town.
Oh, that's all I want to know. Hey, Usher, where's Miss Hilliard's office?
Administration building, it says. This is it, Jimmy.
Yeah. What am I worked up for? Go on in, pal. You're the one she wants to see.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll be seeing you around sometime, Catherine and I.
Oh, well, I'm not leaving just yet. I'll just wait out here. I'd like to wish Kitten good luck.
Well, that's very swell of you, chum. I'll bring her right out.
Well, where's Kitten? I said, where's Kitten?
You want a Christmas present?
Huh?
Here.
Barry! You mean she...
Yes, go on in there. She's waiting for you, you groaner.
Merry Christmas, Kitten.
Jimmy, oh, Jimmy, darling. Oh, your eye, Jimmy. Who hit you?
Oh, Barry just hung up his sock on me.
Oh, I've got something for you, too. From me, darling. With love.
Oh, who says there ain't a Santa Claus?
This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
American men are such beasts. I adore them. But there are times when they can be irritating. Such roughnecks. That's when I say, put a little English on your track 2 razor. These Wilkinson 2 cartridges slip right in, so most twin-blade razors can have the famous Wilkinson edge. Be a smooth American. Put a little English on your track 2 razor.
This is our gang. Say hi, gang. Hi! And we're up to make a movie, right? Right! With the Kodak Our Gang movie camera. Kodak could have fancied it up, but they didn't. Made it simple. Kept the cost down. With just a viewfinder to look through and a button to push.
Hi, Mom.
Sure, there are a lot of other places we could have spent our money. But our gang movies mean everything to us.
The Kodak Our Gang movie camera. Less than $100 at a photo dealer near you.
One of New York's great dining experiences is room service at Marriott's Essex House, overlooking Central Park. For reservations, call toll-free.
You look like you could use some Gatorade. You look like you could use some Gatorade. You've worked up a sweat and you're starting to fade. You look like you could use some Gatorade.
There are many ways to work up a thirst, but one way to really quench it with Gatorade Thirst Quencher. The one drink scientifically designed to give your body what it's thirsty for.
You look like you could use some. You look like you could use some.
Life is for living, and Visa is there.
Skateboards, perfumes, building new rooms.
A pink dress for the prom.
Football passes.
Eyeglasses.
Presents for mom. Tennis matches, clothes with patches. A weekend in the sun.
Hiking.
Biking.
Dating.
Skating. The things that make up fun. Books and sweaters, double headers. A special evening out.
Visa is the most widely recognized card in the world. Visa, we're keeping up with you.
Americans see the smaller car as their salvation. What they don't know is that 4- and 6-cylinder engines rev higher, run hotter, and are murder on oil. That's why smaller cars need Castrol motor oil. In lab tests, the 2 leading motor oils showed significant breakdown in viscosity. Castrol didn't break down. And that's important, because after the motor oil breaks down, Who knows what could break down next? Castrol, the oil engineered for smaller cars.
This could be public enemy number one. The heat of dryers, irons, rollers can drain hair of body. Flex Instant Conditioner builds body that holds up under heat. Revlon's unique formula has balsam, protein, and 5 conditioners. 5 special conditioners that penetrate hair to build body that holds up under heat. Flex makes hair healthy looking, shiny, and flexible. Get Flex Balsam and Protein Instant Conditioner. Flex Shampoo, too, from Revlon.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where you walk through the October evening and hold close the things you want to save for memories. Then Broadway's as innocent and nostalgic as music drifting from a carousel. And you move on. You get hit in the face by a guy fishing for nickels under a grating. Whatever you were pursuing is gone now, lost. And Broadway trails off into the side streets. Walk them, like I did. And try to close your eyes against the pattern of scars in the street of the tenements. The kids with the torn deck of cards under the lamppost, the dogs at the trash cans, the wide-eyed girl who lurched against me.
Pardon me.
That's all right.
Pardon me. Pardon me.
That's all right. Is something wrong, miss?
No, it's all right. I'll find it all right.
Find what? May I help you?
You've seen it? You know where it is?
You're not feeling well, miss. Let me take you home.
Home?
That's right. Where do you live?
I don't know.
Then tell me your name. We'll find out.
I don't know my name. I don't know who I am. I don't know who. Tell me who I am.
Now, just take it easy. That's better. What were you looking for?
Pocketbook. I remember I had it. I think I had it when I was rocking right over there. I fell down.
Well, let's go see. How long ago did you miss your pocketbook?
A little while, I think. I don't know. An hour? No, just a few minutes ago. I can't remember when.
Here's where you fell?
Yes. I remember because when it happened, I stretched out my arm so I wouldn't hit the trash can.
Uh-huh. Is this it, miss?
Yes. Yes, that's it. I can remember that.
Let's open it.
Yes.
Here, a wallet. Here's a driver's license made out to Linda Arnold, 1912 West 54th Street. 5'4", blonde hair, green eyes. That fits. And this, in case of accident, notify Helen Carroll. Address the same.
Helen Carroll. Aunt Helen. Yes, that's right. My name's Linda Arnold, and Helen Carroll's my aunt.
Uh-huh. Something else in this purse, Miss Arnold. Recognize it?
Why, that's a letter opener. Aunt Helen's. And there's blood on it.
That's right, Miss Arnold. It's sticky with blood. Which is your apartment, Miss Arnold?
That one. The one at the...
There, you all right?
Yes. I'm all right. It's the one at the end of the hall.
I have your key?
It's in my purse.
Muggerman.
Hi, Danny. You got the call, huh?
What call?
Homicide, Danny. You mean you didn't get it? Then why are you here?
Miss Arnold lives here. She's ill. I found her wandering in the streets, so I brought her home.
You said someone was dead. Who is it? Who's dead?
Who, Muggerman?
A woman named Carroll, Mrs. Helen Carroll, in the kitchen.
Here, take care of her, Muggerman. Make her lie down someplace.
Okay, Danny. The bedroom over there. Here, Miss Arnold. Let me help you. Danny, we've been waiting for you.
Hi.
You got a cigarette, Danny?
Oh, sure, Dr. Sinsky. It's here.
Hmm.
How?
Stabbed in the chest. Over and over. Pierced the lungs, the heart. The murderer made very sure, Danny. Like it was what he'd lived for all his life.
Who called it in, do you know?
Yeah, Detective Mugovan said some man from a coin box. Wouldn't give his name.
Stabbed. Boys know with what?
No weapons and evidence, Danny. They think it was a knife, a small knife like...
A letter opener, maybe?
The boys mentioned the possibility of a letter opener, yeah.
There's a girl in the bedroom, Doctor. She'll need your help.
Don't take me to her, Danny.
I killed her. I killed her. I hated her. She was mean and rotten. She twisted everything and made it dirty and mean. I killed her.
Hold it, Danny. You too, Mugovan. But gently. You'll be all right, miss. It'll be all right.
I want Ted. Bring Ted to me. Tell him. Tell Ted. Oh. Tell him I killed her. Tell him to come to me.
Dr. Sinsky.
A moment longer, Danny. In a moment, she'll be asleep. This girl murdered Danny?
She's asleep. You're right, Dr. Sinsky. It only took a moment. It only took a moment, and sleep touched Linda Arnold, and the face gouged with hysteria smoothed down to a kind of release and innocence. Her lips formed a final word, Ted, once. Then she surrendered to sleep. I left. Routine, then. Questions. Questions prefaced with the word Ted. And answers from people who lived in the apartment house. Ted? I guess that's her boyfriend that always comes calling, mister. The good-looking boy in the uniform. Then a woman who opened the door for me before I knocked told me, Ted, you mean Ted Raymond, mister. Linda's boyfriend. About his uniform, mister. I guess that's because he drives a bus. And more questions. And find out Ted Raymond drove a bus for cross-country tours. Go to the depot. Ted was off yesterday, but here's his address. But Ted wasn't home when I got there. Assign a man to call me when Ted got in. The next morning at 10, a phone call. Ted Raymond had been out all night. He just got in. I went there.
You're the police.
That's right. Danny Clover.
Come on in.
Thanks. How'd you know I was...
You were the police? How did I know? One of your boys was outside this house when I came in. He was trying to look like a maple tree, like the one that's outside, real detective-y looking. Fat man with a cigar trying to look like a maple tree. I came home, he went across the street and made a call, then you came. Have a chair.
Thanks. You know why I'm here?
Sure.
Uh-huh. That's why you were packing that bag over in the bed.
Maybe I was doing the wrong thing. I don't know the etiquette about getting arrested. Do they furnish prisoners with small and necessary items like razor and toothbrush and combs and brushes, huh? Go ahead. Look, that's what I'm packing. Look and then arrest me.
Arrest you for what?
Come on, come on. Now don't get cagey on me. Arrest me for murder. I killed Helen Carroll.
Where were you all last night, Ted?
Killing Helen Carroll and walking the streets, atoning to myself for my crime.
How'd you make out?
Fine. She needed to be killed. All her money. Linda never got a cent of it. Kill her Aunt Helen, marry Linda, be rich. Logic. But now I'm caught.
How'd you kill her?
I stabbed her.
With what?
How do I know with what? I picked up something and stabbed her. Let's go, Mr. Clover. Take me down to headquarters, get me a secretary, and I'll dictate my confession.
It could have ended there with the boy's confession and arrest. Could have been easy. Easy to erase the words of a girl, the cries of a girl uttered in anguish and hysteria, the sickness of the lost. Easy to put out of mind the blood on a letter opener found in her purse, found behind a trash can. A girl wandering aimlessly in the twilight. That never happened. But you know it did, all of it. So you make a call to Dr. Sinsky, and he tells you the girl is in the police hospital. Yes, she can talk to you. She's been asking for you. And the girl sitting upright in the bed is a girl who was never lost, who never cried, except alone.
I've waited for you to come back, Mr. Clover.
You're better now. Huh? Feel all right?
Look at me. What do you think?
You look fine.
I tried. I made them bring me lipstick and powder. And this negligee. It's one I've been saving. You like it?
You consider this an occasion, Miss Arnold?
Isn't it?
Can you remember what you told me when I brought you home the other night when we found your aunt?
I remember it exactly, word for word. I said I killed her because I hated her. My aunt was mean, Mr. Clover, and rotten. That's why I killed her. This makes it an occasion, doesn't it?
You lived with your aunt?
Ever since I was in pigtails. Ever since I was 12. I think it began the first night I stayed in her house. Yeah. That's right. That's when it began.
What began?
The hate. The loathing.
Why?
Because she made me cry. Because she put me in a dark room and let me cry all night.
You'd done something wrong?
Mm-hmm. I did wrong. My mother and father were dead. That's what I did wrong. There was no one to take me except a school friend of my mother's. I call her Aunt Helen. That's what I did wrong.
And after that?
Have you ever had to live on the charity of a bitter old woman, Mr. Clover? It could have been so nice. She was that rich, $100,000, Alfred said. $100,000, and we ate out of paper bags we dressed in.
Alfred? Who's he?
Alfred Carroll, my uncle. My aunt's husband. Poor thing.
We didn't even know about him. Where is he?
I don't know. But find him, Mr. Clover. He'll be so relieved that I've killed her, so happy. I'd like to see his face. Find him for me, please.
We will. We'll put out an all-points bulletin.
Thank you. Now you'll put me in a cell, I suppose. I'm well enough for you to do that.
Ted Raymond says he killed your aunt.
You're not fooled, are you? He said that because he loves me. Turn your back, Mr. Clover. I'll get dressed so you can put me away.
Danny? Hi-yo, Danny.
Oh, come on in, Tartaglia. Oh, what's on your mind?
Oh, things, Danny. Especially to extend to you formally the warm hand of welcome back from your vacation west of the Great Divide.
Oh, thanks, Gino.
And to remark that the western winds have indeed done wonders to your features. The sunburned brow, the hearty handshake, and that Don Juan shirt. You look like a veritable Don Juan.
Thanks, Gino.
And to tell you that I have prepared myself during your vacation for whatever problems perplex your brain.
Oh, tell me about it.
Well, I have been studying the exploits of Mike Schreck, the bald-headed miracle detective from Philadelphia. Detective Schreck is a man who has coined two interesting theories.
Gino.
First theory, find the woman. Second theory, the criminal always returns to the scene of his crime. Put them together.
In other words, when a man walks past the scene of the crime with a girl,
he's the killer. Hey, how did you know?
Lieutenant Clover?
That's right. Come in.
Thank you. I understand you're looking for me.
I am?
My name is Alfred Carroll.
Yes. Yes, we were looking for you, Mr. Carroll. Do you know why we want you?
Yes. Yes, of course I do. It's about my wife's murder.
It's this way. Two people have confessed to your wife's murder.
What?
That's right. Linda Arnold and Ted Raymond.
I'm not a young man anymore, Lieutenant. Would you mind if I sat down?
Please do.
That's strange. Why should two people confess to my wife's murder?
What?
Why should they do that? I killed my wife. I killed Helen.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Keep your guard up. That's the key slogan of the 1950 National Guard recruiting drive, and it's a slogan as timely as today's headlines. More than ever before, America stands prepared, and the National Guard must recruit approximately 220,000 men as soon as possible. By joining the National Guard, young men will have the advantage of choosing their own unit and preparing themselves for promotion by being in a job for which they are best qualified. Investigate the National Guard now. Help America to keep up its guard.
In the late October afternoon, Broadway stands on a corner, sips its coffee, snaps at a coney, and sums up the day. Some days are better than others. You know because the Trans-Lux says it was. Our men in Korea are doing fine, it says. A horse out in far Hollywood paid 90 for two, it says. But you went on it, were you, kid? For the rich, they run, I kid. Get this item. Look what it says. 3 people confessed to murder of Helen Carroll. A field day for the police, I kid. 3 tries, 3 scores. Coming up in the world, the police. And at headquarters, the husband sits quietly waiting for the police stenographer to catch up with him because his confession spills out of him like laughter, like it has to be shared with the world.
Have you got that now, young man? All of it? Every word?
He's got it, Mr. Carroll. Go on.
Yeah, there's not much more. I wish there were. There are so many things.
Where did you go after you killed your wife, Mr. Carroll?
I went to do things she'd never let me do.
Like what?
Enjoyable things. Pleasurable things.
Like what?
I went to a bar and had a drink. A lot of drinks. With her money. With Helen's money.
What else?
There was a girl there sitting all alone. She came up to me and asked me if I was having a good time. I said, indeed I was. Then I asked her if I could buy her a drink. And she smiled. What have you done with Linda? Where's Linda?
How much money did your wife have?
$100,000. Imagine. $100,000, and she made us live like pigs, like beggars. She wouldn't even let me get a job so I could have money for myself.
Where does she keep her money?
It's all in the bank, in her name. It's all coming to me now. You know what I'm going to do with it after I die, after you...
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to leave it all to Linda, to my child. I think of her as my child, but she isn't, you know. It's like a blessing to have Linda in our house. I want her to have all that money.
Let me look at the transcript, Florio. Thanks.
You'll see to it that Linda gets that money, won't you?
You said here you stabbed your wife for the letter opener, Mr. Carroll. What did you do with it?
Didn't I tell you that? I must have forgotten. The excitement. I walked around, and all of a sudden I was on the dock. A garbage scow floated right past, so I threw the weapon onto the garbage. I thought that was right for Helen.
Is this the letter opener?
Let me see. Yes, that's it. It belonged to Helen. That's what I killed her with.
I found it in Linda's purse with blood on it.
You lie. You're lying. I threw it away. I threw it on that barge. You're lying.
Tartaglia, see that Mr. Carroll gets home.
I killed her. I killed her.
Take him home, Tartaglia. And there it was. 3 people confessed to a single murder. An elderly man, Alfred Carroll, said he killed his wife, but the details of the killing were too cloudy. A young woman, Linda Arnold, said she did it, killing done in a mental blackout. A young man, Ted Raymond, swore he was the killer. Take a premise, consider it, make up your mind that one of the suspects was the murderer. But who? All had motive. As far as I could gather, all had opportunity. That was the Joker. Routine again, and questions again. The knocking on doors and tipping the hat and flashing the badge and intrude into lives of people who thought the word murder was reserved for headlines only. A person like Mrs. Westfall, for instance, landlady and purveyor of towels and clean sheets for Ted Raymond.
You're talking about Ted Raymond, ain't you?
That's right.
Ted drives a bus.
What are you looking at, Mrs. Westfall?
Little Fiddlebird. Look at her walking down the street. Gittle in her uppity ways. It's just October and she's got out the raccoon coat already. Look at her.
Ted Raymond.
He drives a bus driver. Jockey for a bus. Look at Gittle.
Do you know whether he made any phone calls?
On my phone, where he always makes them. Broke a date with his girl. I heard him because I was peeping with my ear.
Then what'd he do?
I don't know. Maybe went to work where he works at the bus depot. I'll bet it's not even real raccoon.
Bus leaving
Are
for
you
Trenton,
Mr. McLean?
Philadelphia,
That's right.
Baltimore,
What can I do
and
for you, sir?
Washington.
I'm from the
Leaving
police.
in 5 minutes
Oh,
at
fine.
gate
I drive
3.
that bus for cross-country tours. I'm supposed to take it out to Washington in 5 minutes. Think I'll make it?
Sure, this'll only take a minute. The man at the ticket window said you were a friend of Ted Raymond's.
Was Ted in trouble? Oh, I'm just supposed to answer the questions.
So you'll make the bus.
I know Ted.
Did you see him last night?
All night. Sat up with Pinochle all night from 5 p.m. till 4 a.m. That's funny, you know.
What's funny?
He called me very early this morning. Told me if anyone asked to say I never saw him at all last night.
Bus
But
leaving
you're a
for
policeman.
Trenton,
Yeah, better catch your bus,
Philadelphia,
Mr. McLean.
Baltimore and Washington, leaving in 4.
Your name, Clover?
That's right. Who are you?
My name is Jones, and I've been looking for you.
Why have you been doing that?
Because I read in the paper you were assigned to the murder of Mrs. Carroll. Therefore, this.
Therefore what?
Here. $100 bill. Take it. As you see, I didn't spend a cent of it.
Look, Mr. Jones, what's this all about?
It's about that boy, Ted Raymond. He gave me the $100, and I'm giving it to you.
Why are you doing that?
Because I'm the superintendent of the apartment house in which Mrs. Carroll was slain. Ted Raymond gave me the $100 early this morning. He said to tell anyone that asked that he was lurking around the apartment house at the time of the murder.
I see. What took you all this time to come to the police?
Yes.
What?
Yes, it did take me a long time. What happens to the $100 bill now, Mr. Clover?
Hello, Ted.
Your marbles must have come loose, Mr. Clover. You leave that door open, I make a dash for it, escape, become a fugitive from justice, make a name for myself in the papers.
But you won't do that, will you, Ted?
A dreamer.
You won't do it because you like it here.
Yeah, that's right. I like it here. The walls are worn thin where guys have cried on them, where guys have beaten their heads against them. Oh, yeah, I like it here, Mr. Clover. But you'll be careful, huh? Careful I don't hurt you when I try.
It's open, Ted. All you have to do is walk out.
So what is this? This I never even read about.
You told me you killed Helen Carroll.
Yeah. Who else should I tell? Bring them to me. I'll whisper it in their ears.
She was killed in the evening at 7 o'clock. The medical examiner says so.
Bless him. I killed her in the evening at 7 o'clock.
You're lying, Ted. We know everything you did from 5 until 4 in the morning. You weren't even near Helen Carroll. How much did you lose at Pinochle, Ted?
You're crazy.
The man you played cards with, McLean, is he crazy too, Ted? All of us and Jones? The man you paid $100 to establish at the scene of the crime? That the current price for a confession of murder? Answer me, Ted.
So I didn't kill anybody, so you don't have to put your hands on me.
Who did you do it for?
It's this way, Mr. Clover. Somebody gets killed, I feel guilty. So I confess and I don't feel guilty anymore.
It was for Linda, wasn't it?
I do it for her, too.
For Linda, huh, Ted?
Leave her out of this. I warn you, leave her out. Look, Mr. Clover, you're wrong. Linda couldn't kill. She's a sick... But she wouldn't kill. Not Linda. She's just sick, that's all. All she needs is...
How sick?
Ask her doctor. He'll tell you. Dr. Malcolm.
Dr. Malcolm?
Yes, Dr. Robert Malcolm in the Equitable Building. Go ask him how sick a girl like Linda can be.
We won't need you anymore, Ted. The guard at the end of the tier will show you where to go. Goodbye, Ted.
The case of Linda Arnold is not a very exciting one, Mr. Clover.
I don't want to write a magazine article, Dr. Malcolm. I'm just trying to clear up a murder.
I'll wager the material you police come in contact
Look,
with.
Doctor.
Of course, Linda Arnold. She came to me some years ago.
How many years ago?
Oh, about 10, I'd say. Charity patient. Later, I found out her aunt was quite wealthy, so I had it done her for my fee.
Her aunt was the one who was murdered.
Really? Now, that's interesting.
Oh? Why?
Well, let me ask you a question, Mr. Clover. Did Linda kill her aunt?
We're not sure. Maybe she did. Why do you ask?
Well, there might be a pattern for murder there. Linda was an emotional girl, and when an emotional crisis presented itself, she would, black out.
In other words, at times, rather than face reality, Linda would...
I said it. Black out.
Would you say you cured her, Doctor?
I can only say she hasn't had need to see me for the last 3 years. Yes, I'd say she was a perfectly healthy, normal girl. Anything else? No? Good day, Mr. Clover.
It was 5 p.m. when I walked out of Dr. Malcolm's office. It was 10 minutes after 5 when I called the police headquarters and had them release Linda Arnold. Then back on Broadway for a hot pastrami sandwich. I almost had some cream soda, too, but Morris, the waiter, said, Danny, you look dyspeptic. I prescribed celery tonic. Then the theater crowds began to gather and Broadway became crowded, so I left it. Linda Arnold should be home by now. I went there, to her apartment. But it wasn't Linda Arnold who opened the door for me.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Clover. Please come in.
Thanks, I will. Where's Linda?
She was just admiring the clothes I bought for her. I opened a charge account for her because I'm going to get all that money, and I bought all those beautiful clothes for her. Silks. Linda looks so wonderful in silks. See? These, and these, and these.
Where's Linda, Mr. Carroll?
And this. You should have seen Linda in this. We played that record you're listening to so Linda could walk around to it.
Let's get rid of it, huh? Where's Linda, Mr. Carroll?
Oh, she's in her room changing into something else.
Call her.
Because you want to take her back for murder? It won't work, you know. Linda has no mental responsibility for what she did. And besides that, if she were brought to trial, I'd say I did it. Linda, doesn't she look beautiful, Mr. Clover?
How do you feel, Linda?
I'm happy. What happened to the music?
I turned it off.
But I'm happy. I need music to go with it. Look at these things. Look at them. Uncle Alfred bought them for me.
Yes, I did. Didn't I, Linda?
Ted signed his confession, Linda.
What?
Yes, the district attorney's going to arraign him tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Ted did that?
Isn't that wonderful, Linda? I asked you, isn't that wonderful?
Ted's in jail?
Now we have nothing to worry about, don't you see, Linda?
Yes. Yes, Uncle Alfred.
Linda, don't call me Uncle. I'm not your uncle, Linda. Linda, you're so lovely, lovely. Oh, Linda.
You. Take your hands off me. You old man. You. Take your hands off
How
me.
dare you talk to me like that?
Get out of here. Get out of my sight.
How dare you? I killed for you. Planned this whole thing for you. The years I waited for you. You.
Old man. Old man.
Leave her alone.
I'll show you. Take her, Mr. Clover. Take her. Me too.
Alfred, you're crazy.
Listen to me, Mr. Clover. I planned it all. It was I who told her to walk around, to be found in a daze with a knife in her purse. No jury would convict her. I killed my wife, and Linda helped me to do it.
Linda?
All those beautiful things. They'll take them all away. All these things. All these beautiful things.
In the time of autumn, twilight sighs down on Broadway. You walk toward it. Someone smiles and takes your hand, whispers to close your eyes, then bangs your head against a wall, and your scream mixes well with the shriek of the night. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Joyce McCluskey, Herb Butterfield, Peggy Weber, Lou Krugman, David Ellis, and Jack Crucian. Jack Smith, Dinah Shore, Margaret Whiting, Bob Crosby, the Andrews Sisters, Lowell Thomas, Beulah, Ed Murrow. Anywhere else, they'd make up an all-star list for a week. But at CBS, the Stars address, you can hear them every evening, Monday through Friday. Dan Cubberly speaking. This is CBS, where yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings adventure Saturday nights on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I can't talk about it. I'm sorry, I cannot talk about it.
Sir,
I'd like to talk about
sir,
it. I'd love to talk
can you
about it.
tell us why you drive a Rabbit diesel?
Sure, because the government says it gets the highest mileage in America.
Hey, that is good.
Well, it's more than that. Diesel fuel also costs less than gasoline.
Oh?
Yeah, and the Rabbit diesel never needs a conventional tune-up.
Is that for the record?
Why not?
Amazing. It sounds like a miracle.
No, sounds like a Volkswagen.
Volkswagen does it again.
Were you not on the night in question?
Hey, Will Foley, Ultra Bright Toothpaste wants to proposition you.
Right here, in front of a witness?
Here's the proposition. After using one tube of Ultra Bright, look in a mirror. If you had yellowing stains, you should see whiter-looking teeth. Ultra Bright's rousing taste and whiter-looking teeth.
Now, that's the best proposition I've had all year. Well, almost.
Whiter-looking teeth are just one tube away.
How do you machine wash an $80 outfit? Turn to Woolite. How do you keep lingerie bright? Turn to Woolite. How do you keep sweaters soft? Turn to Woolite.
Woolite Special cold water formula safely cares for all fine washables.
Keeps the fit. Keeps the color bright. And feels so soft.
Do more for more of your clothes. Turn to Woolite. Hand or machine, Woolite in cold water safely cleans all fine washables.
For soft, seductive, knockout shine, apply here. It's Maybelline's automatic super shiny lip color. The sponge tip wand shapes, colors, dazzles your lips. Maybelline's super shiny lip color. It's a dynamite burst of shimmering shines. I love to put it on. Super shiny lip color from Maybelline. Dynamite.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Gail Gordon, and our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that gives you so much more for so little more that it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House, expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Have last month's bills arrived at your house yet? Or does your husband still speak to you? When I dropped by the Burns house this morning, Gracie was wondering how to break the bad news to George.
Oh, Bill, I'll have to get George in an awfully good humor before I let him see these Christmas bills. How can I do it?
Well, let's see. Well, hey, wearing one of those slinky lace negligees ought to please George.
Oh, no, he'd look terrible in it.
Gracie, I meant for you to wear it, not George. Put the bills on the table and stand beside him in your negligee.
It'll never work, Bill. We've been married too long.
What do you mean?
Well, he'll notice the way the bills are stacked, not me.
Oh, you're wrong, Gracie. If George has got an ounce of blood in his veins, he'll... Yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, I guess there's just no way that a wife can present her husband with a bill and make him like it.
Not true, Gracie. My mother did it, and Father was happy as a lark.
Well, she must have presented him with an awfully little bill.
No, I weighed 8.5 pounds.
You know the kind of bills I mean. Now, come on, help me think of something.
Well, maybe you could put George in a good humor by fixing his favorite food.
That's right. The way to his heart is through his chest.
No, it's through his stomach. You slipped up.
It's through his chest. That slipped down.
Well, anyway, Gracie, what does the little man like to eat?
Well, he adores hot biscuits. You know, he's still got the first biscuit I made after we were married.
Really? He saves funny things.
Yes. He's also got the first tooth he lost after we were married.
Why does he save the tooth?
He can't get it out of the biscuit.
I see.
Of course, I can make wonderful biscuits now. George just drools when... Say, I've got a great idea. I'll fold the bills up real small and bake them inside the biscuits.
Oh, then when he takes a bite, he'll discover the bill.
Right. With a mouthful of biscuit, he won't be able to scream so loud.
Well, it's a screwy idea, Gracie, but it might work.
Oh, anything to soften the blow for my darling George.
You really love that little schnook, don't you, Gracie?
Oh, yes, Bill. When they made George, they broke the mold.
Well, better late than never. So long, Gracie. I hope your plan works.
The biscuits are done. Now, let's see. This one has the May Company bill in it. This one has a Saks bill. This one is the Broadway. And this one... Oh, here comes George. I better soften him up with a little flattery before lunch.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, Georgie boy, you're home from school.
From school?
Oh, forgive me, dear. You look so young, I always think of you as going to high school.
I don't look like I go to high school. College, maybe.
Your handsome face is ageless. Your noble brow, your classic features. They look like they belong on a Greek statue.
Gracie.
Sometimes I'd swear your head was made of marble.
Well, old Marblehead is hungry. Hey, you got biscuits.
Yeah, try one.
Okay. Boy, that was good.
You swallowed the whole thing?
Well, yeah.
Well, that takes care of the May Company.
Huh?
They can't send a collector after that one.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Here, try the Broadway. I mean, have another biscuit.
I'll break this open and put some butter on. There's a piece of paper in here.
Uh-huh. There's one in each of the biscuits.
Oh, I get it. Like the Chinese tea rooms. My fortune isn't these biscuits.
You're so right.
Well, I'll open all of them.
Yes, dear, and I'll run get you the ice bag.
Ice bag? I feel fine. I don't need any ice bag. Just pass me those biscuits.
How does the ice bag feel, darling?
Okay.
Here, I buttered some more aspirin for you.
You buttered the aspirin?
Well, as long as you were eating it like popcorn, I thought I might as well butter it.
Gracie, look at that stack of bills. How could you buy that many Christmas presents? Where did you find them?
Oh, I just opened up my charge account, and there they were.
And you figured I'd
You
pay
for them,
all of them.
yeah.
I got the bills are in my mouth. Yes, that paper. Well, you're out of luck. I'm going to stop being the goose that lays the golden eggs.
You mean you're going to stop telling jokes on the radio?
Never mind. Now listen to me, young lady. I'm going to tell you a thing or two. From now on.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Meredith, what would you do if the person you married spent money like a drunken sailor?
Well, in the first place, I would never marry a drunken sailor.
Meredith.
Though at one time I was quite friendly with a sober wave. She picked me up one night at the Palladium.
She picked you up?
Yes, I fell down while attempting to jitterbug, and
she
picked me up.
Yes. Meredith, I want you to hear.
Well, one thing led to another, and before I knew it, that wave had me in the back seat of a taxi. During the war, I was a Sucker for a uniform.
Oh, Meredith, you didn't even know her.
I know, Gracie, but I felt that I should be kind to her. After all, she'd been fighting for me.
Look, Meredith.
But no sooner were we alone than she became quite amorous. Oh, she wasn't to blame. I was attractive, and she'd been at sea for a long time.
Meredith, when you came in, I asked you one simple question. All I want you to do is answer that.
Gladly, George. Would you state the question again?
What would you do if the person you married spent money like a drunken sailor?
Well, in the first place, I would never marry a drunken sailor.
Look, Meredith.
Though at one time I was quite
Meredith.
friendly with a...
Goodbye, Meredith.
Missouri Waltz. You know, Meredith, that may be 1947, but music like that makes me think that underneath it all, I'm still an old-fashioned guy.
Because you like it? No need to apologize for that, Bill. Liking waltzes has always been in the very best American tradition, and it still is, with old favorites like the Missouri Waltz jingling the jukeboxes today from Seattle to Scranton.
Yes, like sparking your girl on a Saturday night, the waltz has been tested by time and never found wanting. Grandfather was swinging his partner in waltz time when bustles and high-button shoes were the height of fashion. And 100 years from now, you can bet that the waltz will still be expressing the romance and sentimental gaiety that have always belonged to our American scene. Makes me think how Maxwell House coffee truly belongs to the American scene, too. Here in America, we've actually made coffee a national drink. And more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavor explains this nationwide preference. The rich, full-bodied Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these premium Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. All adding up to great coffee at the peak of flavorful goodness. Friends, why not know the very best in coffee drinking pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just make yours Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, suppose you start explaining these Christmas bells. Who got this $25 hat?
Oh, I gave that to Clara Bagley. I've decided to break up our friendship.
And why did you give her an expensive hat?
Well, I have one exactly like it. And when she sees me with it on, then she'll stop speaking to me.
There must be cheaper ways to lose a friend. Here's a bill for a bushel of nuts delivered to San Francisco. Who'd you send those to?
My mother. That was your own suggestion, dear. Every time I said, what'll we send Mother, you said nuts to her.
I should give your mother a bushel of nuts. What'd she ever give me?
She gave you me. I'm as good as the nuts.
You can say that again.
I'd rather not. I didn't like the way it sounded.
And you got this chromium chair with the plastic seat for who?
Oh, my brother Willie. He's building his own house with a GI loan, and he's crazy about antique furniture.
A chromium and plastic chair isn't antique.
It will be by the time the house is built.
How about this necklace? Who got that?
My sister Bessie. She needed it to hide her appendicitis scar.
On her neck, and appendicitis scars on the stomach.
I know, but Bessie was so ticklish they
They had to operate up. Yes, I see what you mean. You made that up.
Well, I was just trying to amuse you.
Well, I'm not amused. Those relatives of yours they're costing me a fortune. Here's a bill for a pair of earrings.
Oh, well, now don't scream about those, George. I bought those for one of your relatives.
Who?
Your wife.
I might have known. What do you expect me to do about these bills?
Write out checks for them. Here's the special fountain pen you use for paying bills.
Special fountain pen for paying bills?
Yes, it writes under protest.
Well, I got news for you, kid. I can't pay these bills.
Why not?
Because there's not enough money in the bank.
Oh, don't be silly. It says right on the window of the bank there's over $12 million in there.
I mean, there's not enough money in my account. And if you overdraw your account, you can be put in jail.
Oh, dear. Well, don't you worry. I'll figure out some way to settle those bills. Well, George, everything is fine. The Christmas bills are paid.
Really? What did you do?
I used my head. You said the bank could put you in jail if you overdraw your account.
That's right.
So I wrote the checks myself.
What?
Well, they can't put me in jail. I haven't got an account there.
Oh, no. Gracie, it's even worse to write checks when you have no account at all. Now they'll put you in jail.
You mean I'm a juvenile delinquent?
You'll be worse unless you get those checks back.
But the checks are in the mail.
Well, then you're just out of luck.
Oh, look, here comes the postman. He can save me. He can get those checks out of the mail.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, Mr. Postman, I'm in terrible trouble, and you're the one who can help me.
Oh, I love to help damsels in distress. Just as Sir Galahad rescued Guinevere from the dragon, I will rescue you. Is your husband a dragon?
A little, but he's tired.
Yes. How can I help you, Mrs. Burns?
Well, by mistake, I put some bad checks in the mail, and I want you to get them for me.
Oh, I dare not tamper with the mail.
But, Mr. Postman, if I don't get those checks back, I'll go to jail. What if your wife were in a spot like this? You wouldn't let her go to jail?
You say such humorous things, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, please, can't you think of some way I can get those checks?
Your only chance is to stop them when they come through the bank.
Oh, well, do you know anyone who works at the bank?
Not now. My wife Bertha worked in the escrow department when I married her. Now I guess they just call it the S department.
Why?
I took away the crow.
Mr. Postman, that gives me an idea. I'll go down and get a job at the bank myself, and then I can grab those checks when they come through.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
How do you do? Are you Mr. Vanderlip, the president of this bank?
I am.
Well, I wonder if you'd do something for me.
I suppose you'd like me to authorize you a loan.
I would not. Just because I'm alone, don't think you can authorize me.
Madam.
Do I look like the sort of a girl who can be authorized?
But I didn't
And
have...
you won't. I didn't come in here to be insulted.
But...
Or authorized.
Believe me, I meant no harm. What is the nature of your business?
Oh, well, I'd like a job in your bank.
I see. In what department?
How about the check room?
Check room?
I want to get my hands on some checks. I mean, I like to handle checks.
At what bank were you previously employed? Naturally, I can check your record at any bank in the United States.
I worked at the Bank of England.
The Bank of England?
Pip, pip.
Were you a teller?
I Not me. I jolly well kept my mouth shut.
Madam, I do not believe you were employed by the Bank of England.
You don't, huh? Well, just ask me some banking questions.
Very well. What would you do in the case of an overdraft?
Close the transom. Next question.
Suppose we cease this masquerade. You obviously know nothing whatever about banking.
Then I don't get the job?
No.
In that case, put up your hands.
What?
This is a holdup.
You have no gun.
Oh. Well, let's get back to the job.
Look, I'm a busy man. What is this all about?
Well, I've got to recover some checks I wrote on this bank. You see, I haven't got an account here, and my husband says I'll go to jail.
And so you will, unless something is done. Perhaps I could authorize you a loan.
There you go again.
Madam.
When you get a girl a loan, that's all you think about, authorizing.
Madam.
And it's your age.
Madam. Please.
Never. I'd rather go to jail. Goodbye, you old authorizer, you.
No.
One of the most familiar melodies on the American scene among my souvenirs. Meredith Willson and his music.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Burns. You want to take all the money out of your bank account and open one for your wife?
Yes. Then those checks she wrote were clear. That is, if you'll lend me $100 to go with it.
Oh, glad to lend you $100. How about collateral?
Why, Mr. Vanderlip, I've never needed collateral. I've gotten where I am today on my face.
I believe you. It shows considerable wear and tear.
Well, all I need is $100. I'll pay you back right away. Why, a man like me can make $100 in no time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burns.
Oh, Mr. Vanderlip.
Yes, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Yes.
Say, Bill, tell Mr. Vanderlip how quick I can make $100.
Oh, no time at all, Mr. Vanderlip. His next birthday ought to do it.
Oh, fine.
Mr. Vanderlip, I'm about to make a withdrawal from my safe deposit box. May I have the usual 3 armed guards?
Of course, Mr. Goodwin.
Gee, Bill, you must have a fortune in that box.
Oh, I have.
Could you lend me a little?
Oh, sure, George. All you want. All right, guards, put the box down right here.
Boy.
I'll open it. There. Now, George, how many pounds do you want?
Pounds? Bill, what have you got in there?
Maxwell House coffee, of course. What do you think I'd keep in a safe deposit box? Junk like diamonds and money?
Well, I made
Maxwell House is rich, delicious, mellow. The result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
But, Bill, what I need is money.
George, what good is money? Can money buy happiness? No. Can money buy contentment? No. Can money buy a new car?
No.
No.
But it can keep Gracie out of jail.
Out of jail?
Yeah. She wrote some bad checks, and unless I deposit some money for her, she'll go to jail. So you can see why I need more than coffee.
Oh, you're not kidding. You need donuts, too.
Huh?
If Gracie goes to jail, you're going to starve.
Bill, I don't need any donuts.
Oh, you're right, George. Yes, Maxwell House is delicious all by itself. Why, it's the very best in coffee-drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. That's why so many millions of Americans insist on Maxwell House. These days, they know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Well, okay, if you don't want to lend me the money.
I'll lend you the money. Here, help yourself. Take all you want.
Gee, thanks, Bill. Now Gracie won't have to go to jail.
Good.
Hey, just to teach her not to sign her name to any more checks, I'll let her think she is going to jail.
Well, George, that's cruel and inhuman.
Well, it's just to scare her. After she's learned her lesson, I'll take her in my arms and give her a big kiss.
But, George, that's cruel and inhuman.
So long, comic.
So long.
So that's it, Gracie. You've broken the law, and now you must pay the penalty. Pretty soon a detective will come and get you.
Oh, I hope it's Humphrey Bogart.
I mean a real policeman. And then you'll have to go down and appear with the district attorney.
Wonderful. I've always wanted to be on that program.
Gracie, you're not taking this seriously. There'll be a trial with the judge and the jury, and you on the witness stand. Do you realize what it means to be cross-examined?
Oh, sure. I cross my legs and the jury examines them.
Gracie, stop joking about this. You know where you'll wind up? Tehachapi.
Gesundheit.
I didn't sneeze. I said Tehachapi.
To what you be?
Tehachapi. That's where women go who make mistakes.
Oh, I thought they went to Reno.
Gracie, Tehachapi is a woman's prison. And take it from me, that's where you're headed.
Are you serious, George? Am I really going to prison?
You bet. When you commit a crime, they send you up the river.
Oh, but it was such a small crime. Couldn't they just send me up the creek?
No.
Well, how long will they keep me there, George?
About 30 years.
30 years? My goodness, when I get out, I'll be in my 40s.
Yeah, easily.
Well, you'll come see me on Visitor's Day, won't you?
Every Thursday.
Oh, well, I'll look forward to those moments. I'll put my hands through the bars and run my fingers through your hair.
Yeah.
Let it grow long and hide a file in it.
Nothing doing. You'll stay there. And I hope it teaches you never to sign your name to another check as long as you live.
Oh, it will, George. 30 years in prison.
Yep. Tehachapi.
Gesundheit. Oh, that's where I'm going. Well, there are a few last things I want to do before they take me away. Wait here for me, sweetheart.
Okay. Poor kid. I'm really teaching her a lesson.
Well, I'm back, dear. All my errands are done.
Hey, what's in those packages?
Well, you said I was going to prison, and they wear nothing but stripes there. So I went to Magnum's and got a lovely striped suit and striped dresses and striped bags.
Gracie, you didn't.
Well, sure, so I'd look my best. If I must go to prison, I don't want to disgrace you.
Gracie.
I'll be the belle of the cell.
How did you pay for those things?
With a check?
But you promised you'd never sign your name to another check. You said you'd learned your lesson.
I did learn my lesson. This time I signed your name.
Oh, no.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Well, Gracie, now you've really done it. Signing my name was forgery.
Is that bad?
You're just heading in one direction, kid. To Hatchape.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit, I knew that. Good night, everybody. I
And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Log cabin syrup for that old-time flavor. For log cabin syrup does your pancakes a favor. A delicate blend of maple and cane. Serve it once, you'll want it again and again. You bet you will. What a wonderful breakfast thrill is log cabin syrup in the morning.
Yes, Log Cabin is America's most popular maple-blended syrup. With Sugar Short, the supply is limited, but you'll never get it if you never ask for it.
Log cabin syrup in the morning.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Wow! Watch your mailbox for this special letter from RCA. It'll show you how to turn a penny into 6 records or tapes. The big names like Elvis Presley, Barry Manilow, Peter Frampton, Steve Miller, Kiss, and hundreds more. To get your 6 records or tapes for a penny, look for details of this RCA music service offer in your mailbox, the July 29th TV Guide, or Sunday's Family Weekly magazine.
I'm gonna have a fit. You wanna watch? These are straight-leg jeans from Levi's Women's Wear, made for the woman who wants a fit that looks tight, but really isn't. A fit that's soft and relaxed, that doesn't cut or bind anywhere. Try the comfortable jeans from Levi's in Mrs. or Junior sizes. They're a fit. Nice.
I won't get stuck like this again. Next time, I want a car that gives me my money's worth.
You asked for it. Your money's worth and more. The Toyota Celica. If you can find a better-built small car than Toyota, buy it. We bet you can't, because Toyotas are built for comfort, durability, and performance. Now's the time to see how much satisfaction you can get for your money.
Finally, I'll get my money's worth.
More.
You asked for it, you got it, Toyota.
You do that great.
I've heard it.
I'm more effective than you and you.
These days you hear a lot of comparisons among antiperspirants, but no antiperspirant or deodorant compares with Brute 33, because only Brute 33 gives you effective, long-lasting protection, plus the great smell of Brute.
That does smell great. It really does.
Aerosol, stick, or roll-on. Nothing compares with the great smell of Brute.
This is Chevy Chase in his very first motion picture.
Excuse me. I'm kind of a nice guy, and you're really a very lovely girl, with or without your cleavage. What do you say? Would you like to take a shower? You okay?
Foul Play, a new comedy thriller, playing this summer at a theater near you.
starring Goldie Hawn and Chevy Chase. Foul Play, rated PG.
There's never been a better time to be a woman.
Things have changed for women.
Well, to keep up with you, Kotex designed Kotex Light Days panty liners. Just right when a mini is too much. Whisper thin, oval, with 3 strips of adhesive to keep them secure.
Kotex Light Days panty liners. Just right when a mini is too much. With 3 strips of adhesive to keep them secure. It's just one of the ways Kotex is keeping up with you.
That's right, Greasers. The Terrific 10 team up with Martha Reeves and the Vandellas and rock into some of your favorite golden oldies. Sha-na-na, you'll love it. Tuesday night at 7:30, right here on Channel 4.
The long-awaited get-together, root beer and ice. Barrelhead made it happen. Barrelhead's real draft-style root beer with old-fashioned flavor that stands up to ice and a long-lasting head that'll tickle your mustache. Have an icy mug of old-fashioned Barrelhead, regular or sugar-free. Either way, don't spare the ice.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
For a breakfast corn cereal you'll really go for, eat Kix, crunchy puffs of real energy-rich corn. And now, Kix, that winning American corn cereal, presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Hornet Bats for a Pitcher. And now, let's slip back to the days of an earlier America, when the fight for law and order was made in the wilderness. Those were the days when the Pilgrims made a discovery important to their country's fighting, winning energy. They learned to plant and grow corn, the fighting energy food of the Indians. Today, there's a new super delicious way of eating energy-packed corn for breakfast. It's Kix, K-I-X. What a way to start the day, with a heaping bowl full of delicious Kix. You can pour on twice as much milk as you would with ordinary cooked cereal, because those crunchy puffs of corn Kix stay crisp as a nut. Think of the vitamins, minerals, and corn energy you'll get with a winning Kix breakfast. You'll get a kick out of Kix.
Why don't you give up, Denon? Whoever called you a passer? That's in that bush is a big lion.
Attention, please. Ransom, number 6 speed. Now pitching for the Eagles in place of Denon.
Frank Denon walked back to the Eagles clubhouse, knocked out of the pitcher's box for the 5th time in a row. The Eagles were a minor league team, but they were the principal farm club of the former world's champions. Located directly across the river from where the parent club held sway, the interest in their fortunes was as great in the big city as it was locally, especially in the case of Frank Denon. Sent to the Eagles to acquire experience, he had been touted as a coming great star of the game. He had been sensational early in the season, but on the Eagles' last road trip, something happened, and he had gone to pieces. And now, home once more, he had shown no improvement. It was the aftermath of this last game that brought Vince Cooney, sports writer of the Sentinel, into Brett Reed's office next morning.
Mr. Reed, you hear the news? The Eagles suspended Frank Denon.
I heard it, Cooney. I'm surprised and disappointed.
I don't blame you. I'm disappointed myself.
You saw him lose those 4 on the road, didn't you? What's the matter with him, Cooney?
That's what I've come to tell you. I know you got him started in baseball, and that you're a friend of his family and that Waring girl he's going to marry.
What's that got to do with it?
Mr. Reed, Denham's suspension may be only the start. His manager and the guys on the team are sore at him, plenty sore. Not because he's lost some games. That happens to the best. It's the way he lost them. So when one of the players said yesterday he thought Denon was letting down, I started digging around.
Oh? What'd you find?
Mr. Reed, did you ever hear of Louis Gordon?
The gambler?
That's the guy. Has a string of gambling houses all over. Controls most of the baseball pools, too. And he runs that Gordon Associates outfit.
They set the odds on most of the sports contests, don't they?
All of them. But besides these, Gordon has agents in every state and big city, handling bets and laying them.
Well, what has all this got to do with Frank Denon?
Too much, I'm afraid. The day he lost his first game, one he figured to win easily, Gordon's men cleaned up. And on each of the nights preceding the games he lost, Denon received long-distance calls from this city.
Does anyone know from whom?
I don't know if anyone else does, but I do. I traced them. The calls he received came direct from Louis Gordon's office at Gordon Associates.
There was a deep frown on Brett Reed's face as he walked into his outer office and over to the desk of his secretary, Lenore Case.
That's Case. Cooney saw a pitcher lose a few ball games, heard one ball player say something, and has apparently stumbled on what might well be a sports scandal.
Do we have a beat on it?
It looks that way. And yet I'm holding back.
Well, if you are, then I'm sure there's a good reason, Mr. Reed.
I don't know whether there is or not. The reason, Miss Case, is Frank Denon.
Oh, no. Don't say he's done something else.
Something else? How do you... Say, what else has he done?
Truthfully, I don't know. Except that he broke Phyllis Waring's heart. Alice Curlin told me. Phyllis is living with her now, you know, at the Greystone.
No, I didn't know. You didn't tell me this before, Miss Case.
Well, I didn't learn it until yesterday. That's when Phyllis sent back her engagement ring to Frank Denon.
Brett Reed traced Frank Denon to the hotel where he'd registered after leaving his teammates in the town across the river where they were playing ball. It was a haggard-looking Denon who parried Brett's questions in a manner that was bitter, unrevealing, and often insolent.
Now, look, Mr. Reed, I don't want to hear any more. As far as I'm concerned, I'm through with baseball and Phyllis Waring. Haven't I made that clear?
I don't understand your attitude, Frank. But you won't talk baseball. Tell me, why did Phyllis break your engagement?
Why don't you ask her? If you can find her. I've tried and I can't. Joe doesn't answer the phone either.
She's no longer living with her brother.
She's not. Well, that's funny. Joe told me... Forget it.
She moved into Greystone. She's with a friend named Alice Curlin.
It doesn't matter. Now, please go and leave me alone, will you?
All right, Frank. Sure, if you know. I feel sorry for you. But I feel sorrier for that girl who's suffering so much because of whatever you've done to her. You're giving her heart quite a kicking around, Frank. Just as you're doing to your life and your career. Nice going, fellow.
Suffering. Me kicking her heart around. What was he talking about? I wonder... Hello. Joe, where have you been? I tried to reach you. Yes, I am, and I want to see you. Well, it's about your sister. Right away? Good, where are you? The All Sports Restaurant? Yeah, I know the place. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Yeah. So long.
Joe Waring was waiting for Frank Denon at the entrance to the main dining room of the All Sports Restaurant, meeting place of the sporting and betting fraternity. Greeting Denon effusively, Joe hustled him to a table and introduced him to a dark, flashily dressed man who remained seated.
Frank, I want you to meet Mr. Fagan. You two might find a lot to talk about. Be back in a couple of minutes, Frank. Stay right there. Won't finish.
Now, hey,
Hey,
wait,
he'll
Joe.
be
back. Sit down and take a load off your feet, kid. Save your strength.
As Ziggy Fagan pulled Frank into a chair, Joe Waring approached a nearby table.
Got your camera all set, Harry?
Yeah, right here under the newspaper. You want a shot of that guy with Ziggy?
Yeah. Make sure it's a clear shot. Print it right away and take it to Louis' office.
Joe did not return to Dennon's table, and the young pitcher squirmed uneasily as long minutes passed.
What you squirming around like that for?
I wonder where Joe went. I wanted to talk to him.
Nothing so important that can't wait.
I don't see him.
He went out the front door a little while ago.
What?
Hey, where you going?
I won't wait for Joe. I'll see Phyllis and have this out. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Yeah, the Greystone. And get me there as quick as you can.
Frank, you...
Phil, I want to talk to you.
During the next few moments, a few questions and answers made many things clear to Frank and Phyllis. The fog of misunderstanding that had clouded their every moment during the past weeks began to lift as the light of truth brought out facts that neither of them had known or suspected.
I keep telling you, Phyllis, I received only that one last letter from you. I wrote to you every single day.
You wrote? And phoned me?
Of course I did. But you wouldn't answer. You had Joe tell me off for you over the phone.
Joe. Joe, that's it. Those calls were from you. And he... Oh, why didn't I realize it? You say you received one letter from me, Frank. Do you have it?
Do I? Here it is. Not even a salutation.
Why, this isn't a letter. This is just a note. I can't go on like this any longer. It has become evident more and more each day that your way of life is... Frank, I wrote this to Joe.
To Joe? A letter like that?
Yes, when I moved in here. I couldn't stand it any longer the way he was living. Drinking, gambling, everything. And when you went away, he seemed to watch me every minute. Now I realize he had a motive. But he kept telling me things about you and other girls.
Why, that dirty...
He made me believe him. Then when he started bringing home those terrible friends of his, I just had to leave. That's why I wrote this note to him.
What is Joe's game? What's he trying to do?
It's not Alice. I wonder who it could be. Joe.
Hello, Philip. I want to tell you this. Frank, how did you get here? How did you...
Never
find
mind
out
that,
where-
Joe. The important thing is you're here.
And you've an awful lot to account for, Joe.
Oh, no, you don't, Joe. You're going to stay here and talk. Talk fast now. Tell us everything, everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't. Well, maybe this will help you.
Don't hit him so hard, Frank.
It's the only thing that'll make him talk. Another one on the chin, Joe. It'll give me pleasure.
Frank, Joe. No, please, Frank. I'll tell you, I had to do what I did. I had to do what they told me. If I didn't, they'd kill me.
Who'd have killed you?
I don't know. Louis Gordon's mom.
Louis Gordon's mom?
That's right. The gambler. You see,
And Joe Waring went on to sob out his sordid confession. He'd taken to gambling and lost heavily. Lost until he was in debt to the Gordon outfit for more money than he could hope to repay. His association with Denon through his sister was a perfect one for their purpose. And so the gamblers, under threat of death, forced him to carry out their scheme. To date, they had cleaned up great sums.
I figured you'd go to pieces if Phyllis let you down. I intercepted the letters you sent her and told her lies about you.
I didn't think anyone could be so rotten.
My big play came when I phoned you saying Phyllis had asked me to, that you were to stop writing and trying to get in touch with her. They had me call you in the middle of the night, always before the game you were scheduled to pitch. They thought that'd upset you, too.
Upset me? I'd go out on the mound next day, not sure I was alive, much less playing ball.
Oh, my poor darling Frank.
The rest of you figured hanging around Phyllis till she'd write to you, then saying I'd mail a letter, getting to the phone before she did all the time, fixing that note she sent me, and...
My brother. Joe, didn't you realize you were ruining our lives? And Frank's career?
I didn't want to think. I couldn't think. All I knew was I didn't want to die. But I don't care what happens now. Frank, I've got to tell you this. They're out to get you good. I've made that possible, too.
What do you mean?
That fella I introduced you to this afternoon. Mr. Fagan. That was Big Ziggy Fagan.
Ziggy Fagan? Why, if I was seen talking to him...
That was the idea, Joe. You were seen. And Louis Gordon had someone planted to take a picture of you and Fagan together. I don't know what he's up to.
Let this hold you while you figure it out.
Where are you going, Frank?
First, I'm going back to the restaurant to get Ziggy Fagan.
As Frank Denon rushed to the street to hurry back to the All Sports Restaurant and Big Ziggy Fagan, Vince Cooney was in Britt Reed's office, telling him incredulously,
Your boy Denon sure did it this afternoon. He'll be barred from organized baseball by morning.
What? What'd he do now?
I saw him in the All Sports Restaurant with Big Ziggy Fagan. Cozy, huh?
Fagan? Fellow who tried to fix the basketball games and who was tried for bribing?
That's the sweet character. He's barred from every ballpark in America. And when this thing today comes out, Denon will be too.
Still there?
They were when I left. Say, where are you rushing?
To the All Sports Restaurant for a showdown with that All-American double-crosser, Frank Denon.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Ready to order, sir?
I certainly am. I'll start with a shrimp cocktail, chicken soup. And I'll have the sirloin steak, medium, carrots and peas, and, mashed potatoes. Coffee later with apple pie and cheese for dessert.
Oh, boy, there's a top favorite American meal for you. But, you know, that menu he's reading probably lists a few other dishes still more truly American than those he ordered, like corn on the cob, corn fritters, hot buttered kernels of corn. Sure, they're all corn dishes. And there's no food more American than corn, the only Native American grain, the very grain that goes into kicks. Corn, you know, is the energy-rich food that gave the Indians a lot of their hard-fighting endurance. The food that helped give the pioneers the energy that won an empire. And today, the way to eat corn for breakfast, in a way you'll really go for, is kicks. It's not flakes, you know, but roasted corn, popped into crunchy, mouth-watering puffs of real corn. No wonder Kix stays crisp no matter how much cream or milk you pour on. So think of the well-rounded supply of minerals, vitamins, and corn food energy you get with a daily breakfast of Kix and milk. Try it soon. Kix is a winner. Now to continue our story. Britt Reed and Frank Denon converged on the All Sports Restaurant, each intent on his purpose. The first to arrive, Denon entered the dining room to find that Big Ziggy Fagan had departed. Uncertain for a moment, he reached a sudden decision. He headed for the telephone booths in the lobby and thumbed through the pages of the phone book. And at that moment, Britt Reed entered the front door and saw him. Frank Denon didn't notice Reed's entrance, and when he found the number he sought, he entered the phone book. Nor did he notice, as he placed a coin in the box and dialed, that the young publisher had quietly slipped into the adjoining booth and pressed his ear to the wall.
Gordon Associates? I want to speak to Louis. To Louis, I said. Oh, yeah? Well, he'll have to see me. The name is Denon. Frank Denon. He'll know me. It's, about an arrangement I made with Big Ziggy. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Thanks. He and Ziggy will be at the main office in an hour? Where's the main office? Second floor of the Grand Building, huh? Thanks. I'll be there.
With an hour in which to get to Louis Gordon's office, Frank Denon had another sudden thought, and this, too, led to a phone call. This time, he called the hotel across the river, where his teammates were stopping. Pete Whitty, his catcher and former companion, didn't want to speak to Denon at first. But finally, Frank got his story across. And when Whitty replied, a wide grin spread over the young pitcher's face.
Oh, gee, that's great, Whitty. You don't know what this means to me. As many as you can get, yeah. You'll be able to make it in 15 minutes if you come through the tunnel. You got the address? Good. When I get there, give me about 10 minutes before you break in.
Why, Mr. Britt, you late for dinner.
Cato, get ready for a trip in the Black Beauty.
What is wrong, Mr. Britt? You angry?
Yes, I am. When I think of the chances Frank Denon has kicked over. Cato, the crooks that wrecked Frank's life have got to pay. This is a job for the Green Hornet. Get my mask and gun, Cato. We're going to Louis Gordon's office.
Louis Gordon rose from the chair behind his oversized desk, lit a cigar, and looked at Big Ziggy Fagan, who sat admiring a photograph.
Admiring yourself, Ziggy?
Yeah. You know, Louis, I'm not as bad looking as I thought.
Ziggy, that's a swell picture. With a picture like that, we can make this kid Denon do whatever we want when we want it.
Yeah. It's a sweetheart.
Now, the first thing we do is... Yeah, chick.
That fella Denon's out here to see you, boss.
Yeah. Phone call was on the level. I wonder... Is he alone?
Yeah, he's alone.
I can't figure this. Okay, send him in. And look, better keep a few boys around out there. Ziggy, stick around and see what the play is.
Sure thing, Louis.
That's Denon, Ziggy. Let him in, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, Louis.
When Frank Denon stepped inside Gordon's office and saw Big Ziggy Fagan, he started toward him, then reconsidered, and went on to Louis Gordon's desk. The gambler greeted him with a bland smile and penetrating stare.
Denon, I'm Gordon. Call me Louis. What's on your mind?
Plenty. But first, I want to get a good look at a chiseling crook. Meaning you.
Is that all you have to say?
No. Joe Waring told me everything you and your pals made him do. So you could win your baseball bets and your crooked baseball pools.
Oh, was Waring that told you, What else, Denon? Go on.
I am going on. Where's that picture you had taken today? When I was framed and sitting with that...
Hey, looky here, kid. You'll get the little...
Keep your shirt on, Ziggy. Here, Denon, here's the picture. We got the negative. It'll blow up swell. Make a nice, glossy print for the newspapers.
Some picture, eh, kid? It can knock you out of baseball like no hitters ever could. On account of I'm in it.
Ziggy's right, Denon. And, of course, I don't want to give it to the papers. But I could. Unless...
This is the part I want to hear. Unless what?
Unless you play ball the way we tell you when we tell you.
Gordon, your psychology was good up to now. Perfect, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Had you pegged right, didn't I? Fellow in love hears his girl's left him, gone to pieces because there's nothing he can do. Yeah, you're right, Denon. My psychology was good, and it still is.
No, it isn't, Gordon. You don't think you're going to threaten me into throwing games with that picture, do you?
Sure I do. But I'm going to let you win the next few, if you can. Got to butter up the odds again.
But you can't, Gordon. Because after I get through punching you around, I'm going to make Joe Waring tell the police every rotten detail of your frame-up.
Oh,
and then
you are, huh?
What are you doing?
Going to give orders to put Waring where I'll never be able to talk.
You're not going to do that.
Back here, you.
Get him off of me, Ziggy.
Take your hands off him, kid.
Zick! Zick, come in here. Break his arms, Ziggy. Kill him. We got to kill him anyway. All right, gang, take him. Beat his head in. Finish him. Get him to the car. Bring it down the road somewhere.
So they'll think his murder was an accident?
Hey, what the...
Oh, no, they don't, Gordon.
He came through the window. Look, he's got a mask on. Angel Johnny! It's a Green Hornet. Get him!
I've got him. I got the mask guy.
Oh, no, you haven't.
Nice going, Hornet. I'll take care of this bunch.
Hey, no, Ziggy. Got the whole gang coming in. Big guy.
Here they are, team.
Hey, what's going on here?
This is going right on your jaw, Ziggy.
Big Ziggy Gordon crashed to the floor unconscious as the Green Hornet's fist banged into his face. He never did see the full onslaught by that dozen men, young, hard, suntanned, and ablaze with fighting fury. They were Frank Dennon's teammates, led by Pete Whitty.
We're with you, Denon. Oh, so you want to fight, huh, Big Nose? Well, here.
The Hornet's on our side, boys. Lay off him.
Hey, break for it, gang. It's the cops. The cops.
I'm going out the
You're
other door.
going out, period, Gordon.
I owe you this.
You've got the situation at hand, boys. Hold on to him. The police are here.
Britt Reed smiled beneath his mask as he viewed the havoc wrought on the crooks by the ball players who had heeded Frank Dennon's summons. When the first policeman entered the outer office, the masked man sped down the fire escape and dropped lightly to the ground.
What happened, Mr. Britt? So much fighting and yelling, it sounded like a war.
It is, Cato. The start of a war against the crooks and gamblers who are trying to ruin baseball and every other sport Americans love. We'll call the Sentinel as soon as we get away from here.
You learn all about Frank Denon?
Yes, Cato. I've learned that Britt Reed was all wrong in his snap judgment this time. I'm glad the Green Hornet found out the truth. I remained hidden outside the window and heard Denon tell off Gordon and Fagan. He's a great boy, Cato. When this story breaks, it's going to make him greater than he ever was.
Back in the wrecked office, a bunch of mussed-up but jubilant young ball players laughed and patted Frank Dennon's shoulders as the police carted off Gordon, Fagan, and the rest of their gang.
Gee, thanks, fellas. And you, Whitty, for bringing him here.
Oh, the fight was worth it. And boy, are we proud of you. And glad for you, Frank. We'll see you don't lose another game all season. That right, guys?
And I'll pitch my arm off to see that I don't. And I'll pitch tomorrow if they'll reinstate me. I thought I was a goner for a while when you fellas didn't show.
Some goons downstairs tried to stop us. We had to finish them before we got up here.
Well, I'll never understand how or why he came here. But I'm sure glad the Green Hornet was there on the fire escape. He's the one who saved my life. I wonder who he is.
There was a big league atmosphere in the minor league ballpark across the river that day. Frank Denon, who had been reinstated immediately when his sensational story was revealed, and he had asked if he might start the game that day. He was told he would. In a grandstand box as Frank warmed up were Britt Reed, Lenore Case, and Phyllis Waring. A different Phyllis than the one who had accompanied her brother when he went to the district attorney's office the previous night.
I don't feel sorry for Joe. I almost feel glad now that he's told everything. At least he had enough moral strength to do that.
They'll be able to send Gordon and his mob to jail for a long time on Joe's testimony. On federal, state, and local charges.
I see you're wearing Frank's engagement ring again, Phyllis.
Yes. Now I'll have to hope that he'll marry me in spite of my brother and my lack of faith.
He's a born big leaguer, Phyllis. When he comes up to the majors
He's
next
waving
year...
up here, see?
Oh, hi, darling. You know, he was telling me that the masked man who saved him last night was the Green Hornet. That Green Hornet, I think he's wonderful.
I think he is, too.
The batteries for today's game for the Gray Sox, Zimmerman and Layton. For the Eagles, Denon and Whitty.
The selection transfer gamblers indicted Louis Gordon to stand trial. Green Hornet saves young pitcher. Read all about it, Denon hurled shot out in big test. That selection transfer.
You know, when lawbreakers were hauled before a pilgrim judge, their fine was often paid in corn. Yes, sir, those old judges knew that corn was more precious than money. It was the food that gave the red man a lot of his fighting energy. The food that helped give the pilgrims themselves their hearty energy. Now, don't you hand the judge a box of kicks if you get fined for parking too long. You eat your Kicks for breakfast and help yourself to a delicious serving of real corn energy. Kicks is not flakes, but crunchy, delicious puffs of real corn. Sure, Corn Kicks stays crisp in plenty of milk. So pour it on and help yourself to milk as well as corn, vitamins, and minerals, too. Try it. You'll go for a winning Kicks breakfast. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Kicks, the ready-to-eat roasted corn cereal. Try it. Kicks is a winner. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the great stallion Silver carries the masked rider of the plains on an exciting rescue in Frontier Town when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Limousines for some of Saturday night's guests furnished by East Wind Limousine Service.
Frank Sinatra in Contract on Cherry Street, Tuesday on NBC.
Her world, sensual, dazzling. His world, dangerous, violent. Drawn by a mystery, their lives converge. Faye Dunaway, Tommy Lee Jones, Eyes of Laura Mars. A thrilling vision of romance and terror. Rated R.
Starts Friday at Lowe's State 1, Reed's Coronet, and other Columbia Premier Theaters near you.
If you've got star power, you've got the most powerful music in the universe, and we've got it. A Stranger by Billy Joel.
I love you just the way you are.
Darkness on the Edge of Town by Bruce Springsteen. Street Legal by Bob Dylan.
But baby, please stop trying. Stop trying.
Get some star power of your own right now on Columbia Records and...
Available now at all Corvettes.
97 FM. If you like rock, soft, mellow, or moving easy, in your New York, there's only one. WYNY 97.1 FM.
Paul McCartney and Wings on Rock Concert tonight at 1.
A wind that shine is a beautiful thing to see. No matter what you see it on.
When it comes to my refrigerator, I'm a fingerprint expert.
That's a wind that shine.
After he's cleaned up, I clean up the tile.
That's a wind that shine.
Hey, it ain't cool if your chrome don't shine.
That's a wind that shine.
Windex with Ammonia D.
It's a beautiful thing to see.
I wish I could keep this bathroom bowl clean between scrubbings.
Get your wish with me, Automatic Vanish.
Huh?
I help clean with every flush. Hang me in your tank. You'll see. With every flush, I swirl a detergent and deodorizer under the rim and throughout the bowl to help keep it clean and fresh between scrubbings.
I get my wish.
With every flush, Automatic Vanish for a cleaner bowl and a fresher bathroom between scrubbings.
Tja, Freund, das heißt mir a Toskin Pop. Und wir können das Essen sehr gut, wir können so beleckende Finger auf der Fahr. Das ist besser, aber nur willst du essen einfach Ice Cream, ja, das ist geht auch. Aber das ist a Drittel less Calories, du, aber dem anderen. Und wir können auch sehr viel, wir geben es zu den Kindern, geben es zu anderen Menschen. Ich such dir die Emmes, nimm es, gegen Gesundheit.
Lipton, Nestea, 4C. Which one makes the best iced tea? We won't say a word. Lipton, Nestea, 4C. We're prejudiced, but you aren't. So which one makes the best iced tea? Try all three. Lipton, Nestea, 4C. Which one makes the best iced tea? We won't say a word.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early western United States. No one could match his strength and courage, but it was his sense of fair play that made him the great champion of justice the frontier ever knew. Anyone who deserved a second chance could depend on help from the Lone Ranger. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading west to Mustang Banks! Hi-yo, Silver!
Job Hopkins, proprietor of the general store in the tiny village of Sweetwater, was too busy waiting on a customer to keep an eye on the ragged boy who'd entered a few minutes before.
Is anything else, Miss Wheelie? Got some new ginghams in the other day you might look at. Mighty pretty.
Nope, I think not.
Need anything for the kitchen?
No, Wait. Reckon I could use new dishpan.
Got just what you want. Now, let me see. Where was they put?
Job?
Huh?
Look there.
What? Why, the only little thief. Hey, I seen you. Put that grub back where you got it.
You've got a blazer.
Hold on there.
Get away.
I got you.
Let me go, Blaster. Let me go.
Hold still.
I declare, Job. Look at his pockets. Stuffed plumb full.
Loose-fingered little coyote. Here, let's see what you stole.
You let me go.
Can of peaches.
I'll fix you.
Cookies.
Take your hands off
And here's a can of tomatoes.
Hey.
Now, what's this you got hid under your shirt?
That's mine.
Well, I'll be... A gun. You stole it from behind my counter. Miss Will, you go for the sheriff, will you? Tell him I caught a thief.
Just hold on to him, Joe.
I never seen you before, have I? Who are you? Where'd you come from?
Ain't none of your business.
Well, the sheriff will get it out of you, I guess. Oh, my ankle. You kicked my ankle. You young thief, I'll
Well,
get...
you was smart, didn't you, mister? Well, just try and catch me.
Hey, come back here. Come back, I tell you. Little thief. Well, he ain't going to get away with this. He's going to get a lesson he won't never forget.
Less than an hour later, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were riding near Sweetwater, and the masked man suddenly drew back on his reins.
Ho, Silver, fella. Tonto, what's that?
What matter?
Just a moment. He's out of sight. I think he's running down that arroyo. No, there he is. See him?
Him boy.
He's certainly traveling. Seems strange to see anyone afoot in this part of the country. I wonder what he's running from.
What that?
Where?
Look that way.
That explains it.
Them chasing.
2 horsemen. They must be after the boy, or they wouldn't have cut away from the trail.
That right.
He's got a good lead on them, but he certainly hasn't a chance to escape while they're on the saddle. Tonto, what do you say we look into this?
A good idea.
There's the boy again. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
Come on!
It was not long before the boy discovered that the sheriff and Job were not the only ones trying to overtake him. At the sight of the Lone Ranger and Tonto, he redoubled his speed, scampering over the prairie like a frightened rabbit. But the masked man and the Indian were soon within hailing distance.
Hold on there! Him not stop. We'll be up to him in a moment. Wait, he sees he can't get away. He's stopping. What's that he's doing? Him that stone. He's going to throw it. Drop that stone!
Wherever, I'll let you have it.
Did you hear me? Drop it!
You answered, mister.
Missed! Oh, hold that! Oh, he's going your way, Tonto. Grab him.
Let me get him.
Got him? Hold on, Tonto. Now, look here, young fellow. What's this all about?
Oh, why can't you leave a fellow alone? Hey, you're masked.
Never mind that. Who are those fellas chasing you?
What do you care?
Come on, talk. You've got time. They can't get here for a minute or two yet.
I ain't gonna talk, and you can't make me.
Well, that's pretty big talk for a lad your age, isn't it?
Mind your own business.
Tonto. Isn't that one horseman the sheriff?
That's him all right.
So you were running from the law, huh? What have you been up to?
Well, let me go. Give me a chance to run for it.
Why? They'd soon get you. You didn't hope to outrun men on horses, did you?
I can take care of myself, I reckon.
From the appearance of things, it looks as though maybe you're mistaken. Well, here they come. You won't explain. Perhaps they will.
I reckon I won't be the only one in trouble.
No?
Wait till the sheriff starts asking about that mask. I reckon then you'll be sorry for meddling.
We'll see.
Don't let him go, mister.
He's safe.
Oh, boy. Oh, there.
Well, a masked hombre. A redskin.
Don't mind them, Sheriff. Arrest that kid. I want him jailed.
What's he done?
Huh? Robbed me, that's what.
You're the storekeeper in town, aren't you?
I am.
You really want a youngster at this age thrown into jail? How old are you, son?
13, going on 14.
Where's your home?
Ain't got none. Never had none.
No?
He's lying.
What makes you say that?
Huh? Well, don't make no difference whether he is or not. Sheriff, what do you stand there for? Why don't you do something?
Just been trying to figure these 2 hombres, that's all.
Weren't thinking of arresting us, too, were you, Sheriff?
Might not be such a bad idea.
You've got nothing on us.
You're masked?
And I wouldn't advise you to try it.
Well, neither one of you answers the description of anybody I'm looking for, so I guess there's no reason for us crossing each other. But this young'un's a different piece of goods. What's your handle, kid?
I ain't talking.
I said, what's your handle?
Oh, Tommy.
Tommy what?
Just Tommy. Ain't got no other name.
Well, you're likely lying about that, too. Where'd you come from?
No place in particular.
Huh?
I've been all over.
All over, eh? Yeah, I'll bet you've done some traveling. You know, Job, if I ever seen a young'un on his way to growing into a full-fledged crook, this's it.
He's a crook right now.
Oh, stop it, won't you? If you're gonna jail me, go ahead and quit talking about it. I don't want
But they're not, Tommy.
What's that you said, stranger?
Sheriff, when this boy says he has no family, I believe he's telling the truth.
What if he is?
It's easy enough to see he's had a hard time of it, and it's easy to see he's on the road to trouble. But jail isn't the remedy.
No?
He's most likely no worse than 9 out of 10 youngsters would be who had no homes.
What's that got to do with your saying I wasn't going to arrest him?
The surest way to make certain he'll develop into a criminal is to throw him into jail.
Don't listen to him, Sheriff. Do your duty.
Why are you so anxious to see him arrested? What did he take from you?
He was trying to steal grub.
Well, I'm not excusing him. The jail won't cure his stealing.
If that won't, what will?
A chance to live a normal life. The opportunities any other boy would have the right to expect.
Bosh.
Yes?
Sentimental bosh. A thief's a thief, and it don't matter none what his age is. He stole from me, so he deserves to be punished same as anyone else.
What do you think, Sheriff?
Don't matter to me. Job's the one that's complaining. If he says to let the kid go, he can go. You want him jailed, I'll jail him.
All right, I say jail him.
Well, then, that's that. Come on, kid, get up my horse there.
Sorry, Sheriff.
What the? He drew on you.
Right. I said the boy wasn't going to jail, and I meant it. He stays with me. Now on your way.
Look here, stranger.
On your way.
You'll be sorry for this. Come on, Joe.
Ain't you gonna do nothing?
With them guns staring me in the face? Joe, if you'd ever been a lawman, you wouldn't ask that fool question.
But he tried to...
We ain't done with these fellas, though. Remember that, stranger.
I will.
Get up. Get up there.
Get on there. Get up.
Now what do?
Looks as though we've got a problem on our hands, Tonto.
I suppose you expect me to thank you. Well, I ain't gonna.
I hadn't thought of it, Tommy.
Well, you needn't.
Tonto, I've got an idea. What that? Here, Tommy. Up with you. Tonto, I know just where we're taking him.
Where that?
To the one person we know who'd never refuse anyone in trouble. To Mustang Mag. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver!
At the ranch owned by Mustang Mag and managed by Old Missouri, the Lone Ranger met with the reception he'd expected.
Well, I should smile. I'll take him in. Thunderation, the idea of jailing a youngster like Tommy. Just wait till I see the sheriff. I'll give him a piece of my mind.
I'd rather you didn't, Mag.
No? Why not?
For the present, I don't want the boy's whereabouts known.
Well, if you think that's best...
Don't me and the masked man all us know best, man?
Missouri, you keep shut. Where's the boy now?
Outside with Tonto.
You bring him in here.
He's going to be difficult to manage, Mag.
Ain't I managed, Missouri?
Oh,
anybody can do that, can manage anybody.
Very well. I'll leave him here. Keep the boy busy. Don't pamper him. What he needs most of all is a good, healthy, active existence.
Sure.
Active? When Mag gets to ordering him around, he'll be scooting like a locoed steer.
Don't talk like an idiot.
Tonto and I are leaving this part of the country for a while, Mag. We may be gone for several months, but as soon as we can, we'll be back.
It was 2 months later that Tommy, having spent an hour chopping firewood for Mustang Mag, dropped his axe and slowly made his way toward Old Missouri, seated on the steps of the rear porch.
Hello, Missouri.
Well, all finished, are you, Tommy?
Uh-huh. All but carrying the kindling in. Would you mind if I sat down beside you?
Why, that'd be fine. Here, sit down right here.
Thanks.
What's the matter? You act like maybe you got something troubling you.
Missouri, I've been pretty awful, ain't I?
What youngster ain't? If he wasn't, he'd have something wrong with him, I reckon.
I mean, like when the masked man first left me here, and I kept trying to run away.
Shucks, at your age, I'd run off from home a dozen times. Always got drugged back, though.
Meg's swell, ain't she?
You don't come no finer. But if you ever tell her I said that, I'll whop you good.
She knows you like her.
She'd never admit it.
Gosh, when I think of all you and Meg have done for me and how good you've been to me, and then get to thinking about the way I've behaved, I wish somebody'd kicked me.
Well, there's no denying you've come a long way since the masked man brung you.
Uh-huh. I'll bet he thinks I'm awful.
Him? Don't you believe it. You can just lay to it if they hadn't seen some mighty good stuff in you, they'd never fetched you here.
Do you think they'll be coming along this way again soon?
I don't know. Hard to tell about them, Tommy. They're likely to be most anywheres, especially when you least expect them. But they ain't forgot you, if that's what you mean.
Honest? How do you know?
Well, that just ain't their style.
You know why I'm so anxious to see him again?
Why?
Because of the way I talked when they brought me here. I want to apologize.
Well, you'll be getting your chance one of these days.
Hey.
Huh? What's the matter?
I got to see Meg.
Hey! Well, I'll be done.
Howdy, old timer.
Huh? What? Oh, howdy.
Steady. Just turned in here to see if you'd mind a watering our horses here. Any objections?
Help yourself. trough's just the other side of the corral.
Thanks. Come on, Jet. Oh, say.
Yeah?
Thought I seen some kids sitting with you when we come past the house. What happened to them?
Just went inside. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Come on, Jet. This Cayuse of mine could drink the Rio dry.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The two strangers who had watered their mounts at Mustang Mag's ranch continued on their way when they'd finished. But that night, when Tommy left the ranch house on his way to the well...
Hi there. What? Not so fast. Me and Jet here been waiting to get a look at you.
What's up?
You little fool. Holler again like that and I'll twist your neck for you.
Spade.
In your time. Well, who'd ever think we'd meet up again way over here?
What do you want?
Well, first of all, we come back to make sure it was you we'd seen this afternoon. And now that we see it is, well, it'd be kind of nice to talk over old times.
You clear out and leave me be.
Hear that, Spade? Funny way for Tommy to talk after we was all such good friends once.
You ain't no friends of mine.
No?
You're just a pair of crooks.
Well, I'll be doggone. Ain't we getting proud, though?
And after we fed him and give him pocket money for most of a year.
'Cause you could use me in your crooked schemes, that's why.
You sure got a suspicious, plumb ungrateful disposition, Tommy.
Oh, look, fellas. Can't you just go on and pretend you never even seen me? I don't see why you always want...
Got a good thing here you're scared to spoil it?
The folks here have been swell to me. I'm all through being crooked.
They know about you, do they?
What do you mean?
About you stealing and things?
They do?
Yeah? Well, that's interesting. Then I suppose you've told them about how the three of you used to work together back in Kansas. Well, ain't you?
No.
Then there's some things they don't know, huh?
They know that I want to do what's right. It wouldn't make any difference if you told them.
Well, they must be fine folks. Come on, Jet. Let's find out what they'll say.
No, wait.
Hmm?
Don't tell them. Please don't tell them.
Not so sure how they'd take it as you claimed, huh? Well, Tommy, I don't see where it's necessary for us to tell what you'd rather keep a secret.
You won't tell? Oh, gosh, thanks. Thanks,
Just a second.
Huh?
You never get nothing without paying for it, kid. You ought to know that by now. So if it's worth something to you for us to keep still, why, you ought to be willing to pay up.
Pay up? What do you mean?
We got a little job we was figuring on over to Sweetwater.
Stealing.
Don't use such hard names.
I don't want to...
You've got sense, kid. I reckon the three of us can get together.
That same night, not far from the town of Sweetwater, the Lone Ranger and Tonto drew their horses to a stop.
Silver. Now, this looks like a good place to make camp, Tonto. No one's likely to happen along here. We're close to both Sweetwater and Mustang Mag's place.
Not right.
I wonder what luck she and Missouri have had with Tommy.
We find out soon.
I'd like to have gone on and gotten there tonight. We've got other business to finish up first. Until then, we can't let the news get out that we're in the neighborhood.
Not right.
Spade and Jet ever learned we'd been trailing them, any chance of trapping them would be gone. From the way they've been behaving, I've got an idea that Sweetwater is the next place they'll strike.
We get them.
If we have to keep on their trails for the next 6 months. Here, give me a hand with the saddles.
It was late the following day that Mustang Mag looked up at the sound of the door and saw Tommy leaving his room, dressed to go outside.
Tommy.
Huh?
Going someplace?
Just out for a little walk.
Come here first.
But
I said come here.
Did you want me to do something, Mag?
Oh, I just wanted to talk with you.
But, gee, I figured to
go
out
outside. You said that already. But you was just going out for the air, wasn't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, then there's no hurry. Sit down.
Huh?
Sit down.
Gee, what's wrong?
That's just what I aim to find out.
But, gee, there's...
You got something on your mind?
Me? Uh-uh.
You sure?
Gosh, Meg, I wouldn't lie to you, would I?
I hope you wouldn't. I'd be mighty disappointed in you if you did. I've been getting around to the part where I'm right proud of you.
I don't know what could have made you think anything was bothering me.
Missouri said so.
Did he?
And Missouri's 7 kinds of an idiot when he wants to be, but he can read folks like print.
What did he say?
Oh, he said you've been moping around all day. Said every time he wanted you to do something, he'd tell you a second or third time before you heard him. According to him, he ain't smiled once since morning. And if all them things are true, I ain't got no reason to suspect that they ain't. Why, they sure add up to trouble. Now, if there's something you should tell me, get it off your chest. I can promise you'll feel a heap better afterwards.
But gosh, Mag, there ain't. Honest, there ain't. He just imagined all them things.
Missouri ain't got that much imagination in his whole system.
But...
If I ever give you a reason to think I'd be cross with you if you done something wrong?
No.
Well, I might give you a talking to, but it'd just be for your own good. Wouldn't make me think any less of you, always supposing you was sorry about it.
Can't you believe me, Mag? Gosh, you've got things all wrong.
Get up.
Uh-huh.
Now look me in the eye.
Sure.
Now tell me again that you ain't keeping something from Missouri and me that ought to be told.
I ain't, Mag.
Tommy, that's the first time you fibbed to me.
No,
Don't make it worse. You can go on out if that's what you're set on. I won't keep you no longer.
Oh, Mag, don't feel bad.
Tommy, you get going before I start saying things that'll make us both feel a whole heap worse.
A few minutes later, Tommy drew rein where the trail from Mustang Mag's ranch met the main trail to town.
Oh, boy. Oh, there.
You kept us waiting a whole half hour. What delayed you?
Nothing.
You squealed
I
out.
didn't, fellas. I left just as soon as I could.
Well, come on. We've wasted too much time already. Get up. Get on there. Get up there.
Well, that was them, Tonto. I know the horses.
And who other feller?
The third man with them?
Huh?
I don't know. They must have had a Confederate waiting for them. Well, it doesn't matter. It just seems that we'll bag 3 crooks instead of 2. They're far enough ahead. Come on.
Get him up, Scout.
Come
Get
on,
him up.
Silver. Come on.
Yet, Spade and young Tommy did not draw rein again until they'd arrived within sight of Job Hopkins' general store that stood on the edge of town. Then, however, they took cover in a small grove of trees.
Who there? We're in time. You ain't locked up yet.
Lucky for you, kid.
Fellas, I don't want to go through with this.
Who asked you what you wanted? Climb out of that saddle. Now you can see why we stopped here. You can look right into the window there and see Hopkins moving around. And you can see he's safe. We'll know when he unlocks it to put his cash away for the night just as good as if we was in there.
Yeah.
You ain't forgot how we used to work this in Kansas, have you, kid?
No.
You start running just the second that safe is open. Holler just as soon as he can hear you. Holler anything. Tell him his house is afire, or somebody's dying, or anything else you can think of. But make it strong enough so he'll forget all about locking that there safe again.
I know.
When he's out of the store, your part's done. You can vamoose. We'll take over.
Uh-huh. Just like always. I'm the only one that'll be remembered afterwards. You skunks get the cash and disappear without even being seen.
Sure. That's what's slick about our scheme.
Yellow coward.
Shut up and keep your eyes peeled. Can you see him, Jet?
Yeah.
What's he doing now?
Looks to me like he's counting the cash in his cash drawer.
And then it's almost time. Watch him, kid.
I am.
Now he's finished. He's walking towards the bank.
Yeah, I can see him now. Get ready, kid. He's leaning over the safe.
No?
Not quite.
All right, get moving.
Mr. Hopkins! Hi, Mr. Hopkins!
That fetched him. He's standing up and looking around.
Well, we can get ready
Mr.
to...
Hopkins, watch out. The crook's waiting around.
What?
Did you hear that?
The dirty little double-crosser. Drill that kid. Come on. You missed him. Hurry.
I couldn't help it. Light's too bad.
After him.
We'll drill him, grab the cash, and vamoose.
Shut up and save your breath.
Hey,
Drop those guns.
pull up.
Masked.
And that's a redskin.
It's a Lone Ranger.
Throw down those guns before I blast them out of your hands.
My hand. Oh, my hand.
Blast you, you dirty...
Take it!
My hand's smashed.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot again.
You got us, don't you?
Inside the store, quick, before the crowd gets here. Go ahead, march.
Yeah.
Open the door, then raise your hands.
We won't try anything.
Keep going.
Are these the men, Tommy? Are these the ones?
Yes.
Hey, you rotten little squealer.
We ought to...
Careful.
I told you I wasn't crooked anymore. I told you and you wouldn't believe me. I wish I'd have done this before.
Hey, what's going on here?
Close the door and come in here, Sheriff.
Say, you're the masked man me and Job run up again a couple of months ago. And this is the same kid Job brought to jail.
These are the fellas you want this time, Sheriff.
Look here, will you?
Quiet. You've been charged them with attempted robbery and attempted murder. They planned to rob Job and did their best to kill Tommy.
Is that what happened, Job?
Just like he told it, Sheriff. Jail the polecats.
I will. Neither one of you hombres makes a move and you'll get drilled. How about the kid here? Still making a charge against him?
You arrest Tommy, Sheriff, and I'll see you run out of town.
Huh? But I thought that
Forget
you want...
what you thought. This young'un risked getting drilled to warn me. From now on, he's welcome to help himself to anything I got.
Remember what I told you that other time, Sheriff?
Huh? What was that?
That Tommy needed nothing more than a chance to make good. He got it. He's been within a few miles of here ever since that day. Mustang Mag took him in.
Well, I'll be switched.
You know, Sheriff, if the masked feller'd let us jail the boy that time, I'm willing to bet plenty I'd be out a couple of $1,000 in cash right this minute.
Maybe you would have been, Job. Funny how things work out, ain't it?
Uh-huh. Hey, stranger, come back here.
Adios.
Golly, what's his hurry? Couldn't even wait to be thanked?
Job?
Eh?
I got a notion the liking you took to the boy here is all the thanks that fella wanted.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Oh, you'll have fun with the handle made by Kodak.
Have instant fun with the handle, Kodak's lowest priced instant camera. Nothing to focus, just aim, shoot, and up pops what nobody else can give you. Bright, brilliant color by Kodak.
And after all, isn't color the way to choose an instant camera? Have fun with the handle. All the kids do. Even kids like us.
And you'll have fun, fun, fun with the handle made by Kodak. Fun, fun, fun.
You know, we have a lot in common.
We do?
I'm a pepper, too.
He's a pepper.
We're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper, too?
You're a pitcher? Yeah, and I'm a pepper, too.
Ask any pepper and you'll say, only Dr. Pepper tastes that way.
You gotta be loose as a goose and float like a feather. But that ain't all. You gotta be a pepper. You drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper, too.
Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, drink.
Well, now, Mrs. Fleecer, you be the judge. How do you think your cleanser did?
Not too good. I'll have to change my cleanser.
Mrs. Fleecer tested Comet and her leading cleanser on tough, greasy food stains.
I put some Comet on the one stain, and the stain went away. Then I put some of my cleanser on the other stain, and it did not go away. You don't have a clean sink, as they say. Comet seems to be better than my cleanser. Got the sink cleaner.
Get Comet. It can clean better for you.
Burt Reynolds is Hooper, the greatest stuntman alive. He's the best in the business.
You can hit him, kick him, gently abuse him, set him on fire, we'll amuse him. Heaven knows he won't hold a grudge. He'll look you in the eye and tell you with a smile there ain't nothing like the die.
Burt Reynolds is Hooper, the greatest stuntman alive.
I love stuntmen.
Rated PG.
Starts Friday at a flagship theater near you. Check newspapers.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I'm a stranger in your city. I don't know a soul here, but I'm in trouble. At least I think I am. I can't go back home until I know what happened to me yesterday and the day before. It's hard to explain in a letter, but if you'll come to 14 East Central Street,
But I do know. Believe me, I need help. And maybe you're the one. Jerry Fuller. He needed help, all right. At first, I didn't think he did. I went at the whole thing with my tongue in my cheek, but I put it back where it belonged. Fast.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Flash of Light.
Silly, Mr. Holliday. Why can't he go back home? And what does he mean until he finds out what happened to him?
Just that he's lost 2 days out of his life.
Nobody can do that.
You know, you should go to the movies more often, Susie. Sometimes you get an Academy Award for losing a weekend.
Well, if you ask me, this Jerry Fuller sounds pretty silly. 2 days are hard to mislay. Besides, maybe he's just making a mountain out of a moleskin.
I was wondering when you'd finally kick one around. Now I can leave. For number 14 East Central Street and Mr. Jerry Fuller. East Central Street ran through the part of town where the kids played tiddlywinks with manhole covers. And number 14 was no Ritz, a cheap, shabby rooming house to which paint was just all lang syne. Finding Jerry Fuller was no problem. The landlord pointed down the hallway, and 15 minutes later, Jerry Fuller finished telling me his story. Maybe I looked skeptical because...
You don't believe me, do you?
Oh, sure, I believe the part about the blackout, but...
But you believe I was drunk, is that it?
Well, you admitted having a few.
But not enough to knock me out for a couple of days.
Okay. I'll tell you, and you see how it sounds. You had 2 cocktails before dinner. After dinner, you wandered into the Red Swan and... Say, why did you pick the swankiest spot in town?
Well, just to tell the folks back home I'd been there.
So you had another drink there. Maybe 2?
All right, 2.
3?
2, I said.
Okay, take 2. They're small. But were you alone at the Red Swan?
Well, maybe I talked to somebody, like people do at bars, but I was alone.
Remember to whom you talked?
No.
Remember anything at all?
Well, I don't know, but I kind of remember a flash of light. It sticks in my head.
Flash of light? I've got another flash for you. That was your second drink.
Look, I can't go back home until I know what happened.
Maybe you'd better tell me why not.
All right, I guess maybe it's better if you do know.
So Jerry told me a story that had happened a million times before. A small-town kid in a big city. And a few drinks that were like dynamite to a kid who never had anything stronger than malted milks. And there was a girl he couldn't remember. And another girl back home, the girl he was supposed to marry. I listened and knew every word that was coming. I could have even added a few that he had left out. But when he finished...
And that's why I can't go to the police. If I did, they'd have to wire back home for...
Verification of your identity?
Well, that's it. And everybody back home would know, find out.
I know this is throwing cold water in your face, Jerry, but don't you think you'd better take your medicine? Chalk up the experience to experience.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, my wallet.
What about it?
Every cent I had, even my ticket back home, is gone.
You did a good job.
Listen, if you or anybody else can prove I was robbed, then I've got an explanation. I've got a reason.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl. But I think it's cut and dried before we get around to it. Now, the first thing to do is to get you out of this fire trap.
But where can I go?
My apartment. I'll lend you the money to get back home.
I won't go back home until I know what happened, how I got here, and why.
All right, Jerry. Leave it at that. Now, come on. Hey, wait, where's your baggage?
I checked it at the depot before I went to the Red Swan.
Oh, I'll pick it up for you. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Sure, I humored him. The poor kid was scared stiff, and like any frightened kid, was building up a big thing in his mind. But there was one thing that bothered me. The place Jerry said he had been in before he blanked out, the Red Swan. It wasn't a hangout for cheap crooks and nickel snatchers. It was ultra swank, and the odds were heavy against anyone taking him over the boards in there. Okay, maybe he went somewhere else afterward. We got to the front door, and I sent Jerry to the car to wait for me.
Hello.
Well, hello.
What's your name?
Dan. What's yours?
Kitty.
Okay, Kitty. Is your daddy in?
Uh-huh.
What's the matter? Who are you?
Remember me?
Yeah, you find the guy?
Yeah.
He was with a real pretty lady.
Shut up, Kitty. Go back in the kitchen.
All right.
She's a cute little kid.
So? That what you come to tell me?
I didn't come to tell you anything. I want to ask.
What?
Who brought Jerry Fuller here?
Dame?
Sure of that?
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. That all you want to know?
That all you can tell me?
What else?
Was he drunk?
Mister, I didn't ask him.
Who was the girl?
I didn't stop to get introduced. Look, she brings him here, says she's his wife, gives me a couple of days' rent, that's it.
Did she leave right away?
What do you want from me, a quiz game?
Did she leave right away?
I don't know. I showed him the room, I got my dough. I don't push questions, see?
She gave you 2 days' rent, huh?
So long, mister.
What'd you do up there, Mr. Holliday?
Got unpopular? Okay, Jerry, now we'll go to my apartment. Feeling better?
Yes, a lot. Thanks.
We'd better see about shipping you back home.
Oh, but you said you were going to help.
I am, and the best way I do that is to ship you out of the big city. You come back in, say, 10 years.
You think I'm just a kid that got in bad, don't you?
Well, you were at a church social for 2 days, Jerry.
And I'm telling you, I was robbed.
So you were.
What can I tell the folks back home?
What you told me.
Oh, you don't understand, Mr. Holliday. Mr. Simmons.
Mr. Simmons? Who's he?
He's Millie's father.
Oh? And Millie, I take it, is the girl back home.
You're making fun of me.
No, I'm not, Jerry, not at all. But the best thing you can do is face the music. You won't be able to dance to it, but, well, it's the best way.
I don't know.
Now, you wait here. I'll run to the depot and get your baggage. Here. Got the check for it?
Yeah. It's the only thing they left me. I had it in the inside compartment of my wallet.
All right, Jerry. Now that we've got it figured, you'll feel better. I'll see you later. You'll feel better, I said. Everybody makes mistakes, but just how big can they get? I went to the depot, picked up the one valise Jerry had left there, and hurried back to my apartment. The automatic elevator was just coming down to ground level. Oops. I'm sorry.
Yeah? How sorry?
I beg your pardon?
What for? Keep your eyes in front, pal, and you won't run into people.
Now, just a minute. You came out of that elevator a little too fast.
So, that's the way I always move. Objections?
I might have.
Like what?
You don't live in the building, do you?
Nah, I own it. So long, punk. I mean, so long, Holiday.
Holiday? I didn't know him, but he knew me, and he came from upstairs. Something told me that character had been in my apartment. I got in the elevator, pressed the floor button. I never realized until then how slow those things can move. Then... Jerry! Jerry, what happened?
Nothing.
Look at me, Jerry. I said, look at me. Oh, no.
I'm all right.
Yeah, sure, you're all right. Like you ran into a meat chopper. Jerry, who was that man?
There wasn't anybody.
Now, listen to me. There was somebody here. He just left.
I tell you, there wasn't anybody. Give me my police.
Come here now. Sit down.
Let me go.
Be quiet now. Be quiet now. Sit down. Now, why did he go for you?
Nobody did.
Sure. You poked your face in an electric fan to see the pretty blades go around. Come on, Jerry, talk.
I'm going back home.
Whoever that was saw us at the place I picked you up. Followed us, waited until I left, then came up here. What did he say? What did he want?
Nothing.
I cut it out. You wanted help? I'll give it now.
I don't want it. All I want to do is get out of here and go back home.
All right, Jerry. But you got to get cleaned up first.
Yeah.
Go in the bathroom, wash up. Got to change your shirts in this valise.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You're gonna let me go?
Why not? You won't talk. You won't let me help.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, believe me,
Are we going to say?
Nothing. I'll get cleaned up.
Okay, Jerry, have it your way.
Sure, and thanks. Thanks anyway.
Towels in the back of the door.
Honest, Mr. Holliday, I appreciate what you've done, but I know now I just got to go back and do like you said.
Yeah, sure be a good little boy and wander back home.
I can finish cleaning up on the train.
Let me see your wallet.
What?
You got to have money. Count it as a loan. Send it back later.
Oh, sure, here.
Now, suppose you answer a question.
Huh? Oh, what?
How do you explain this? Your railroad ticket. It's back.
Well, I guess I must have overlooked it before.
Stop lying.
I'm not.
Okay. Here. $10, your wallet, your valise. Now, there's the door.
You're mad, huh?
So long, Jerry.
Goodbye.
Police headquarters. Griffin speaking.
Lieutenant Kling, please.
Homicide, Kling.
Hello, Kling. This is Dan.
Well, my heart's desire. What are you...
We'll make with the jokes and funny patter some other time. Right now, I want to work fast.
Huh?
A man just left my apartment. He's on his way to the railroad station. Pick him up.
Are you nuts?
Here's what he looks like. 5'7", light brown hair. Wears horn-rimmed glasses. No hat, dark blue serge suit, carrying a suitcase with the initials JF on it, a foot high. Even some of your boys could spot it.
Now take a breath and listen to me. I can't order a guy picked up because you want to play games. You gotta have a charge.
Pick him up and I'll sign the complaint later. You'll find my wallet in his valise.
And now back to Flash of Light, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
It was a nasty way to keep Jerry in town, but it was the only way to keep him and still tuck him away where he wouldn't be the target for tonight. Kling and I asked him questions, but if he'd been scared before, he was twice as scared now. And the second scare was big enough to make him forget what he wanted to find out. Why he had been Mickeyed and packed off into that boarding house on East Central. But I was real curious about it, and because Kling had nothing to work on, I was on my own. I went back to East Central Street. I knew I wouldn't get anything out of the landlord, but I spotted little Kitty. And I remembered something she had said, so I asked her.
Uh-huh. And there was a real pretty lady.
Well, did you hear her name, Kitty?
Uh-uh.
Do you remember if she left right away?
Uh-huh. She did.
In a car?
Oh, it was a taxi cab. Why?
I want to find her.
She had red hair and a real pretty fur coat.
Oh, well, that's nice. But when she got into the taxi, Kitty, were you near her?
Uh-huh. I like to look at her red hair and her pretty coat.
Now, think carefully, Kitty. Did you hear her say anything to the driver of that taxi?
Uh-huh.
What?
She told him where to go.
Where?
Where she told him.
Oh, I know, but where did she tell him? What did she say?
245.
245 what?
Well, that's the number of the street, I guess.
Did you hear the street?
Uh-huh.
What was it?
It wasn't a street. She said avenue.
All right, Kitty, that's fine so far. Now, what was the name of the avenue?
245.
That's the number of the avenue.
Uh-uh.
You just said it was.
Oh, no, I didn't. I said 245 Avenue.
What avenue?
245.
Look, Kitty,
I gotta go play now. Goodbye, miss.
Kitty, wait, Well, that was that. Dead end. And I was 10 minutes and 2 miles away when it hit me. Kitty was right. The number was 245th Avenue. A half hour later, I was there. And it took $10 to bribe the clerk in the apartment house to give me the name of the real pretty lady with the red hair and pretty fur coat. And a couple of minutes later...
That you, Marty?
Yeah, Beth?
What's the idea of showing up this late? Hey,
And a high nani.
what's the idea?
Oh, pardon the intrusion.
You get out of here. Who are you, anyway?
I'm the man who makes the survey.
Survey? What survey?
Are you listening to your radio?
What do you want?
Answers. Have you got any?
He ain't a cop.
Expecting one?
Get out.
Sit down, Beth. I've got questions to ask about a kid named Jerry Fuller. Nobody could call you Little Poker Face.
Meaning what?
Meaning that name was a direct hit.
You're crazy. Now you get out of here before I call a cop.
Okay. Alexander Graham Bell was a great man. He saved us a lot of steps and bother. Go on. Call the police.
Oh, you don't think I will, huh?
Maybe. But when they get here, they might ask questions about Jerry Fuller and why he was drugged, framed, and holed up on East Central.
I said you're crazy.
Oh, yes, I know you did. Well?
Listen, I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but I'm going to give you a break. You don't look like a bad guy. Maybe a nut, but you can go and we'll forget this.
I don't want to forget it.
I'll take it from here, Beth.
Well, hello. If it isn't my elevator friend.
How did you get here, Holiday?
I drove. Why?
I thought maybe you crawled, because that might be the way you'd get out.
Marty, don't start nothing here,
Shut
please.
up. What did you do, leave a trail, dope?
No. I don't know how this guy got here.
What are you doing here, Holiday?
I want to know why that kid Jerry Fuller was framed the way he was.
Just curious, Holiday?
Maybe.
You don't know, huh? Okay, so you don't know. That's nice and healthy for you, Holiday. Because if you did know, well, you forced your way in here, and I have a perfect right to use this.
I could find out.
Maybe from your pal Fuller, huh?
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Okay, go ask him. But get out of here and don't come back again, or I might not be so nice about it. Come on, beat it.
I might be back.
I might be waiting.
Maybe you let me in on a secret, Holiday. Just where are you heading?
Cling, I want to talk to Jerry Fuller.
Fuller? You kidding? We let him out.
Out? I told you I'd show up and sign the complaint.
Sure, then Susie walks in and tells us you've decided not to sign a complaint. No charge.
Susie?
Yeah, Susie.
Let me use your phone.
Why not? You've used the whole police department. Why stop at a phone?
Hello?
Susie?
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday. Where are you?
Never mind that. Did you go to the police and tell them to drop my charge against Jerry Fuller?
Well, yeah.
Why?
Because you told me to.
I told you to. Susie, what's the matter with you?
But you did. That I should go to the police and tell them you didn't want to.
Oh, okay, Susie.
Did I do something wrong? Or right?
It doesn't matter now.
Well, didn't she?
Yeah, but it's not her fault. It looked like a legitimate message from me because she knew I got that letter from Jerry Fuller.
Oh, now I get it. Box 13 again. I'm not superstitious, but I'm going to be if I know you much longer.
Listen, somebody wanted Fuller out of here. Out of the way because that somebody is afraid of what Fuller knows. Now what?
How do I know? I just got off the bench to come in the game.
Kling, that kid's in danger. We've got to find him.
Maybe you better start from the beginning so I can at least look intelligent about it.
All right. Fuller sent a letter to Box 13. He wanted me to help him because he was afraid to go back home before he knew what had happened.
All right. That's the story. But Fuller can't know anything because he said he was blanked out.
We've got to find him. There must be something he knows.
Okay, hold on. Sergeant, get a description of Jerry Fuller from the clerk. Left here about half hour ago. Put out a dragnet for him. March bus, railroad, plane terminals. Right away.
Good boy.
Now, one more thing. This Marty character you talked about. Short?
Yeah. He's stocky, little scar on his chin. Clothes were neat, but gaudy.
I thought so. Marty Kane.
Oh, you know him?
Every police department in the country knows him. Killer, hired by anyone who can pay his price.
Killer? Got anything on him?
No, Stooley's tipped us off he was in town. 2 days after he gets here, Billy Duffy was killed.
Duffy?
Yeah, he was going to be state's witness against Billy Farn. We thought nobody knew it. Oh, we gave Duffy protection, but not enough. Kane got to him.
And you lose the fraud case against Farn.
Yeah.
But if we can get Fuller back, you'll have a case against Kane and Farn.
If Fuller talks.
What do we do now?
If you got any fingernails left, start working on them while we wait.
We waited 2 hours, then 3 hours. Kling and I stared at each other, each of us afraid of, well, to say what he was thinking. That Jerry Fuller would be dead when they found him. There was one point against that, though. The fact that it must have been Marty Kane who went to Susie with that fake message from me. She could identify him. And if Fuller was killed...
Let me go. I tell you, let me go. I didn't do anything.
That's all, Sergeant. I'll check over. Come on in, Fuller.
What have you got me back here for? Mr. Holliday.
Look, Jerry, you're a very lucky boy you're not decorating the bottom of the river right now.
You're safe here, kid. Nobody can get at you here.
What do you want? I don't know anything.
Maybe you do.
I told you I don't. I was on my way home. Why
Jerry.
don't you let me...
Jerry, that night in the Red Swan, what did you see or hear that put Marty Kane after you?
I don't know any Marty Kane. I never even heard the name before.
He was the man who beat you up in my apartment.
I didn't know him. I never saw him before in my...
But you did. Why did you stop talking just then?
I don't know. Maybe I talked to him at the cocktail bar at the Red Swan. I don't know.
You talked to him at the Red Swan. Did he tell you anything about a man named Duffy?
Free? No, I tell you, it's all hazy.
Look, Dan, a guy like Kane wouldn't pay to anybody. Just doesn't make sense.
And why is Kane anxious to get Jerry out of town?
If this kid knew anything, Kane wouldn't let him live 10 seconds.
And what's the angle? Jerry, did you ever hear of a man named Billy Farn?
No, I didn't. And I don't know why Kane's after me. All I want to do is go home.
Wait a minute. Fuller, when did you get into town?
What about that, Kling?
Everything. Because Duffy was killed on the 5th. 5 days before this kid even got near this town.
That made it better than ever for people who like puzzles that don't fit together. But there had to be a reason for the whole thing, and because I believed that, I headed for the Red Swan. I went to the cocktail bar and looked around. I didn't know what I expected to find, but, well, maybe nothing. Then there was a flash of light. A flash of light. A flash bulb set off by a camera girl, one of those who take pictures in nightclubs. And that was it. 2 flashes of light, one from the bulb and another in my head when the idea hit me. It took me 10 minutes to find the man who owned the concession.
Yes, sir. We keep all negatives. They're numbered and dated.
Got the ones for the night of the 12th?
Sure, but I can't show them to you.
Oh, look. Check first with Lieutenant Kling, police. He'll tell you it's okay for me to look through those negatives and find the one I want. How big can you project this thing, Kling?
As big as you want. The lab made a positive from the neg you got. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Big enough?
Plenty. Jerry, recognize that picture?
Yeah. I had the girl take one of me at the bar for a souvenir to take back home.
But you haven't got that picture, though.
Well, no, I forgot all about it.
Jerry, at the bar, you were a little tipsy. You got talkative. You showed the picture to somebody. Was it Kane?
Well, I don't know. It could have been.
So what, Dan? What's this picture got to do with it?
Don't look at Jerry, Kling. Look at the figures in the background. Enlarge it a little more.
That what you want? Hey, that's Marty Kane.
Yeah, taking money from someone.
And that someone is Billy Farn's leg man.
Well, you got your case, Kling. Farn's leg man paying off Kane for killing Duffy.
Better look at it in the light, Dan. This picture shows Kane getting money. Okay, so what? A smart lawyer could make up a dozen reasons. Kane won it from Farn. He was getting change from the leg man.
But coupled with this business about Jerry Fuller, it would stand up in court.
Fuller hasn't been hurt. Kane was smart that way.
Yeah, hey, listen. You want a case.
But how?
Let me have that negative and listen to your Uncle Dan for a few minutes. Good evening, Marty.
So, you did come back, huh?
Uh-huh. Want to talk to me?
Sure, come on in.
Oh, leaving town, Marty? So you're all packed.
Maybe you better do the same.
I like it here.
You must. Now beat it.
Uh-uh. I thought you were smart, Marty.
What?
You got the picture from Jerry Fuller, but there's always the negative. You've got a much better poker face than your girlfriend. But you've batted an eyelash.
Marty, who is it? Oh, you.
Sit down and stay out of the way, Beth.
Well, Marty?
So you got the negative, huh?
Maybe. You should have thought of it. But that's the trouble with you smart boys. You play ring around the rosy and get yourselves dizzy.
What's your angle?
Nothing. Oh, and before you pull that trigger, there are cops all around this place.
Marty.
Shut up. This guy's pulling a bluff.
So? Now, why don't you be smart this time, Marty, and go along quietly? The police could use your evidence.
Turned stooly, huh? Nothing doing.
Marty, come back.
You'll see him again, Beth. Let him run.
Don't kill him. They did. They killed him. They killed him.
Oh, no, Beth. Kling's too good a shot to kill his best witness.
Jerry. Did he go back home?
That he did, Susie. And right now, he's probably a hero in his hometown.
Gee. And all because of a flash in the pan.
Huh?
I made a joke. Get it? Face, pan. Flash in the pan.
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Pickard, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
What's my favorite radio station? WNBC.
And the music's fantastic.
Well, you know, there's commercial-free hours on WNBC.
And the music's fantastic.
One person won $50,000 from WNBC. And they also give away vacations, color TVs, and more. And the music's fantastic.
WNBC, 66 on the radio.
Fantastic music and more.
Now you can get more than your money's worth at your Toyota dealer's buck stretching days. We have thousands of new Toyota cars and trucks, and we're ready to deal. Prices start as low as this for the Corolla two-door sedan. Plenty to choose from. See why Toyota is America's #1 selling import car. Immediate delivery, and you get a free digital watch when you buy any new Toyota. Hurry, offer ends August 31st. See your participating Toyota dealer and get more than your money's worth.
Okay, we've got to lay the bases before the coach gets here.
I've got the lengths. They're all in metric measurements. Does anybody know how long a meter is?
But it's easy. Here, look, the meter is just a little more than a yard. The metric system is all based on tens. It's 18 meters from home to first.
We could cheer you somebody like you on our team this year.
Yeah! Take 10 minutes to learn the metric way. Write Metric Education, P.O. Box 111, Washington, D.C. 20044.